At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health. Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
Whoa, now. What's up, good people? What's going on? How the people are? Welcome to the weekend. It is Mardi Gras weekend around here. Everybody rolling for Mardi Gras. Everybody getting their king cakes. They getting their food together. They getting their do done because Zulu ball tonight. Oh, you can't even get in the tuxedo shop. Good Lord. Traffic done already started getting a little heavy, so y'all know what's happening tonight, right? I don't care what y'all say. If y'all have never driven in Mardi Gras traffic on Friday night, you's about to know. Because they got the Mardi Gras parades. Plus, they got everything happening at the convention center. It is going to be mad hysteria driving around here this here evening. Please, if you got to go somewhere, try to go early. Try your best to go early. Because I can tell you, it's going to be mad hysteria trying to get around. Yes, it is. Hope everybody's having a good day. It is beautiful outside. It's one of them days where you just want to take off and just go and do something at the lakefront. Go out of town if you need to. Get away from all the hoopla that's happening this weekend. There's a lot of people that don't like going to Mardi Gras. I was like, wow. I didn't know that many people did not like to go to Zulu. My number 504-582-9422. That's 504-582-9422. Several things we need to talk about. Several things that we need to talk about. I am going to give you the lineup for some of these parades that are happening today, and of course talk about the Zulu Ball, who's going to be there tonight. Are you paying attention what's going on the national front? Because the Oval Office blow up with Ukraine's Zelensky talks that have been cut short. It was a blow up. They like, what? From Washington, from the Associated Press, President Donald Trump shouted at Ukraine's leader on Friday during an extraordinary meeting in the Oval Office, berating President Vladimir Zelensky for gambling with millions of lives and suggesting his actions could trigger World War III. What? Yeah. Zelensky then abruptly left the White House without signing a critical minerals deal with the United States that Trump had demanded and suggested was a condition for future support from Ukraine. They had untouched salad plates and lunch items were being packed up outside the cabinet room where the lunch between Trump and Zelensky and their delegations were supposed to have been taking place. And the last 10 minutes of the nearly 45-minute engagement divulged into a tense back and forth between Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance and Zelensky, who had urged skepticism about Russia's commitment to diplomacy in the first place, citing Moscow's years of broken commitments on the global stage. It began with Vance telling Zelensky, Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office to try to litigate this in front of the American media. Zelensky tried to object, prompting Trump to raise his voice and say, you're gambling with lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country. This country has backed you for far more than any of the other countries did. And our people say They shouldn't have. Said it was an astonishing display of open antagonism in the Oval Office, a setting better known for somber diplomacy. Trump laid bare his efforts to coerce Zelensky to agree to giving the U.S. an interest in his country's valuable minerals and to push him toward a diplomatic resolution to war on American leaders' terms. Early in the meeting, Trump said the U.S. would continue to provide military assistance to Ukraine, but said he hoped that not too much aid would be forthcoming. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms, said Trump. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. Trump suggested that Zelensky wasn't in a position to be demanding concessions. Said, you're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now, Trump said, pointing his finger towards Zelensky. With us, you start having cards. So he also accused Zelensky of being disrespectful to the United States. Says it's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this, Trump said to Zelensky at one point, and the two leaders talked over each other about past international support for Ukraine. Again, just say thank you, Vance interjected to Zelensky, blasting him for litigating disagreements in front of the press. Trump, though, suggested he was fine with the drama. I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on, he added. You're not acting at all thankful, Trump said, before adding, this is going to be great television. The harsh words came at a pivotal and precarious moment for Ukraine. Zelensky had planned to try to convince the White House to provide some form of U.S. backing for Ukraine's security against any future Russian aggression. Zelensky had been expected to sign a landmark economic agreement with the United States aimed at financing the reconstruction of war-damaged Ukraine, a deal that would closely tie the two countries together for years to come. So the deal, which is seen to be a step toward ending the 3-year war, referenced the importance of Ukraine's security. Early in the meeting, before tempers flared, Trump said the agreement would be signed soon in the East Room of the White House. We have something that is a very fair deal, says Trump. It is a big commitment for the United States. He said the U.S. wants to see the killing in the war stopped, adding that the U.S. money for Ukraine should be put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. Earlier, Zelensky called Russian President Vladimir Putin a terrorist and told Trump that Ukraine and the world need no compromises with the killer. Even during the war, there are rules, he said. As Ukraine forces hold out against the slow but steady advances of Russia's larger and better equipped army, leaders in Kyiv have pushed to ensure that potential U.S. brokered peace plan would include guarantees for the country's future security. Many Ukrainians fear that a hastily negotiated peace, especially one that makes too many concessions to Russian demands, would allow Moscow to rearm and consolidate its forces for future invasion after current hostilities cease. Now, according to the preliminary economic agreement seen by the Associated Press, the U.S. and Ukraine will establish a co-owned jointly managed investment fund to which Ukraine will continue and contribute 50% of future revenues from natural resources, including minerals, hydrocarbons, and other extractable minerals. Speaking about the rare earth agreement, Trump said that U.S. is lacking in many such minerals, while Ukraine has among the best in the planet. He said U.S. interests plan to take those reserves and use them on everything from artificial intelligence operations to military weapons. As about long-term security guarantee to guard against future Russian aggression, Trump says once the agreement is signed, that return to fighting was unlikely. Trump, Republican, has framed the emerging agreement as a chance for Kyiv to compensate the U.S. for wartime aid sent under his predecessor, Democratic President Joe Biden. But Zelensky has remained firm that specific assurances for Ukraine's security must accompany any agreement giving U.S. access to Ukraine's resources. This was Zelensky's 5th White House visit, but his previous 4 came during the Biden administration. The Ukrainian president also was meeting with U.S. senators during that time in Washington and fears that Trump could broker a peace deal with Russia that is unfavorable to Ukraine have been amplified by recent president-busting actions by his administration. Trump had a lengthy phone call with Putin, and U.S. officials met with their Russian counterparts in Saudi Arabia without inviting European or Ukrainian leaders, both dramatic breaks with previous U.S. policy to isolate Putin over this invasion. Trump later seemed to be falsely blaming Ukraine for starting the war and called Zelensky a dictator for not holding any elections after the end of the regular term last year, though Ukrainian law prohibits elections while martial law is in place. So who is the bully? Who is the bully? What you think? Should there be a deal where Ukraine is giving us rights to its mineral force, all of its mineral resources, for our money and weaponry? Or should there be operations to just say, let's go and give them the money so that, let's go and give them the weapons, so we won't have to worry about them not being one of our allies? Does this make sense to you? Because the part about being, or sitting back and having a conversation about him being a dictator, I'm like, what? What in the world? What in the world? What you think? 504-582-9422. Does that make Zelensky the dictator? Because it looked like the peace talks today in this deal has now been shut down because they done removed the salads. They done removed the salads. They done removed all the luncheon meat. In the famous words of Jazz, they done removed the charcuterie boards. All the charcuterie is gone. It is no longer. But I'm thinking to myself, does it look like everything that y'all want the president to do or this country to do from now on is going to be for sale? It looks like everything is for sale. This doesn't look good. And this last meeting doesn't look good at all. Where does that leave us with Ukraine, Russia, the whole deal? What does that leave them? 504-582-9422. What you say, Walter? Walter?
In the United States, that for Trump to get on the television and say that, call that man a dictator, and the whole world know he told a lie. I mean, and it's really shameful, man. What I don't understand if those people really, why they never give Russia the right weapons? Ukraine the right weapons in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That we don't have to send our people over there.
Yeah.
Because if they let Putin take over Ukraine, he ain't gonna stop right there.
Nope. He gonna move into Poland.
And it's pitiful. I can't understand the senators, our representatives and stuff up in Washington that they cow down to the president like that. I mean, it's shameful, man. I would say.
It just looks like everything for anything that has anything to do right now with the United States getting involved, it looks like you got to have something that's worth us to get involved in. It looks like instead of being an ally, do you have something for sale that's valuable enough for us to give you our attention, our weapons, even to get some of us? And he's saying that, you know what, if you have this deal, this mineral deal, what you're going to have is at least 5 companies coming over to Ukraine that are United States based. They're going to come over into Ukraine and be digging out those mines, and they're not going to be, other countries like Russia not going to be messing with Ukraine because they're going to have our country's companies over there, and if they do, they're going to have a problem.
Well, with Trump in office, man, they ain't gonna have to mess with it. He's gonna give it to them.
Yeah, but it just seems like everything is for sale now.
Yeah.
You want us to help? Well, what you got? What you got to pay for it? You may not have the money, but what else you got? You got valuable minerals. We interested in it. And I'm like, he called that man a dictator.
Yeah. Well, really, man, all I can say is shame on us. You know that's supposed to be one of our allies, and we could pull. They could let Trump pull something like that, man. It's just shameful.
Yeah, and I mean, and they said today was a shouting match between him.
Well,
and
I
Zelensky.
don't blame that man. I mean, I'm looking at it like this. You know, people saying, well, okay, you know, how come, you know, at first when they thought they was going to take over the country in so many, you know, weeks or whatever, and it didn't happen. I remember Biden was saying he had transportation for him. The man said he wasn't looking for no transportation. Send him some weapons. So
Right.
I mean, it's like here's the way I look at it. I'd rather die for my rights, man. That maybe I'm gonna make it better for somebody that come along behind me,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just to lay down and say I can let you just come in and do what you want with me.
Yeah, but they said this is this is like the 5th or 6th meeting that the Ukrainian president has been over here, and today was the worst one, saying that this was a shouting meeting, and even Vance.
I mean, really, man, did you think it was gonna be any better? I mean, Trump already negotiated and gave them all the deals before the man
Right.
even. How you can have a negotiation
Right. And don't even bring you to the table? Who gonna negotiate
right.
for me?
Right, that's the point. So Trump already done gave it away,
He gave it away, bro.
and I'm proud of that man. I mean, hell, sign it for what? You
And,
come on.
And you're looking at the
European.
European nation is already saying, man, we're gonna do 60% of it ourselves.
Right. And I hope they do, man. I'm praying to God.
But let me ask you this, Walter. Do you feel like we're losing all of our allies?
What you think?
I'm like, wait a minute. All of our allies from NATO, from the UK, all those folks seem to be like, we ain't messing with y'all. Y'all right now on some other stuff. And we're not going to try to even participate with y'all. Y'all go do what y'all do.
Put yourself in that position. If I was supposed to be helping you, then when the enemy comes, I do that. Would you be trusting me?
No, not at all.
All right. I mean, that's how I say it. It's shameful that even all these other people that's up in the office and are supposed to be in position and stuff, and they going along with it. And then what they're not realizing that he's really weakening the United States.
Right. And you're putting us in 2 different. And think about that. I don't even think that people think about this. You're putting us in 2 different locations in the world where the United States is not now being seen as friendly and as allies. You're putting us, number one, in a position that we're going to be drilling out these minerals to pay for weaponry. And we're not even saying we're going to provide it. But he's saying that Russia is not going to mess with them if we have our countries in Ukraine digging out these minerals. I disagree. I don't think that that's true all the way. And
No,
then
it's not. I mean, Russia gonna do. And my point is,
Russia gonna do what Russia
gonna
gonna do.
mess with him.
Right.
He gonna give it away. I
Right.
mean, if he agrees to that.
Right. And then the other part is, if they finish digging up these different minerals and these oil sites, we out. We see you later. Now I left you naked.
Right.
All right.
Now you done gave up your minerals and everything. Okay, I'm gonna give you another one. Trump said if over there in Israel, if Hamas didn't release
There you go.
the hostages by Saturday, and have hell to pay.
Right.
Okay, so they didn't do it. So what happened?
Nothing. We got an announcement that we getting ready to take over the Gaza Strip and make it a resort area. I was like, do you think that Hamas is just gonna go away? They're not. You're gonna go over there in that resort area and end up being a hostage somewhere.
Right.
They ain't going away.
All right. So that's so we just can't take his word, bro.
And then you see the Palestinians, they saying, shoot, we ain't giving up our land. We'll sit here with all this destruction before we give up our little land.
And I don't blame them, man.
I'm like, anybody paying attention? I don't know what in the world they doing.
All right.
They're going to put our military in another harmful position. The men and women dying for what? Minerals? Because we're colonizers?
You're dying for Trump, bro.
Oh, Lord. Yes, indeed.
Dying for your president, man. That's my president.
No, bro. Wake up. Tell him wake up. Tell him wake up. That is not a dream. That's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right, Walter. I appreciate
All
you,
right,
my
man.
friend.
God bless.
Have a good weekend. Thank you again. All right.
Right.
504-582-9422 is my number. 504-582-9422 is the number. All right, get your calls in now. We'll take your calls in just a few minutes here. We got some more stuff we got to go over. We'll be back in a minute, y'all. Everybody hold tight.
Norman Robinson is back.
Can you hear me now?
And he's taking no prisoners.
Can you hear me now?
Each weekday, Norman Robinson brings you commentary with Off the Top.
The incident was shocking, disturbing, disgusting, disappointing, and sad.
Each weekday, Off the Top with Norman Robinson is heard exclusively right here.
It's Off the Top with Norman Robinson on WBOK 1230 AM.
Hello, I'm Sharon Levine, founder and director of Rise St. James. I want to invite you to our 6th annual Black History Ceremony on Saturday, February 22nd at Rosie's Catering in St. James, Louisiana.
Saturday, February 22nd, a day of unity and legacy with the theme of Mzizi Yakina, celebrating deep roots and enduring brilliance. Keynote speaker Heather McTeer-Toney, singing, education, and delicious soul food. Visit risestjames.org for details.
We hope you can join us at Rosie's Catering in St. James, Louisiana.
Well, it's that time. This Mardi Gras season, the only place to get your king cakes is Kaywood and Randazzo's Bakery. Choose from their several delicious filled cakes or go with their traditional cinnamon king cake. Whatever you choose, you'll love it. So come on down to Kaywood and Randazzo's Bakery, 120 Packingham Avenue in Chalmette. Order online at kaywoodandrandazzos.com or by phone at 504-277-0464.
It's Off the Top with Norman Robinson on WBOK 1230 AM.
Let's talk about the racist con game being played by the Trump administration, using DEI as a foil. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is being perpetrated by mostly white, ultra-conservative men as a policy rooted in so-called reverse racism to elevate black workers at the expense of white workers, specifically white men. So exactly what is DEI? It is a set of practices that promote fair treatment and people from all backgrounds. President Trump and his MAGA allies are using DEI as a wrecking ball to dismantle opportunities for people of color and other marginalized groups in our society. Some critics characterize this as a move to plunge the nation back into the dark days of pre-civil rights America. Who can forget the callous bigotry on display by the president when he attempted to, without any evidence, mind you, to blame the fatal helicopter and plane collision at Reagan International Airport on DEI? Quote, "They actually came out with a directive too white," he told reporters, blaming former President Barack Obama and Joe Biden for including black and Latino people in the federal workforce. "We want the people that are competent," he says. We now know that to be just another of the many lies that we've heard from the president. The pilots involved in that tragic incident were all white. Here are the facts about who benefits most from DEI programs. According to a report by Medium Corporate Publishing on February 5th, 2025, white women, men, and predominantly white institutions have leveraged diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to maintain and, in many cases, expand their advantages. Meanwhile, black and brown workers continue to be disproportionately represented in the workforce. Consider, white women have benefited the most from DEI programs, securing the majority of promotions and leadership positions. Asian Americans and Hispanic Americans have also benefited more than black workers from DEI hiring initiatives. Black and brown workers continue to be disproportionately underpaid, underpromoted, and underrepresented in positions of power. The DEI program, by the way, is an $8 billion with a B dollar industry, with most of the big contracts going to white-led consulting firms, according to the Harvard Business Review. On the contrary, diversity, equity, and inclusion is not hurting white people. It's making some of them rich. So when someone tells you that blacks are taking advantage of whites through DEI, tell them that's just a damn LIE. This is Norman Robinson, Off the Top.
The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
All right, folks, welcome back. Gerard Stevens with you. It is Zulu Friday, boy. I know everybody and their mama ready for it tonight, y'all. Be careful of that. Everybody gonna have on their gowns and tuxedos. Let me tell everybody, too, when you go, because I went, I'm going tonight. I am going tonight, but I'm going for a reason. I'm going to be doing some work as well. But all of you guys, I need you all to read your tickets. Men, I'm not talking about the women. I'm talking to the men right now. Women, I'm coming to y'all next. Men, all of you all that are going to the Zulu Ball tonight that got on these different color tuxedos and y'all think y'all fly, let me tell you right now, they're going to turn you around at the door. You are required to wear a black tuxedo with a bow tie. I don't care what color your bow tie is, but you are required to wear a black tuxedo. Y'all come with them different colors. They have been instructed to turn you around at the door. I didn't know that was a policy, but it is on the tickets. So we'll get into some more as we go. All right, all my lines lit up here. Let me see. Email man.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, G, how you doing? It's the
Good,
email
sir.
man.
How you doing? The email
I'm
man.
okay. Yeah, you remember me from back in the day.
I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing. Go ahead. What you got?
I was sitting a bit listening to the gentleman that came on last about what took place in the White House. I tell you what, I want to give that President Zelensky his props, because guess what? That man wasn't backing down. That man rather die in that country than to let our president pimp him.
They are actually showing the back and forth between him and now MSNBC. I'm looking at them right now. they've got a lower third up. Says breaking news: the White House, Trump kicked Zelensky out of the White House. That is the line that they have across the screen right now, and that back and forth between them, it got ugly. Even J.D. Vance was up there talking about something. You're being very disrespectful. I'm like, what? You talking to a president of a country?
Man, look, dude, I'm proud of that man. He went up there and them two pimps up and they ain't worth 50 cents in Chinese money and stuff. But look, say this to make a long story short. What Kamala Harris was saying, y'all can mess around. This man is telling you a bunch of lies about what he can sell, and guess what they did? The people bought it, and now they're paying the price for it.
Yep,
they're paying the price. I happened to look something on. It was on the news on YouTube where this white lady that went plumb crazy. She losing all this here. I had vote. I said, well, go on and finish crying. You did what you wanted to do, so you pay the piper.
Yep.
So, yeah, G, but like I said, that's all I have to say. But I'm proud of that man, brother. You going to come in there and pimp this man because you got the power? Man, no, indeed. That's like me going in the hood trying to pimp the pimpers.
Right. You pimping the pimpers.
Yeah. Yeah, right. That's right. Come on, bro. You better, man, look. All right, G.
All right, brother. I appreciate you. Have a good weekend. Happy Mardi Gras to you.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Bill.
Good afternoon. It was either yesterday. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. It was either yesterday or earlier today where a reporter brought it to Trump's attention that he referred to Zelensky as a
dictator.
Oh my God. Yeah, as a dictator.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if you saw that or not.
Yeah,
but
Trump said, what?
Trump,
I did? When did I do that?
Sounding like Urkel, man.
Yeah.
Did I do that?
Did I do that? Yep. Yeah, I saw that.
But when I was watching the back and forth, I was hoping Zelensky would reach over there and bitch slap his ass. Be some furniture moving up there in the old. That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
He's bringing up the Russia scandal when he knows that he phoned Zelensky and said, just put it out there in the airways that you're investigating Biden and Hunter. And the man held back. He could have come with that. That knucklehead J.D. Vance is pretty much doing the same thing. The people, man. I'm sorry that his supporters, they're going to take Trump's lies with them to their grave. They believe everything that man says.
Mm-hmm.
He's still going on about the $350 billion. It's about 150, 180 billion. It's just lie after lie after lie. We in deep trouble, bro.
Yep. And I wonder what's going to come out of this. I am wondering what is going to come out of this now because I'm watching MSNBC as we're talking, and the lower third that they have on breaking news bar is the fact that Trump and Vance threw Zelensky out of the White House. Trump
ordered his people to throw the Ukrainians out, to tell them to get out of the White House. Yeah, that's true. I was watching CNN, and man, it's going to be rough.
It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see.
I want to see how well the Europeans come up with something, because Zelensky is headed to Europe from here.
And you already know that, what was that? They said that they were going to do 60% of it anyway. Now, I think that we're going to be in some type of trouble with this ally situation that we have with NATO. And then how many other allies are going to pull away from the United States?
You had Tulsi Gabbard as intelligence individuals, and our allies were already in fear of sharing anything with that woman.
Exactly. There you go.
We in deep doo-doo.
Yeah, I'm gonna see, can I play the back and forth on the air?
man, I'm willing to grab me a weapon and go fight somebody somewhere.
Oh, no. I need you to stay at home. You already got PTSD here.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm clear thinking. I know exactly what I'm
You
saying.
know exactly what you're
Bitch
saying.
slap his ass. Bye.
I'll talk to you later. Oh boy, that's how we done got the bitch slapping people. I'm sorry. Oh Lord Jesus. We need to take a break. All right, we need to take the break here, y'all, because we got our news coming up. I see everybody else holding on the lines. We coming back. Pop Jones, hold on. Ty, hold on. We coming back. We got news next, and we're going to come back and see if we can find this and play it on the air, this back and forth between Trump, Vance, and Zelensky. So y'all hear what happened. More coming up, y'all.
WBOK 1230 AM New Orleans. Home of the Reality Check. Weekdays 1 to 4 p.m.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Bree Wood with 4 things you should know with BIN News. Consumers and activists are calling for a 24-hour economic blackout today to protest corporate greed and reduced support for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Additional boycotts of companies like Amazon, Walmart, and Nestle are planned in the coming weeks. President Trump announced progress toward ending the Russia-Ukraine war, citing groundwork for a ceasefire deal. He mentioned the U.S. will be reimbursed for defense funds and highlighted a minerals deal with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Tonight, the planets are set to align in the western sky just after dusk. Saturn and Neptune will be hard to see near the horizon, and binoculars or a telescope will be needed for Uranus and Neptune. And Justin Timberlake canceled his final U.S. concert in Columbus, Ohio due to the flu. He announced it on Instagram that he's heartbroken, but will continue his world tour in Europe and Latin America, starting in Buenos Aires on March 21st. Get BIN News on demand 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app.
February is Black History Month, a time to honor the leaders and change makers who paved the way. At New Schools for New Orleans, we're celebrating the next generation of trailblazers, our students. Louisiana recently made historic gains on the nation's report card, climbing from the 49th to 32nd in just 5 years, our highest ranking ever. With progress in both ELA and math, we're proving what's possible. Tune in for Talk That on 12:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. as we uplift Black excellence, past, present, and future.
Here we go. The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, indeed. Y'all, we done lost our daggone mind. I just call it because I'm making my producer feel uncomfortable when I say the word. Did we get B-slapped? We did. Oh, Pop Jones. Pop.
Hey, G-Man.
What's going on with you?
Oh, everything and nothing.
Everything
and
nothing.
Same old, same old.
Welcome to the
But
party.
G-Man,
Mm-hmm.
I found out how you become the richest man in the world.
How so?
Use everybody like they're the biggest fools ever born on the planet. Is that how you do it?
I don't know. I might be the richest man in the world if I found that out.
Yeah, okay. I thought the money that we had in America and given to other countries was the tax people money. I'm finding out that's the president's money, huh?
Well, he's acting like it is. And
Then he gonna change the money into some money he coming up with. Get rid of the American dollar, go into Fort Knox where the gold is.
Mm-hmm.
Man, am I? I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Well, I'm just listening to this. All the money look like Elon Musk is making
is coming from the American taxpayers, huh? Most of the money.
Yeah, but all the
Oh,
money
he
that
get the-
Elon Musk is making so many bad decisions right now that he's losing in his
buddy.
investments, almost like $100 billion.
Oh, buddy, do he know that?
Yep.
So how is he gonna correct that? Do you know?
Well, when you got all these different SpaceX contracts and Tesla contracts, and you are now getting rid of the EV program for the United States, the EV programs for those electric vehicles, all the charging stations, which was a $700 million, at least a $700 million contract for us to have charging stations all across the country. Well, guess who's got the charging stations more so than anybody else now? Elon Musk, because he's got Tesla. So now they're getting rid of that program and cutting that program altogether to build all those charging stations for electric vehicles. But he's already got them up, so he's going to make more money than anybody. I might lose $100 billion today, but I got enough money to put all these charging stations up, so I give you some more.
Well, G-Man, I ask this question. Do they bleed just like we bleed? Do they get sick just like we get sick? Are they going to die just like we die, or are they from another planet?
I don't know. You making them sound alien.
That's what it sounds like to me.
What you talking about?
Because I'm a person of faith.
Okay.
And I believe God's word. He said, a house divided against itself cannot stand.
Uh-huh.
So why would you just destroy the goose that laid a golden egg? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why you're doing this? Are you just evil? You're not stupid. Because you couldn't become the richest man in the world by being stupid.
Well, it probably takes somebody
you
with
just
a whole...
evil or what? You're just evil? You don't care whether the children get fed? You don't care whether the sick in the world, let them die? You don't care?
So you're talking about a country that is born of immigrants. That's what the United States is supposed to be. You're also talking about a man that was not born in the United States, who was born from down in South Africa, where apartheid ruled most of his life, and that he doesn't believe in anything that is other than white folks. And I'm just being honest. And so there is I think, a evil type of prejudice or racism that is coming from this, that is affecting a whole bunch of folks. And they don't understand that this is going to not only affect us, but the most, I think the most is going to hurt us exactly what Norman Robbins said. White folks, they're the ones with the money.
Yeah. Well, yes, indeed.
So we'll see.
Because, go ahead on, G.
I'm just saying, black folks have been resilient for over 400 years. We
survived. Hallelujah.
We survived slavery. We've survived depression, and we've come up with different ways to survive. We'll see. We'll see who deserves the most.
I know. Jim Crow and all that.
Yep. So we'll see. We shall see. All right, Pop, let me get to everybody else, but happy Mardi Gras.
All right,
my
thank
friend.
you very much for taking my call, G,
I
man.
appreciate you as always.
Keep on fighting. Keep up the good fight.
I'll talk to you later.
All righty.
All right, Miss Ty. Miss Ty. Where Ty done gone? Ty, call me back. Mr. Roy.
Hey, G, how you doing?
What's going on with you?
Look here, Doc. I didn't get a chance to talk to you a while back. You had Attorney Backneris concerning about the survival of the black attorneys. I find it very disturbing that that the state board of the Bar Association regulates how attorneys advertise. I would really love to know the racial makeup of this body, because every day we see various attorneys. I don't have to mention the name. You know who they are, and advertise.
Don't look like me and you, do they?
Huh?
Don't look like me and you, do they?
No, we don't. I mean, it's very disturbing. I think I was really appalled that none of the black attorneys got together and sued them about this. Because this is very discriminatory.
I'm trying to think of exactly who it is, but I saw one new one advertising over the weekend. I got to remember who it was.
No, they're from out of state, but they're white.
No. This is a black lady.
A black lady?
Yes. She's
well, this is new. I know about Juan LaFonta. That's the only one I can name.
Nope. This is a black lady that I saw over the weekend. This is the first time I had seen her commercial ever. And I forgot the name of. I actually wrote it down. I left it at home, but I forgot it. But it was the first time that I ever seen it, and I was like, "All right, then we made some noise."
You make some noise. We need to make bigger noise.
We gotta make some bigger noise.
For instance,
you are correct.
Your guest, Mrs. Bagneris. I heard about her, but the word of mouth. But I haven't yet seen any advertisement from her. No. And they do some excellent work.
So we're working on putting together advertisement for the Bagneris firm. We are working on that right now. It's just that she and her husband are the big shot and lady shot for Zulu, and that has taken up so much of her time. So after Tuesday, we're supposed to sit down and go back over their stuff.
Yeah, that's excellent. But I'm talking about we need to address the matter concerning the State Bar Association, because what they're doing is very discriminatory.
Yep.
And that matter needs to be addressed.
I agree.
Okay, Doc, you have a good Mardi Gras, and I'll keep on listening.
Yep, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for the call, and have a happy Mardi Gras, too, here.
All right.
All righty. All right. We got that, you got that, all right. Can we hear it? Because this is the back and forth from Zelensky and President Trump. I don't know where I got Bush from. Trump. That just happened in the White House, this back and forth. And then Zelensky is saying he's being asked to leave the White House. All right, go ahead.
For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't know
God
that.
bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position. You don't have the
saying-
cards right now. With us, you start
I'm
having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm
with
the
the lives
president
of
in war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you think
You're
about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country is
Can I-
in big
can I-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I.
You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying-
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
allowed.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
allowed.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except
times
that
thank
there,
you
except
to
that,
American people.
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on
I
over
understand,
there.
sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But
But
you're
I
saying
said,
you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
For you what,
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
All right. What y'all think? 504-582-9422. You heard it and saw it for yourself. All right, let's take Ty. Ty,
What's going on, G?
you heard that?
Yeah, for the third time.
What you think?
First of all, there's a lot of posturing going on, for Vladimir Putin because, he has to impress his master. And that's first and foremost. And I like how Zelensky pushed back. And he was like, when he said about, I think Trump was talking about the days or he was, whatever he said. And then Zelensky came back. He was like, yeah, 3 days. I heard it from Vladimir Putin.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's letting him know, I know what you're doing. I'm glad that he didn't back down. It's such an embarrassment for the leadership in this country, for our country in general, because who acts like that except a child? Someone trying to throw a tantrum because you don't want to be corrected. You want to seem like you're in control. It's a really scary time in this country. right now. I just hope that, whoever they piss off, put y'all targets where they belong at, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Leave us alone, because we not about all of that. That we don't agree. The ones, and I think it's so disheartening because the ones that voted for him, they're so stuck in this cult-like mentality that they don't even want to admit that shit is hitting the fan.
Yeah.
Like it's not good at all. And then you're looking at the uprising in certain cities, such as Boston right now, because Tom Homan and the comment he made about bringing hell to Boston. It's like y'all are trying to wreak havoc not only on the world in the United States, but on the world. And I agree with you, like you said, this is not going to be very, very favorable for NATO when it comes to the United States.
Nope.
We are really we're being looked at now as, okay, so you guys are willing to threaten our allies.
Right.
Whom we've been allies with for years. And now all of a sudden it's just like no holds barred. Like there's no guardrails anymore.
And
this is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm listening to J.D. Vance like he has already been prepped to be petty. And prepped to be petty would be, to me, you didn't even say thank you. What?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Are you chastising him? I mean, what are we doing here? First of all, why is the media even in there for this complete conversation? It should have been a closed-door meeting. But in a way, I'm kind of glad that it was exposed. Like he said, that's why I let it go on for so long.
Right.
Are you just that stupid?
Yep.
And that you're so fixated in your mind about trying to show this strength, fight, but you're making us look weaker and weaker by the day.
Yeah, it's almost petty to the point where we're looking around and saying, you all really don't understand, or you do understand what this does, because if you let Putin move into Ukraine, you are now letting them now move into Poland.
Yep.
And the United States in the Boston area up north have over 800,000 Polish folks that live in the United States that are watching this and watching it furiously. So I'm wondering, are you really letting and giving the concessions, or letting them say, hey, look, you owe us. So we have the cards, as he say. You don't have any cards. We have all the cards. You really don't. You get ready to see an uprising in the United States next.
Yep.
So.
And it's happening state by state every single day.
Yep.
Every day we're seeing more and more people, and I'm proud of it.
Yep.
Because we have the authority and the right to overthrow a tyrannical government. Mm-hmm. And that's what we're dealing with right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that for us in Louisiana, it's interesting because we have Trump Jr.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, at some point, it's going to come a time, and it's going to come soon, that we're going to have to mobilize ourselves.
Right. Because
this is a situation to where this man is operating without any guardrails at all. There's no checks and balances.
None.
It's just whatever I want to do, however I want to do it. I'm going to throw a tantrum. I'm going to yell, whatever.
No diplomacy.
None.
No state talks. No, nothing. No diplomacy whatsoever. And you're talking about an ally. And then you're going to tell them that he's been thrown out of the White House. How embarrassing is that for a president of a country to have a lower third on television saying that you have been thrown out of the White House, but yet you can come back when you want to talk about peace.
Right. So think about the conversations that are about to be had on Zelensky's end with those people that are their allies and going to equip them with what they need.
I'm telling you, it's going to be ugly.
I know.
We're getting ready to lose a lot of allies.
I agree.
So
I agree. And that's why I said, and hey, whoever y'all, the allies that are going to direct y'all, y'all enemies or whatever this way. Hey, listen, it's not us. It's not the American people. It's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, directed there.
Yep.
We don't want to be collateral damage.
There you go. All right, Miss Ty, thank you, my dear. Have a good Mardi Gras here.
All right, you too.
All right, I'll talk to you in a minute.
All right.
All right, we need to take a break first. You want to take the break first? All right. Anonymous. Hang on. We coming back. Oh, they calling me Anonymous now, huh? They calling in Anonymous. Everybody got a new nickname. Watch Boo Boo and them call next. Boo Boo and them gonna call Little Leroy gonna call. I got Anonymous on the phone. We're coming right back. Let me take my break, Anonymous. And more coming up.
Hey everybody, it's Graylin Bryant Banks.
And Kimber White Dupree.
From the front porch, y'all. You know how we do. Every Monday is Movie Monday.
And Tuesday is Trivia Tuesday.
And y'all know we have nothing but bad cheering coming through here on Wednesday.
But stick with us. On Thursday, we travel.
That's right. And Friday's Free Your Mind Friday, so get your brass up.
Something on your mind? Want to get it off your chest?
Holla at your people. WBOK 1230 AM, the station you listen to.
All day long.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana companies through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about what the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation does, please visit www.jazzandheritage.org.
Do you know what United Way can do for you and your community? Find out by listening to United Way and You every Thursday at noon on WBOK 1230. United Way continues to fight for the most vulnerable members of the community. Find out how this Thursday and every Thursday at noon.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Gerard Stevens with you. My number 504-582-9422. Anonymous.
How you doing, Gerard?
What's going on with you?
I don't call in often, but I listen almost daily.
I appreciate it, sir.
Really always appreciate your input for the people. Good for the culture, as I say.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I will say this, so as not to say too much. I'll put it in the simplest terms that I don't agree with the last caller. I don't necessarily agree with the commentary on we have someone that moves different, and I'll simply say I wish he were black, and I wish he was fighting for reparations. I wish that our leader would have that same swagger, that same balls, that same arrogance, and whether people agree or disagree with him, you've never seen nothing like it. And the chestnut checkers.
I would agree with you a whole lot on that, but there is a but with me, and you tell me what you think on this one. I might be wrong, so you probably tell me I'm wrong. I would agree with you on that same swagger, somebody that had the fortitude, as you said, the big hairy ones, to go in there and fight for reparations like that. But here's the but. The but part for me would be I would want that person to at least have some type of integrity. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I would say, there are times where you see a fighter and you see somebody on another team and, you can't stand them. You hate them, but if all of a sudden that person's on my team and he's getting it done, I don't care too much about the integrity. I care about the bottom line. And so it's a specific, he may have integrity about certain things and others not. But in this case, in the world we living in today, I need my fighter to be gangster.
Mm-hmm. You think this gangster? What are you doing?
Well, I'll certainly say this. Like K-Dot said, you can't fake influence.
Right.
And when you see so-called how and for some folk when you say the word gangster, but bossing up, presidential, not the one where they say he needs to act like he's in charge. He is in charge, whether you agree or disagree. And I'm 56, so sitting by and in the last 46 years, as I could appreciate it, where my grandmother was not able to vote, my mom was not able to vote. We're in a situation now that we're not that far removed from them having foots on our neck, literally.
Right.
So we have our folk that come up with all the integrity and all the manners and the morals, and we still stuck on stupid in terms of realizing that it's going to take the reparations. It's going to take them breaking bread. It's going to take them making it to where our people not getting it how they live. It's a whole different mentality change when that happens, and when you could appreciate how many billions of dollars that have been sent. Some people don't appreciate what billions are, but billions of dollars have been sent to. We're talking about just Ukraine. We're not talking about Gaza and Israel. So we're talking about reparations that could have been done over and over again. It's about the bottom line. Yeah. So I would just simply say this here. His swag and what he's doing for the people who follow him, they love him because he's gangster for them. It ain't about integrity. He's making moves and again, chestnut checkers. But that's why I'm calling in anonymous, because I don't want nobody to think I support him. I just respect it.
No, you just used a comparison. I would say support. This is a comparison.
Absolutely.
So I'm with you on that. I appreciate the call. That's a good point. You make some good points.
All right.
So we need to find us one with some big hairy ones that can go in there and say reparations and do this for us.
Trump for reparations. Don't be surprised if that's how you break it from him.
There you go.
All right.
Appreciate it. Have a good weekend. All right, T-Bo.
Oh, my goodness. Good evening and happy Friday to you. I hate to. I'm not going to attack anybody else that says something I disagree with. I'm just going to put this as politely as I can. When you talk about reparations, this goes back to the concept of 40 acres in a mule. Are you really talking about 40 acres in a mule in today's day and age? Let's examine this for a minute. We live in New Orleans, which is basically built on top of a swamp, which means that you could be getting 40 acres of swampland where your house would sink, you cannot plant anything, and you cannot profit. Stop talking about reparations because they're not going to give you the right thing. If you don't know, sharecropping was used as partial reparations. If you don't know, sharecropping did not benefit black people, and it ended up killing some people just like slavery did. Stop expecting that. Let's look to elevate the race by doing the right thing and voting for the right people. Let's not sit up here and call this man a gangster, sit up there and do the Crip dance with him at his damn inauguration, and let's get out, vote, and get his ass out of office. That's the problem I have with these people that's saying this. You voting for a G that's not even the G that's in your neighborhood. The other G's that exist are the Italians, the Russians, the Czechs. What you think they're going to do if you asking them for money? They're going to stomp the crap out of you and take your money out your pocket and then walk up to you another day and try to get more money out of you. That's the problem with the G argument. Now, let's re-examine this thing with Ukraine, shall we? It is a strategic advantage for Russia to get Ukraine. Why? So they can be the ultimate superpower. That's what this has been about from day one. It has nothing to do with Biden or Trump. Trump has cowered to Putin every single time he has encountered him. That is why he is trying to give Putin what he wants, the territory. And he told you and told Zelensky he didn't want to guarantee him any security, which means that Zelensky signs that paper to give us rare metals or materials, if you will. And then Putin says, okay, the war is over, but we're going to invade anyway. And then next thing you know, he got yellow cake ready to bake and pointed at us. Now, how asinine does the U.S. look if that happens? But you voted for a G. Yeah. How G is it if your whole country becomes Hiroshima? How G is that? You're going to have your pants sagging then? You're going to be looking cool?
So,
it is asinine to think that.
Okay. So if we start letting Putin take back those other countries, starting with Ukraine. We're also going to see that the Georgia states, the Armenians, the Uzbekistans, the Kazakhstans, the Belarus, Lithuania, where else? Estonia, all those other little countries are going to fall in line. Then what we're
that fell with the Soviet Union,
and then
and that's what people need to realize.
And that's what we're creating again, because you have Russia,
Hello.
who's then taking over those little countries to become another USSR.
Hello.
So,
how long have we been saying this, G?
But that's
how long?
why we needed allies to help us with getting Russia out of the picture so that they won't become this major superpower with all these other countries under their rule. Plus, they'll be able to move their ballistic missiles closer to the United States, because they can then put them in Lithuania, they can put them in Poland, they can put them in Belarus, all these different countries that are closer to the United States and to other national countries where they can put ballistic missiles or Soviet missiles that have nuclear warheads on them, and then they're closer and a bigger threat to us. So
tell me something. If we're all supposed to be Americans, Elon Musk is originally a South American. Putin is a Russian through and through. And he is looking at after his own interests and is poking Trump into those interests. How American will you feel if these people are the true ones in control?
Well, what needs
How
to be
deep
discussed
will that
in
be?
that conversation, though, T-Bone, is the fact that we need to understand how much interest and property and all these different corporations that are owned and operated by Trump, these hotels that are in Russia, the hotels that are in these different countries that are owned and operated by Trump, and they let him own and operate these different investments in other countries, and you're not supposed to.
Hello.
They got his name
He's
on
the
the
only. He's the only president in U.S. history who had businesses before he went into office and did not divest for anything.
Did not divest.
Think about this a second. And he's still launching business while in office.
Yeah.
And backdoor deals.
I'm missing you.
Backdoor deals.
You're breaking up.
Businesses. No. But he's got businesses that he has set aside and shook hands on within the Oval Office with other people, including Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really believe this G is for you? Really? Really?
Nope.
That's what you're voting for. A G that is going to G you out of your money.
Yeah.
Really?
Watch out. And I
Man,
can tell
look.
you, China need to be scared too. China, Magnolia, Iran, all these different little places that are compared to this. You combine this into a USSR again, and they're
We
gonna
talked
own the
about this,
whole Soviet republics.
And you know what pisses me off about this the most, G?
What's that?
We talked about this at detail ago.
Yeah.
4 years, and people act like it's a surprise to them. They're shocked, and this is what he's doing? Oh, my God.
Yeah. Norway.
Why?
I'm looking at it right now. Norway, Sweden, Finland, Poland, Lithuania, all those different areas, Georgia and USSR, all of this. They need to be really, really scared right now, because you move into Ukraine, they're going to be next.
And guess what else? We need to be scared as Americans, because he's not going to launch a World War III on Ukraine. He's going to wipe them off the map and make them whatever he wants to call them. Putin. You know what we need to be scared about? our kids getting drafted into World War III because we had a G president that got out G'd and put into this mess.
Yep.
Think. Damn. I'm sorry. This just makes me mad, man, because we're better than this. We're smarter than this as a race. I hear a lot of smart people call this program, but then I hear every once in a while them squirrels with them stupid nuts, and they don't see the whole picture. If you don't see the whole picture, just listen for a minute and look up what we're talking about. Please read, educate yourself before you go on them polls. Don't just vote for a G because you think he's going to have his pants hanging halfway off his ass and do something for us. He's not.
All right.
Oh, my God.
We got you.
All right, y'all.
All right, T-Bone.
Happy Mardi Gras.
Same to you, brother.
All right.
So what's going to come out of this meeting today? What's to come out of this meeting today? Y'all tell me what's to come out of this meeting today. What's going to be next? It's got to be something that I think that Zelensky is going to say, you know, I'm feeling disrespected. I know he's not going to apologize. Does he owe some type of an apology in the first place? And then did J.D. Vance have the right to tell him, you didn't even tell us thank you? What? Said, I've been and told the country thank you. I addressed the nation from the halls of Congress. What are you talking about? I told you all thank you, but did you tell this administration thank you? And then he called Biden stupid. I'm talking about Trump. He called Biden stupid. Baby. That in itself was like disrespectful for another president to call a former president stupid and not a very smart guy. I bet you Biden's sitting there going, look at this fool. But again, it appears to me that the United States, everything dealing with the United States, has to be about a deal. It's almost like greed. And that we have to sit back and watch them make these deals for us to prosper in some type of rare deal. For me to help you, we got to get something out of it. Is that how it's going to go for everything? What happened to that word that I thought that we were supposed to be doing, and that's called aid? I didn't say it was money aid. I didn't say it was just food aid or farm aid. Aid could be anything, including the fact that we want to do something with our weaponry so that we can stop these invasions of a country to take over, which is not an ally or supposed to be an ally to us. Is the United States going to hell in a handbasket? I couldn't believe the back and forth that we saw. Jazz, let's go back to something. I want to go back to something. I actually want to go back to that Oval Office meeting off of CNN. If you go to CNN, it should be on that computer. CNN.com. It says, if you click on it, it says the tense Oval Office argument between Zelensky, Trump, and Vance. I think it's like 7 minutes. I want to play that again. This back and forth to me is almost a manufactured, let's pick on Zelensky. Now, why you say that, Gerard?
You're going to have to send it to me again.
Okay. Why you say that, Gerard? I'm saying that because the back and forth to me is manufactured. When have we seen a back and forth? We need to take the break. Let's take the break too. Then I just give it to you. We'll take the break here and we'll come back. have some more conversation about this and we'll go. But when have we seen them have the vice president sitting in on these meetings between two presidents? More coming up, y'all. Everybody hold tight.
Hey, this is Steve Poston. Be sure to listen to WBOK 1230 AM every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. and Sunday evening at 5 p.m., bringing you the best Southern Soul barroom music with the Southern Soul Weekend Party Mix, hosted by me, of course. I'll be playing your favorite Southern Soul music by artists from all over the South, right here on WBOK 1230 AM or online at WBOK1230.com. The station you listen to longer. Listen to longer. Listen to longer.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
From the East Bank to the West Bank, WBOK is what New Orleans is talking about. WBOK, 1230 AM.
The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
A president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very
You
strong.
will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have
the
the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm
Yeah,
very
you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people. You're
you-
gambling with World War
what
III.
do you
You're
think
gambling
about?
with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And
You-
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting, have
today.
you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country's
Can I-
in big
can I-
trouble.
can I
Wait
answer?
a minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I
You have a damn
We-
good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell
you
you.
just say thank you.
I
except,
said a lot of
except
times
that
thank
there,
you
except
to
that,
American people.
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I
over
understand,
there.
sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I wanted this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
All right. People are calling me on my cell phone saying, "Did that happen? Are they really arguing like that?" No, that's previously. That's what happened today.
Bruh.
What you thought,
Bruh.
bruh?
Bruh. I should have played it on the video.
Oh, he played it earlier.
Oh, he played it on the
that's why it
video?
didn't bother me.
Oh,
I
all right.
just just hear the audio.
Yeah, man. That was
That was a setup.
man.
That was a setup.
Oh, it most definitely was.
That was a setup, and I'll tell you why I think that. Let me take this phone call. Miss Matthews.
Yeah, hey Gerard.
Hey, my
Yes,
baby, how
y'all
you
doing?
How you doing?
Gerard, I'm an old lady, and I have never seen nothing so ridiculous in my life. It was like the old people say, shame, shame, shame. It was disgraceful. It was embarrassing.
It was intentional.
I agree with what you're saying. I believe it was intentional, but I think Zelensky was a little bit smarter than they was, because I don't think that he was necessarily trying to play to the American media like Trump was saying. I think he was trying to let the American people know what's going on behind the scene. The man is no fool. He knows that Trump isn't for him or his country, that Putin have Trump in his right pocket, because Trump is just that stupid. But the part that's so sad is Trump don't care nothing about the American people. All Donald Trump care about is increasing his bottom line. It's all about the money, and I think that's what Zelensky was trying to show us.
But I think
He ain't worried
Zelensky has got to
about
be a little
broken
bit smarter than
ceasefire.
I think Zelensky's got to be a little bit smarter too. So I want to give him a little bit of the blame, because as I analyze this is just my opinion. First thing that I would have done was, if I'm Zelensky and you have the means or you have the ability to do so, is find you an American that is strategic in explaining how this war has gone, what you've seen so far, where the history is, where it's come from to where it is. Number one, you didn't start the war. Number two, you did go through the other presidents, but don't forget, you also remember when all of this was going on with Trump, when he was trying to get Hunter Biden or the folks from Ukraine to say that Hunter Biden was doing something wrong from over there. So there's always been a tension between Trump and Zelensky. But I thought it was a setup from the get-go, because of the fact that anytime that there's a talk between two presidents, when has that president invited the vice president to be a part of the conversation and dig into him? Zelensky already should have known that when the vice president sat down, J.D. Vance was talking about some pettiness about, oh, yeah, did you tell us thank you today? I would have been like, no, bitch, I've been telling you thank you for the last 4 years.
Plus, not only that, that's not diplomatic. Plus, Gerard, I don't think Zelensky was that dumb, because basically, I think he's trying to let the American people know it's not even about concern for Ukraine. It's a thing about them grabbing Ukraine's mineral rights and
all his natural resources.
Like Trump and them trying to enrich themselves.
Yeah, he said 5 companies are going to go over there and do the work.
How in the world could you say Zelensky was being disrespectful? If that ain't disrespectful for Trump to say Biden is stupid, how disrespectful can that be? Because at least, guess what? I bet if you ask Biden, he can tell you who started the war.
Well, you got to go back to this and listen to it, because of the fact that you got Trump that called Biden stupid in
right,
this
but
whole
that's what
piece.
I'm saying. But don't you? I bet if you ask Biden who started the war, Trump didn't even know that Ukraine started the war.
He knew. He just.
I mean, not Ukraine. I'm sorry, Russia.
Yeah, Russia.
You know
started.
when he
he took Putin's word for
that
it.
is, but you don't even know Russia is the one who advanced on Ukraine.
Yeah.
Gerard, I admire those people for standing up for themselves.
Right.
That's what I admire about
Right.
Ukraine.
I just think that the world today is a little different, and when we started talking about, Ukraine being one of our allies. I think what Americans, black, white, and any other nationality, but if you're American, what we were scared of at the time, well, were we going to have boots on the ground in that war that had nothing to do with us? That's what
That's
happened
right.
to me at the beginning of this war. And it had showed polling that the polling said that Americans did not want to participate. So,
well, no, most of the time we don't, but sometimes we have to. And then one more thing I want to say, Gerard. Zelensky made a very important point, and I don't think it was necessarily a threat, but what he said was true. Sooner or later,
it's going to come to your shores.
This problem is going to come to America.
That's
it's
how it
coming
happens.
to your shores.
All the time.
Don't think they try to act like we so insulated.
Yep.
But you can't go around messing with everybody else and don't think that the chicken's not going to come home to roost,
Yep. Thank you, Miss Matthews. I appreciate you, my love.
All right,
Thank you so
Gerard.
much. Have a good
Talk to you
weekend
later.
in Mardi Gras, okay?
Gerard, let me ask you one question.
Real quick,
I
please.
heard a thing about Kevin Smiley. Your show going off?
Yeah.
When?
I'll tell you about it this hour coming up, yeah?
Oh, all right. Thank you.
All right.
All right. See you later. Bye-bye.
News coming up, y'all. We'll be back in a minute.
Have you heard the secret of what New Orleans is talking about? I promise everything will be okay if you're listening here on the airwaves. It's that WBOK 12:30 a.m.
WBOK 1230 AM New Orleans, home of the reality check, weekdays 1 to 4 p.m.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 things you should know with BIN News. President Trump will reportedly make English the official language of the U.S. The U.S. has never had an official language in nearly its 250-year history. The Wall Street Journal reports the executive order will rescind former President Clinton's federal mandate that required agencies receiving federal funding to provide language assistance to non-English speakers. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the Justice Department to throw out DEI lawsuits against police and fire departments. The Biden administration filed these lawsuits accusing departments around the country of discrimination during the hiring process. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is black, is looking to find and highlight records of formerly enslaved New Yorkers in order to understand the city's history better. Hollywood's top movies will be honored at the Academy Awards this weekend. The 97th Academy Awards will air at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
February is Black History Month, a time to honor the leaders and change makers who paved the way. At New Schools for New Orleans, we're celebrating the next generation of trailblazers, our students. Louisiana recently made historic gains on the nation's report card, climbing from the 49th to 32nd in just 5 years, our highest ranking ever. With progress in both ELA and math, we're proving what's possible. Tune in for Talk That on 12:30 a.m. at 12:30 p.m. as we uplift Black excellence, past, present, and future.
Here we go. The reality check on WBOK 1230 AM.
All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Everybody's talking about this meeting. It's on every news channel. Every news channel. National news channel is going to be on your local news channel tonight. You can best bet. But everybody's talking about Trump, Vance, as they go off on Zelensky from Ukraine.
Bro, that was like
they berated it.
So here's the thing, right? It started off, I was saying to myself, oh, Vance sounding all right. He's saying some good things, talking about, the way things going on. We need to stop fighting and things need to be handled in a diplomatic way, right? And diplomacy is the way that this is going to be taken care of. And that's exactly what President Trump is trying to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
He started off with that and then proceeded to berate the man in a fashion that is highly comparable to
that was
a high school bully.
That's high school. That ain't in high school. That's straight to the point where you did middle school. You don't even have. I thought that if you are in that type of position, representing the United States of America, that the first thing that you do is show America that you have some diplomacy. That was no diplomacy. That was, let me take your ball, throw it, hit you in the head a couple of times, watch you fall down, wallow in the grass, and then we start kicking you.
And that's the scary part, because watch this. That's their version of diplomacy. That's their idea of diplomacy.
Yeah.
Like, for real, that's what they think diplomacy is.
So a couple of people are texting me, so I'm giving them my opinion of this, and this is where I think I have never seen where anytime that there is a conversation between two presidents, is usually between two presidents. If the vice president is anywhere in that picture, they're usually sitting behind or sitting off to the side of the president, not in the conversation. This was a setup from the get up, and they used J.D. Vance to be Mr. Petty number one. He was Mr. Petty number one. He used him to do that because his whole conversation was not about diplomacy, and it was not about what the war and how the war started and where we are. His was like, did you ever tell us thank you? Like, are you kidding me?
You don't have the chips. You don't have the cards.
You don't have the card. You can't play the card. You don't have the cards. I didn't know this was a game.
And I feel him on that. I did not. That was very unpresidential. Okay, the first time you said it, I understand you trying to make a point. But once you keep saying it, that's very unpresidential, brother.
But Zelensky
I can't call you
cool.
brother. I can't call you brother.
He kept his cool. Zelensky kept his cool.
He did. He
so,
did.
Let me take Miss Jones. Miss Jones? Miss Jones? We missed her. Miss Jones, call me back. What you say, cousin?
Hey, cuz, how you doing?
What's going on with you?
Somebody was missing in that meeting. Where was the real president?
You talking about Elon?
That's what I'm talking about.
He was probably cutting something.
No. See, they're supposed to broker the deal for the mineral rights of Ukraine.
Right.
All right, because you see, it's going to be Musk people that can be doing the work of extracting the minerals.
But what you got to remember is that's what he came there for. That's what the deal was. They were laying out the luncheon for him. They had put the salads out and had got the food ready, and they were going to sign that deal at lunch. Elon wasn't there, of course, but I think that the setup was the fact that they wanted to berate the man. They wanted to berate him to make him look like, they the bullies, and he ain't got no cards in the game, as he said. He don't have no cards, and we want the war to stop. We want the killing to stop, but you don't have no cards in the game, and you're in a very bad position. Well, that's what we have allies for. That's what we have allies for.
I'm going back to broken the deal. See, you walked away. Nobody got nothing.
Nope.
But feeling hurt, insults, and showing the world how America been dealing, stepping on smaller countries. This is why this whole thing from I'm going way back when America created ISIS. They took the little country, put them into a conflict, and America pulled back on them. And you go back and look through history all the time, even when the soldiers attacked the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going way back. How they rode into the little village, killed women and children while the Braves was out hunting.
Well,
this is our M.O.
Well, this is just the beginning, because I think Panama going to be next.
That ISIS, Greenland, Trump
Canada?
is showing that somebody already said it, I'm just echoing, we got a bully and a thug as the president of the United States of America, and these white folks who have lost all these government jobs are seeing what he meant by make America great again.
Get rid of y'all.
This is great. I really hate to see what is the real great that's going to end up coming from out of this.
Right.
And I'm going to go back to those mineral rights. Because, not get away from TikTok and all them other little electronic communication.
that Musk is in charge of.
Mm-hmm.
See, the old thing is, I'm going to get something for you and I'm going to get something for me. And if you're not keeping tabs on it, what you're getting going to be less and what I'm getting going to be more. And I'm just saying, but Trump and Musk.
Yeah.
Vance it showed who he was. So we went overseas before for that conference, tried to belittle the country, and they let him know. In fact, they put him in his place. They checked him.
Yeah, they did. They checked him, and as a matter of fact, when he was speaking at NATO, he said that he's probably done more as president of the United States than any other president in the history of the United States. And all of the Arab leaders, the Emirates leaders, all those leaders from all across the world were sitting in United Nations. And I guess the interpretations had come back because they have to listen to the interpretation of English through their headsets, and they all started laughing at the same time.
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube and et cetera, et cetera. See, as the previous lady said, yes, America gonna feel it. Ain't no question about it. We are feeling it right now, and it's gonna get worse because we are losing the respect of other countries.
Yep.
We messing with our own allies.
Yeah, it's just like we have
right
no diplomacy
there
anymore.
Canada and Mexico.
Canada, Mexico,
And you know they have a
Panama.
North American treaty that they all signed that we supposed to protect each other.
Yep.
But I really don't like this. I'm glad this media is seeing this, but at some point, we as a country gonna be in a revolution. The have-nots against the haves, and I'm gonna take you back to when King was assassinated. How they burnt certain this is the protest. Yes, they burnt their own communities down, but they were not owning what they were burning down. And even when that insurance executive was gunned down on the public street, you're going to see more of that. And I'm predicting that people just going to be tired of being tired. And that goes back to what we used to talk about, years ago. I'm tired of being tired.
Sick and tired. Yeah.
And then you're going to start, doing something about it. And unfortunately, the good going to suffer with the bad. And when you do not know your enemy by race or uniform, that's a bad war to fight.
Right.
And I'm just putting it out there so people could understand. You need to know your enemy. And hopefully we always say by race and uniform. But in this country, we are so divided.
Yeah.
We have to start to come together for the sake of the home of the brave and the land of the free. But I'm going to just leave it at that and wish everybody happy Mardi Gras. But you can't be having real fun when there's trouble at home.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not paying
and
attention.
that's what we have.
I don't think everybody paying attention, but they're going to see. In short time, we'll see. If we let us get past Tuesday when everybody's going to look.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up for your courage to getting it out there, because certain people don't want to hear the truth. They want to continue to hear lies.
Right.
But a truth pressed down to the earth shall rise up again, and no lie live forever.
There you go. All right, there,
All
cousin.
right.
Appreciate
Thank you,
you.
cuz.
Happy Mardi Gras.
You too.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Miss Jones.
Yes, good afternoon to you and to everybody. I'll try to be quick. Donald Trump, a vulgar man, a lying tongue, and anything else that you could throw in, he's being used up. And as I say, anybody older, remember in the history, Russia's never been a friend or like the United States. He's tied up with Putin. Putin is probably dictating to him. And the people, they just can't see it. He is assigning all these people, somebody who's a drug addict, trying to tell you don't need medication, signing people who are FBI's, is at siege, is sabotaging, is preparing. And years ago they said, hey, we'll take over in that fire shaft. You're going to destroy within. And the people who supported him, they are in complete shock.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know which way to turn.
You think they're in shock?
I think so. People are in shock. I mean, we're not the worst people living here, blacks to be living here with whites and reds.
And
They
they had a woman on social media. It was fun. It was funny, but it wasn't funny. She was crying and screaming, and she was like, "You have taken our jobs away from us," and yitty 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 yitty. She just going on, and she was an elderly white lady, and she was like, "And you need to go back and take a look at this because we're not black."
Well, she better keep up with that. She's putting her own foot in her own mouth.
I was like, "Wow,
that's what she's done.
This is what she thought
black.
it was going to be."
He deceived you. He deceived you. And this governor, he ought to know. I mean, Trump is from the North. They don't like, Southerners. You look at you now, all educated and intelligent. But somebody's going to outdo Trump.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, Trump is a coward, and he's talking bigoted with a bigoted attitude.
Yeah, he need to watch
out.
out.
He's talking with a bigoted attitude, and people just don't see it. All they can't see beyond. Well, hey, keep the black suppressed.
I gotta tell you, and I might get in trouble for this one. Somebody probably gonna call me and tell me you wrong for saying that. But I was thinking to myself, why everybody hates Elon Musk?
Nah.
Elon Musk can't do no more than what Trump tell him to do. This coming from Trump. This ain't coming from Elon. Elon says that he asked the question. He says he asked the question.
Africa, grew up there for about 2 minutes.
But listen to me. He says that he asked the question, and he said this in front of Trump. I asked the question, and Trump says, "Go do it," and he goes and does it.
So I got a question
Hmm?
to kind of rebut to that question. Who's more powerful, the king or the kingmaker?
The kingmaker.
Who's the kingmaker in this situation?
Don't necessarily mean that's him.
Does it?
Doesn't necessarily mean that that's Elon Musk.
It doesn't
He probably is at the top of his number one advisors. But the kingmaker is usually a person that is not looking to be out front. That's why we call it here the shadow government.
I think we got a kingmaker that wants to be out front.
I think that we got.
Well, at least watch this. I think we got a kingmaker that at least, bare minimum, his family wants him to be out front. Namely speaking, his little 3-year-old son.
You're not the president. Get out of my daddy's chair.
They've schooled him, maybe.
Sound like the words of a kingmaker's child to me.
But I just think that attitude toward where you came from is still a part of his whole diaspora, and that is out of South Africa and that apartheid situation. I do think that he still believes that we are superior beings than any other culture, and that's
he
scary.
came out of South Africa just like the British and the Dutch, but they still have the accent from their country.
Well, you know that's where apartheid was. So
right, I know. Although they came out diamondish, taking all those diamonds,
that's out of Africa
in South
too.
Africa,
Yeah.
and oil.
Yeah, that's
and
out of Africa too. But
that's what that's about. But Trump is being used. I can remember, like I say, if anybody remember, as children, when people listened to the news and how Russia said, "You're going to destroy within."
I don't know what that is. With them saying that you're going to destroy within.
That means just what's going on. Keep chaos,
I understand what you
make
mean.
chaos, and you don't know which way to turn. You're going to put a bird brain up there to direct you with as far as medical,
Got
and
that.
to tell you don't need a shot, but he's getting all the shots that he doesn't need and stuff like that.
We got that part, but I'm just saying to you and anybody else that's listening, what we are seeing now is the blind leading the blind.
Exactly.
These are folks that have no experience in these departments, these agencies that are leading, firing folks that have experience and years of professional training.
And that's the reason they did it, to weaken. You wouldn't have strong leaders who are in those departments that know what they're doing.
And we don't have anyone that's asking the reasoning behind why we're replacing all of this technology or these folks with this experience for these folks that have no experience in what they're leading. It's the blind leading the blind.
You remember about 20 years ago they had a thing, the New Age Movement, New World Order. Now, you have some ministers who are known all over the world, not just preaching for the pie in the sky, send me $1,000, you get a Cadillac. Some of them were actually preaching and telling about the event. I knew of such one. His name was R.G. Stair. He's deceased. And if you would pull him up, he said a lot of these things.
Yeah.
He did say R.G. Stair. He died about 5 years ago. And, so, I mean, anybody with common sense would know that this man is not fit. And some of the people are still, they're even more in shock.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, government jobs, that's people who no, it's not waste. Maybe about 85% is waste. I mean, 15% is waste, but 85%, you need the people who know what they're doing. Why are they putting people who don't know what they're doing?
Got it.
Robert Kennedy. I mean, with drug addict, they tell you you don't need this for your health.
You
How
got
dare
'em.
you?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones. I appreciate you, my dear. Thank you much.
Okay, you too.
All right. Happy Mardi Gras.
No, not happy Mardi Gras. I don't go along with it. Thank you, though.
Go on out there and go on out there and
It
get you some
brings too much
beads.
money into the city, and we suffer.
Get you some
So I'm
beads,
not
baby.
into
Get you
it.
some beads.
I've been here all my life.
I'll see you
Not
later.
into it much.
All
So
right.
Be careful with
take
everybody else because who's going out there because it's just too much money is brought into the city. It's
Jazz, Miss
changed a
Jones
lot.
gonna be at the
and,
parade. She gonna be at the parade tonight. Watch. I see you.
No, I won't.
Talking
I've been
about
all
some,
my
"Hey,
life. I think
mister."
I've gone maybe about 12 times in my life, and I'm
I'll be
past
like, Miss
70.
Jones, is that you at the Zulu Ball? Is that you at the Zulu Ball? I thought I saw
No.
you.
I need to reach out and make something more constructive of it instead of the social. Because right now it's really some trying times, and people going to have to apply not just Black History Month, but Black History Life day by day. Learn what our ancestors did.
All right,
even
Miss Jones, I
50
gotta
years
go.
ago and how to survive.
All right,
instead of
talk to
being
you later.
extravagant.
All right. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you much. Yep, we got to go. Coming up, we got more in just a minute, y'all. Everybody hold tight.
This is Monica Pierre along with Sally Ann Roberts Daybone, co-host of Your Power is On.
Your Power is On gospel music show is coming on at a new time. Tune in Sunday mornings from 7 to 8 a.m. for music that feeds the spirit. Get your Sunday on.
Right here on WBOK 1230 AM and WBOK1230.com, the station you listen to
all day long.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana communities through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, please visit us at www.jazzandheritage.org.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
All right, folks, welcome back. Man, what a day for America, huh?
What a day, what a day, what a day.
It makes you go,
I mean, I'm shocked to see that this is their definition of diplomacy.
This
and
ain't
I
diplomacy.
honestly was going into this administration with very low like
your results. You didn't have
that
that.
was
No. You weren't believing in them in the first place.
Yeah, I wasn't.
But how low can you go?
Yeah, and
I'm
very
feeling
not
like
very.
Chuck D
I
right
mean,
now. How low can you
redefining
go?
diplomacy. I mean, that's pretty low.
So, here's one I want you to add to your list of low. You ready for this? Because I don't know if you knew this or not.
All right.
As of yesterday, the Doge folks cut hundreds of jobs from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That's the folks that say a hurricane on the way.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
They gone. They cut them. They fired them yesterday.
Bye bye.
And they said that it was led by Elon Musk, and it was parts of a shrink of federal workforce. 10% of the NOAA employees reportedly expected to be laid off in 2 rounds. Former NOAA chief scientist Craig McLean told the Associated Press, "Bruh, I'm going to Canada."
Elon said, "Y'all don't need no.
Y'all don't need nobody.
Y'all don't need no meteorologist,
That's
man.
just a
Step,
little
go
wind.
outside, stand on your porch,
Wait a
look in the
minute.
sky. If it's raining, you know what I'm saying. If
lick
it's
your
cloudy, look in the sky. You know if a hurricane coming."
Can y'all believe this? So let me read the story to you. National Weather Service falls under NOAA, supplies the data used by local governments and media in their forecasts across the U.S., including in remote areas that would likely be neglected otherwise. Louisiana state climatologist and former chief meteorologist Jay Grimes said on Friday, there are about 375 probationary employees in the National Weather Service. There have been no reported layoffs yet that comes out of the New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Mississippi Gulf Coast area. But the cuts are going to come in 3 months before hurricane season. And Louisiana residents arguably rely on NWS the most each year to track storms and prepare for potential evacuations or landfall. Last year, Louisiana took a direct hit from Hurricane Francine, and the National Weather Service reported that it tracked storms more accurately than it had ever done before. The Weather Channel's Jim Cantor, who is famously known for reporting on hurricanes from the places expected to receive the worst impact, called the layoffs deeply troubling. Yeah, we in trouble. We are in trouble. Rick said.
Hey there, man. Hello, happy Friday to you, to Jazz, to our listening family.
What's going on?
You know, Representative Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett said something a day or two ago, and I wonder if people really paying attention to it. Whereas in these first days, 100 days, whatever it is, Mr. Musk has gotten $1 billion worth of contracts while they're cutting stuff that our elderly, our children that we need. And I implore and ask humbly to the listening audience, use your platform, no matter how big or small it is, to educate, to stimulate, to motivate. And that's how change is going to come. Again, thank you, and thank you to this station, because you all, give us an opportunity to listen, to learn, and to vent. Y'all have a great weekend. We like I said, man, we in the pickle juice. We done lost the pickle.
We're in the pickle juice now, huh? Yes, indeed.
We in the pickle juice. And I just want to say, because you got to still laugh a little bit. I want to say hello to the police chief, Little Pony. Y'all have a great weekend.
Goodbye. That's your friend.
That is.
That is.
That's my
your
boy.
friend. That's
That
your
is
boy.
my boy. That's my boy.
He was my boy too till he did the Little Pony.
Oh.
No.
See, his pony sound was the deal breaker.
No. Mine was a horse, not a pony. He did a pony sound. You ever seen Say It? You been around Say It?
I've been around.
There's nothing ponyish about Say It.
Okay.
He did a pony sound.
Okay. He was talking about the pony.
He talking about the Chiefs pony.
Okay.
No. Leave the pony
I'm just
alone.
saying your horse wasn't.
My horse was
your
good.
horse sound was not much better.
My horse was good.
It was not much better.
Everybody
it was not
talked
much
about my horse.
But you do know that just because they're talking about your horse sound doesn't mean they was talking good, right?
Is this gonna be an argument right now?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I was like, that's your boy. That's your boy. He
That
doing
is my boy, though.
He
That
doing
is my
it.
boy.
He doing
That was
the pony
a
sound.
Okay. I mean,
There's
it was a
nothing-
questionable pony
There-
sound.
no, there was
it was a
nothing-
questionable pony
There is
sound.
nothing.
But
okay,
but
you have
so
diploma.
so was
So
your
you
horse
being
sound.
you being diploma. You
This
showing
is
Zelensky
this.
and Trump,
See,
right?
this is how diplomacy works.
Oh
See?
Lord.
You make your point without biting someone's head off.
Oh, bro, I know. Nah, I bit that head right off. Boom. That there was nothing ponyish that came out of that mouth. No, he talking about the little pony. So I'm shocked. I didn't know that we would go this low. This thing would be this low when we would see the leaders of the United States basically berating a president of the United States that you invited to come in to the White House. That's number one. And then number two, who would have ever thought that the greatest, supposedly the greatest nation in the United States when it comes down to how much firepower, how much money, I don't know if this is the richest, is this the richest country in the world?
They think we are.
Okay.
We think we are.
Well, we got probably more debt than anybody else.
Yep.
But I'm looking around and saying to myself, y'all, this is who we got representing us for the next 4 years. If this is what's coming out in the first 90 days, imagine what's to come. Imagine what's to come. I don't think that we can wait 2 years for there to be a change in the way that we do business. And I got to tell you, it's bothering me that we're seeing all these different changes in policy without Congress even playing a part.
They walking in.
And everything is a signed order, direct order from Prince, the prince of it all.
He walking in the building. He taking his tie off, rolling his cuffs up,
and signing,
tying the tie around his head, Rambo style.
And
sitting back in the thing, lighting a big cigar, and just going for broke.
And asking
whatever I
everybody
want to do.
What you want?
What? He might even paint himself. He might even be in there with blackface and some gold caps in his mouth.
You call him that gangster? He the real OG?
He might be in there like that. He might be in there. He like to act, so he might be in there trying to impersonate a real gangster.
Yeah. So I got to cover this too because I didn't put this into our conversation. As a matter of fact, my conversation got moved, and I don't want to take up the last 30 minutes of doing this because I got to talk about you too. You know I am, and I ain't scared here. I got to talk about Joy Reid. From the Readout on MSNBC. Most of you may have known they got rid of her and her show this past week from MSNBC, saying that her listenership had gone down since the, I guess more so than anything else, her listenership had gone down since the election of Trump. And so they got rid of the Readout. I've watched Joy Reid. I've had a pleasure of talking to her as well in her early years. I haven't talked to her recently. I guess she got too big or I was just too small to have that conversation. But I got a chance to talk to her. I got a chance to talk to a couple other folks over at MSNBC before they got rid of those. It seemed to me that these shows are being canceled because of pressure that are coming from political whoever's. One thing about Joy Reid, I will tell you that she was one smart and still is one smart cookie on the whole deal. And I think she's always going to be that way, a smart person. But if they have not learned anything else, what I will tell Joy Reid and any other person of color, including myself or Jazz or anybody else that's in a media that could change your life because they're saying we don't need you no more. And then you're sitting back and wondering, well, what's next? What you going to do? Joy Reid was doing the interview and just cracked and started crying and having a crying moment. You know, that's her prerogative. Her feelings were hurt. But you feel something, and if you in this business long enough, what you need to understand is none of us don't own a microphone, don't own a cable, don't own a board. Hell, we don't even own the carpet in here. This is somebody else's entity. This is their business. And if they got to make changes, they have the right to do so. We are just pawns in the business. We may have the personality. We may have the know-how. We may have anything that can bring a listening audience to a business that we don't own. I do think it's time that I'm talking to Joy Reid. I'm talking to Lester Holt. I'm talking to Tamron Hall. I'm talking to all of them that have done it before. It is time for you all to sit down and start having a conversation amongst yourselves about what would be the broadcast entity if Tamron, Lester Holt, Roland Martin, who else? Joy Reid, anybody else of color could bring the black news to America, to have a live broadcast, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it is any type of social media, and the influence that they bring to the table. And let's get off of this soapbox of, oh, Lord, it's me, for them. These are entities that are multi-billion-dollar entities, and they're not going to do nothing to jeopardize that money. I don't think that some of us realize how much money comes to these networks. I'll give you for instance. Fox News, we were all sitting up there going, ooh-wee, when they lost that lawsuit, and they had to pay over, $700 million because they were giving out false information, and they got sued. And the payout was almost $700 million. We were like, dang, that's almost $1 billion that they were going to have to pay out in fines. Rupert Murdoch said who we write the check to. I don't care. Guess why? Because he also owns 4 parts of Fox, which just ain't Fox News. There's Fox News. There's Fox Sports. There's Fox Online.
Fox Now.
Right. That he got 4 different entities that are $1 billion money makers for him. And the Fox News that y'all saw is not the number one money maker. Fox Sports is. So let me borrow a little money from Fox Sports. We're going to make that right back anyway and pay him out. You done already paid it out. Don't matter. What I'm trying to tell you is if they got the money to pay you, they got the money to get rid of you. Me too. But just think, if you saw all those folks that feel like they've done something to them and they got this following on your network and everybody's like, what? You got rid of Joy Reid? Joy Reid's on there doing the interview and start crying. I'm not downing her from that because, that hurt her feelings. But I've learned over my career that you're only as good as your last 15 minutes. Because that's how we get rated on this, whether we're talking about over the air, whether we're talking about on the internet, you're only as good as your last 15 minutes. If I left today, there'd be an uprising. Oh, I can't believe they did that to Gerard. Troy would hear it. Jeff would hear it. Wendell would hear it. And then next month about this time, they wouldn't hear it as much. And then the month after that, they wouldn't hear it at all because we're not consistent. There would be somebody else that could take my place and just deliver better news or do a better job than what I do. And then y'all would fall right in line, and they didn't have to look like me. They fall right up in line because we're not consistent enough. Hell, we supposed to be boycotting. Ain't nobody mentioned that at all. Y'all do understand that, right? Like today's supposed to be the boycott today. Ain't nobody mentioned it. I'm sitting back and saying to myself, did you see that on national news? Because they ain't saying nothing about it. They're not going to hurt those businesses. And we're not conducive enough. We don't hold each other's hands enough. And we don't have a mass entity enough to make an inroads to stop them from saying, oh, I took a hit in my pocketbook. We don't. It scared them one time, and that one time was when Black Lives Matter had the podium and told everybody, we're going to march in every city. They had no choice but to cover it because they had black folks, they had white folks, Asian folks, and everybody out there marching for a black man. Were they marching for the black man, or were they marching because of the stuff that was happening to black folks? See, that's where we get all messed up. We don't understand what's the big game. Was it just because we were marching, or George Floyd was the person that was on point then? Why did I have to lose my life to have somebody to stand up for me? Why do I have to become this so-called T-shirt? To just basically make you boycott? For what? You're going to forget it tomorrow. The same thing that we had today when we started talking about, oh, you know what? We're going to boycott Rouse's. But Rouse got a daggone television commercial that says, thank y'all for making us the #1 grocery store across the Gulf South. We get $1 million a day.
Boycotted them for about a week.
Right. That ain't just white folks going in there. There's black folks too. That's when they hurt. When we stop going. So I say all that, and I'm gonna get back on point. My point to Jazz, me, and everybody else. This radio station, y'all tell us every day how important it is. I have folks that are business owners. I have folks that are trying to get ahead, nonprofits. Nonprofits can advertise too. It's not against the law. So I got folks that I bring in here to have conversations about it. Book owners, store owners, people that are in corporations. How many of you all that are listeners work at a place, and have you asked your boss, has this place ever thought about advertising on this radio station? This is the radio station I listen to. Because when they tell Jazz, hey, man, look, we got to make some cuts. And by the way, today your last day. You know, y'all didn't hear, and I don't think that y'all should hear what Jazz had to say, because we probably had to cut the radio station off altogether because it wasn't cute. And I'm not saying that viciously toward him, but I understood. I've been in that position. And don't think it ain't nothing happening to me too, because of the fact that, you know, I had to take on another position somewhere else. That's why y'all hear me talking about the stuff that I'm doing with the sheriff. Why? Because the station's not making the money. And I'm not talking bad about them. But what you expect the owners to do? Come out their pocket every month and write checks? Because that's what they're having to do. So it's important to you all to hear what's going on, but it's also important to us that you all listen, but you also spread the word. Hey, man, you on this building. Why y'all ain't advertising on BOK? Because we got just as many black people that have small businesses that are looking for somebody to help them. They are looking for somebody, and no, we don't, Jay. We're looking for somebody to help us to advertise. When we don't, that's why you had to hear me tell you that today, by the way, is Jazz's last day.
That it is.
And guess what? If it don't add out, tomorrow could be mine. They already talked about moving you. I don't have a choice. What you want me to do? Sit up there and argue with them and just say, screw it, I'm out. I may not have to do that because they may tell me, hey, man, this ain't working out because the fact that we still don't have nobody on your show that's advertising. So you next. And guess what, Jazz? And I mean this. It usually rolled downhill, my brother.
Yes, it does.
You might just be first. And I could be next. But I want you to know you're going to always be my brother.
Oh, yeah, there's always love.
And I'm not saying anything that I wouldn't tell anybody else. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you can probably end up being the best thing that happened to you.
Oh yeah, off top, because I'm gonna tell you right now. I know there's a lot of people out there that's wondering and hoping the best, and there are some things that I have already been in the works, and this is just gonna give me time to go ahead and solidify that, because you know how it is. When you got a job and you got a career that you're trying to build, sometimes the job takes away from the time and the energy of getting the actual career together. So, you know, now I had time to focus on that. So be on the lookout. All Era podcast coming.
All Era?
All Era. It's gonna be a group of different guys talking about different situations that the community is facing from their perspective, from all different age brackets.
There you go. There you go. All right, let me take some of these calls for folks hanging on to you too. John?
Hey, Ron, how you doing, man?
What's
how you
going
guys
on?
doing?
How you doing, bro?
Man, I hope you guys don't go nowhere, man. I really don't. But, you know, like you say, it's business, and business is business. But a couple things I want to touch on. One, that situation with Zelensky. You know, I got two minds on that, brother, because we done paid $300 and some billion, and at some point, why it should not become a little trade-off, get something back from that, because at the end of the day, even though we're not totally isolated from attacks, but there's still two big oceans between us. That's still primarily a European problem. Okay, and European economy combined is larger than the American economy. So I kind of, now how Trump went about it, you know, I mean, that was very disrespectful. I mean, you don't belittle a man like that, man. That's just some old, you know, street shit they was pulling. Hey, look, man, you know, we got to balance this out. I mean, Eastern Europe, go ahead and Eastern Ukraine, just got to go ahead and write that off. Pooty man ain't giving that up, especially Crimea. He got a death grip on that.
Yeah.
It would take us to come in there. It'd be a global war. So at some point, you just got to understand you're going to have to reconcile the fact that that's done, work it from here, because some of this started too, Gerard. Do you know America has a lot of gain-of-function labs? You know what gain-of-function research labs are, huh? Yeah, they had 5 of them in eastern Ukraine. Novoselnitska, it was several of them in that area. Okay, that was one of the things people won't mention that Putin was concerned about. Why you got all these gain-of-function labs right here on my border? 2, after the fall of the Iron Curtain, you know, when Germany reunited in the 90s, they made a promise that they would not expand NATO any further closer to the borders of Russia. But they kept doing it, brought Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, and all these different countries that are closer and closer. So this man is looking, and the Ukraine shares a very large border with Russia. Now, Ukraine becomes part of NATO. I mean, that's a huge presence right on its border. So it's a lot. You got to look at it from both ways instead of one-sided. And these gain-of-function labs, you look at it in Africa, they got them all over there, but yet all these different mysterious diseases just keep popping out.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to have to look past what's on the surface and understand there is something to some people, even what's his name, Kennedy be talking about. There's something there. There's something going on with these viruses and stuff. So is Putin a saint? No, he's a scoundrel. But I understand where he's coming from with that, man. Why you got all these damn labs on my border? Okay, why you expanding NATO close to my border? I mean, I would have reacted some kind of way too. Maybe not a full-fledged war, but I'd have let you know. I'd have made you uncomfortable though.
Yeah.
Definitely. One more thing too, man.
Quickly, please.
You might want to make a note of mentioning this from time to time. Try to get the WBOK family, your friends, and just everybody to get their real ID by May the 7th, because I've heard some detail about that until they're going to have it where it's going to be you can't even be able to purchase food in supermarkets unless you have the real ID. It's going to be beyond being able to travel on commercial airlines and buses and trains and stuff like that. And I know why they're doing that, because they know realistically you can't get 11 million people out of this country. There's just no way you can do it. But if you can make it uncomfortable to where they can't work, they can't rent an apartment or anything, because all that's going to be required, they can't buy food, then at some point you're going to go home.
Okay.
You're going to leave.
All right, John.
In the meantime, black folks, we tend to procrastinate, and we're going to get caught up in a lot of this too, man. So Nine did kind of mention it, brother. Take care.
Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Harrow.
Yes. Bless your soul. Today's Jazz's last day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. You all shouldn't be so rough. But anyway, what I wanted to say, the creep that you've been talking about, that a multi-felon, a certified liar, you can't expect any more from that kind of trash. And everything is powered by something, and he's powered by racism. That's the way he got there, and he knows all about it. But anyway, I'm here in Altadena, and it's like a war zone. And we're trying to get, it's going to be 20 years before this place goes back together. But anyway, your sales department is lacking, and I would like to see you advertise Toyota and Southwest Airlines. But I don't know. What can I say? I don't know what to say. I said, let me call this black station because I'm kind of black. So anyway, Jazz, have a good whatever, and we'll talk. We'll talk after what?
I'm sure we will, Mr. Harrow. And I'm gonna tell you this: if nobody appreciates your utmost blackness, it's me.
It's almost black. Yo, I didn't know he was there yet.
Bless your soul. But we're living in some serious times.
Mm-hmm.
So real estate is my thing. So get you some real estate, and it's tax season. It's the best thing to have doing taxes. You can write off the air that you breathe.
Yes, indeed.
So anyway, life for me, if I'm allowed to say it, life is good for me, and I like to talk to good people. And you have a lot of people that call, and the individual you're going to place in that place used to live across the street from me, and there's no comparison. So I'll say that I won't be listening that much, but we'll get together.
All right.
On another day. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate all of your callers. Most of them are intelligent people, and that's what I live day to day for, is to communicate with. And the fool that you've been he's doing what he promised to do. His IQ is about 10, and he doesn't know any different. And something is going to have to be done.
All right.
Like I would say, Malcolm has said, with any way necessary.
All right.
Have a good life, and I appreciate you again.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you again.
Bye.
All righty. More coming up, y'all. We got to take a break here, and we'll give Jazz the last few minutes before we get out of here. All right, more coming up, y'all. Have a little time.
AURN News.
I'm Ebony McMorris.
The U.S. Supreme Court has temporarily allowed the Trump administration to continue freezing more than $58 billion in foreign aid, delaying a lower court's order that would have forced payments to humanitarian groups. Chief Justice John Roberts issued that pause Wednesday night, giving the administration time to justify cutting over 90% of USAID's funding. Judge Amir Ali had repeatedly ordered the administration to release the funds, but Trump officials defied those rulings, claiming they needed time to review the spending. The cuts hit programs tied to disaster relief, medical aid, and refugee support. Critics argue Trump is overstepping his authority by bypassing Congress and jeopardizing U.S. humanitarian leadership. Supporters say it's about eliminating waste. With life-saving aid hanging in the balance, the real question is, will the Supreme Court back Trump's vision, or will it force the administration to comply with the law? For AURN News, I'm Ebony McMorris.
It's Off the Top with Norman Robinson on WBOK 1230 AM.
Let's talk about the racist con game being played by the Trump administration, using DEI as a foil. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is being perpetrated by mostly white, ultra-conservative men as a policy rooted in so-called reverse racism to elevate black workers at the expense of white workers, specifically white men. So exactly what is DEI? It is a set of practices that promote fair treatment and people from all backgrounds. President Trump and his MAGA allies are using DEI as a wrecking ball to dismantle opportunities for people of color and other marginalized groups in our society. Some critics characterize this as a move to plunge the nation back into the dark days of pre-civil rights America. Who can forget the callous bigotry on display by the president when he attempted to, without any evidence, mind you, to blame the fatal helicopter and plane collision at Reagan International Airport on DEI? Quote, "They actually came out with a directive too white," he told reporters, blaming former President Barack Obama and Joe Biden for including black and Latino people in the federal workforce. "We want the people that are competent," he says. We now know that to be just another of the many lies that we've heard from the president. The pilots involved in that tragic incident were all white. Here are the facts about who benefits most from DEI programs. According to a report by Medium Corporate Publishing on February 5th, 2025, white women, men, and predominantly white institutions have leveraged diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to maintain and, in many cases, expand their advantages. Meanwhile, black and brown workers continue to be disproportionately represented in the workforce. Consider, white women have benefited the most from DEI programs, securing the majority of promotions and leadership positions. Asian Americans and Hispanic Americans have also benefited more than black workers from DEI hiring initiatives. Black and brown workers continue to be disproportionately underpaid, underpromoted, and underrepresented in positions of power. The DEI program, by the way, is an $8 billion with a B dollar industry, with most of the big contracts going to white-led consulting firms, according to the Harvard Business Review. On the contrary, diversity, equity, and inclusion is not hurting white people. It's making some of them rich. So when someone tells you that blacks are taking advantage of whites through DEI, tell them that's just a damn LIE. This is Norman Robinson, Off the Top.
New Orleans, are you ready? A fresh voice in the city is here, bringing you the beats, the culture, and the stories that matter. From local music and food to real talk on what's happening in the streets. We've got you covered. Stay tapped in. Follow us on all platforms at WBOK 1230 for the latest updates and exclusive content. Your city, your culture, your news. Don't just hear about it, be about it.
The Reality Check on WBOK 1230 AM.
All right, folks, welcome back. Last 2 minutes here. Bruh.
What up?
I'm turning this over, and I think it's in my duty to do so. But before I turn this over to you, I just want to say it's been a pleasure. Number one, I don't think this is the end for me and you. Meaning we're going to work somewhere else, too.
Yeah.
I want you to know how much I appreciate you. I want everybody else to understand ain't nothing wrong with a man telling another man, I love you. And just to understand something, I see big things in your future.
Oh yeah, it's going. It's first off, it's been a pleasure working with you. I've learned a lot.
You ain't never told me that before, so I know that's a lie.
Yeah, nah. This would be the time that you would take me serious.
I'm telling you.
Nah, and honestly, I appreciate everybody from the owners, all the way down. Even Justin, because Justin is putting in work trying to make things happen.
He is trying.
So, and I want everybody out there in WBOK land to know one thing. Me personally, I'm not the type to just abandon ship, right? So even though I
think
have
still
been
got an open door for you.
Yeah, even though I have been officially let go, I haven't been fired, right? So don't take it out on anybody with in a hostile manner.
Right.
If you want to be active, try and spread the word and get any and everybody to come and start advertising in any form or fashion, right?
Because more than likely, Jazz, I'm gonna just throw this out here, and I'm not forecasting this. If they don't start it,
yeah, exactly.
Guess who next?
Yeah, and exactly. So that's what. So I'm here to say, though I have been let go, don't be surprised if you see me around. I'm the type to go down with the ship.
There you go. My expectations is gonna be something new, and then for next week, as we kick off the beginning of March, I just want everybody to know that I will not be on at 1:00. Just telling everybody, I will not be on doing the 1 to 4 show next week. So just be prepared. That's going to wrap things up for us as we say goodbye to February and get you ready for March. Those of you that are in New Orleans, I know that if you headed to New Orleans, that you got all that on your brain for Mardi Gras as well. Y'all be safe out there. Here, be looking for stuff that may be happening in the community as well. So that's going to wrap things up for me. Thank you all for my wonderful listeners. We'll let you know where we are. All right. Take care.
From the campus of Xavier University, WBOK 1230 AM. Go. An Equity Media Station.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the Justice Department to throw out DEI lawsuits against police and fire departments. The Biden administration filed these lawsuits accusing departments around the country of discrimination during the hiring process. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is black, is looking to find and highlight records of formerly enslaved New Yorkers in order to understand the city's history better. President Trump will reportedly make English the official language of the U.S. The U.S. has never had an official language in nearly its 250-year history. The Wall Street Journal reports the executive order will rescind former President Clinton's federal mandate that required agencies receiving federal funding to provide language assistance to non-English speakers. Hollywood's top movies will be honored at the Academy Awards this weekend. The 97th Academy Awards will air at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
WBOK 1230 AM. Online at WBOK1230.com. The Sports Report. WBOK 1230 AM.
And we are back here on the Sports Report.
on WBOK 12:30 a.m. And thank God it is Friday, and thank God it is Mardi Gras weekend. I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of fun this weekend. Of course, we got Mardi Gras. We got tonight. We got Morpheus. Tomorrow we got Endymion. And Sunday we got Bacchus. Don't forget about Toth. Toth is a pretty underrated parade in Mardi Gras, in my opinion. Then you got Orpheus on Monday, and then you have Zulu and Rex on Fat Tuesday. I like Zulu a lot. Zulu's a pretty unique parade just because of the coconuts. I love the coconuts. Although I don't know if I'm going to get the coconuts this year just because, A, I'm going to be really tired in the morning or I won't feel like getting out of bed at all. And B, we get the girls' basketball state championships. So I'm probably going to be there the entire day. So I don't feel like waking up early in the morning to go to Zulu, then drive all the way to Hammond. I'd rather, sleep in. But it depends on how I'm feeling because, after Sunday, I'm just beat. I'm pretty sure you guys would feel the same. But most importantly, make sure to stay safe out there. Have fun, but also, of course, make sure to stay safe. Don't drink and drive. Don't do anything stupid. Don't get arrested. But enjoy this Mardi Gras weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. But the most important thing is to be safe. That's very, very important. In regards to Mardi Gras weekend, 2 rules. Have fun and be safe. Now let's talk about what's going on in the sports world. And first, we got to start off with talking about the Saints, of course. That's pretty routine on the show. Let's talk about the Saints, despite it being the off season. But when you have a new coach in place and he's hiring the new assistants on the staff, you have to talk about the Saints. And there's been a unique trend, a really unique trend with who the Saints are hiring on the defensive side of the ball. Now, you did hire Brandon Staley, who is a respected defensive play caller in the NFL. Yeah, I know that, he had the number 1 defense with the Rams in 2020 when he was the defensive coordinator with the Los Angeles Rams. And then he became the head coach of Los Angeles Chargers, and his defenses were non-existent. How much of that was because of the multiple roles he had to take on as a head coach compared to being a defense coordinator when you really only had to call the defensive plays and game plan for the defense. So how much of that has to do, how much of Brandon Staley's failures at the Chargers had to do with, once again, just being a head coach and taking multiple roles, and then rather than being a defensive play caller like he was at the Rams. So for the main, just play calling, right? Because obviously he was calling the plays on the defensive side of the ball when he's the head coach of the Chargers, but he had to take on more responsibilities as a head coach. But we're not here to talk about Brandon Staley. We're here to talk about the assistants, and there's a very common theme that has been going on with who the New Orleans Saints have hired on the defensive side of the ball. And it's hiring college coaches. We know the Saints were looking at when they were looking for their open when they were looking at their open defensive coordinator position. Other than Brandon Staley and Christian Parker, who's the defensive backs coach for the Eagles, they're also looking at college coaches. And ultimately, of course, they hired Brandon Staley. But if you look at the assistants that they have been hiring on the defensive side of the ball, they've been college coaches. First, starting off with Terry Joseph. Of course, Terry Joseph, New Orleans native, prepped at Archbishop Shaw, coached at Archbishop Shaw and Industrial Hand to start off his coaching career. Then he moved on to become a college coach and a college assistant coach, coaching primarily defensive backs. And he has been hired by the Saints as the defensive passing game coordinator. He most recently served as the DB's and defensive passing game coordinator at the University of Texas the last 4 seasons, 2021 through 2024. And Texas defensive backs had significant improvement, as if you look at their defensive pass efficiency, it went from 49th in 2023 to 2nd in 2024 this past season. And so he's a highly respected defensive backs coach at the collegiate level, and he was also a high level recruiter at the University of Texas as well, and among other places. The Saints also hired Peter Sirmon as their linebackers coach. Peter Sirmon was the defensive coordinator at Cal for the last 7 seasons, and on top of being the defensive coordinator, he was also the linebackers coach. He also has 9 total seasons of being a defensive coordinator for a collegiate program. Of course, I mentioned he coached the last 7 years at Cal. I'm talking about Cal Berkeley here for people who are not familiar with the term Cal. I'm talking about UC Berkeley. He also served as the defensive coordinator at Mississippi State in 2016 and Louisville in 2017. So, the last 9 years, he's been a defensive coordinator calling plays. Now he'd be a linebackers coach for the New Orleans Saints. But this is also not the first time you've seen like defensive coordinators at the collegiate level move up to become level. It's not an uncommon thing. It's happened before. I'm not saying like it's a rare occurrence or a reoccurring occurrence. It's just it's a common thing. It's something that happens every once in a while, right? Like it's not like I would say it happens all the time, but it's not unheard of that collegiate assistant, a lot of times a defensive play caller will become a position coach at the collegiate level. But the third one, and really, he might be the best hire the Saints have. He might be the best coach that the Saints have hired. I'm not even joking. Considering the fact that you hired Doug Nussmeier, considering the fact that you hired Brandon Staley. I mean, if you look at some of the hires they've had, this might be the best one. And his name is Bo Davis. For you guys who are unfamiliar with who Bo Davis is, Bo Davis is considered to be one of the best defensive line coaches in football. Notice I didn't say college. I said football. He was the defensive tackles coach at LSU last season. But before that, he was the defensive tackles coach at Texas. He coached in the NFL for a little bit. He's also he's been around. Like he's a Nick Saban guy. He's been a long time assistant under Nick Saban. For most of his coaching career, he coached under Nick Saban. He's a Saban guy. He also is a Pete Jenkins guy. For people who don't know who Pete Jenkins is arguably the greatest defensive line coach of all time. Longtime defensive line coach at LSU. Bo Davis played for him at LSU. He also coached in the NFL for a very long time. Like, highly, highly respected defensive line coach. He coaches at the lineman camp every year in Thibodeau, which is one of the best lineman camps, not only in Louisiana, but around the country. And like, he is a highly regarded figure when it comes to coaching the defensive line. You can ask anybody. You can even ask the coach himself, and he will tell you the same thing. That's who Bo Davis learned under. And I can tell you this from firsthand experience. Bo Davis is that guy. I cover a lot of LSU, right, for Crescent City Sports. And one of the biggest weaknesses of LSU's team go into the season, I'm talking about 2024, was the lack of depth on the defensive line and really the lack of talent on the defensive line. Now, the defensive ends had a lot of depth and had a lot of talent. But the interior defensive line, which is the area that Bo Davis coaches, was seen as less stout and lacked the depth needed and blah, 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 blah. But it actually turned out to be one of the most improved units on LSU's team by the end of the year. Not only did they step up in huge ways in a lot of big games, but you even saw a lot of freshmen step up, including Ahmad Bro and Dominique McKinley. Like, he transformed freshmen into becoming almost like every down players by the end of the year. He is one of the best defensive line coaches in football, period. And you want to know how good of a defensive line coach he is? Now, I know some of y'all who are listening aren't on social media like I am. Fortunately for you guys, I use social media a lot, not only to share my thoughts, but also gain information as well. Also, it's great for, live action information. Of course, like when breaking news happens, you get it right away. That's probably one of the biggest benefits of having social media. But LSU fans were mad, right? And I see this a lot because I cover LSU. I went to LSU. Like, I went to all 4 years, graduated, paid my student loans there, got a diploma from there. I love LSU. Love it, love it, love it. It also gave me all the resources needed to come into the sports media business, right? Like, I love LSU. But I disagree with a lot of their takes. A lot of LSU fans are like, the Saints are ruining LSU. The Saints can't let LSU do their own thing. Like, we hate LSU. We hate the Saints. And blah, 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 blah. I'm not. And now they're saying, like, the Saints are a dumpster fire organization, which, look, I'm not denying that. I mean, right now the Saints are, they're not a dumpster fire organization, but they are a legitimate organization that's trying to act like a legitimate they are a organization that's on the verge of being a dumpster fire. I won't say they're a complete dumpster fire yet, but they're on the verge of being a dumpster fire, right? So I'm not saying LSU fans are way off of that, but they're overreacting to this. And the reason why they're overreacting to this is because we all know, every LSU fan knows this, every LSU journalist, any journalist that covers LSU knows this. Like, Bo Davis was one of the key hires of Brian Kelly last season. He was the highest paid defensive line coach in college football. LSU had to keep raising the price just to poach him from the University of Texas, where he had one of the best defensive lines in the country. Now, of course, I made this about the Saints hiring college coaches, but really, my main point was getting to Bo Davis. Bo Davis might be the best hire the Saints have made so far in filling out their coaching staff. I mean, he really is. Not to say Terry Joseph and Peter Sirmon aren't good or great hires. But Bo Davis, compared to the other two, not only is one of the most respected defensive line coaches in college football, but he's highly respected on the professional levels as well. He coached in the NFL for 4 seasons as a defensive line coach, but he also served as the Miami Dolphins assistant defensive line coach as well. So he's coached in the NFL for 5 years total. And this is easily, by far, the best hire the Saints have made. And I really like what the Saints are doing, hiring college coaches hiring college coaches to fill out their staff, especially on the defensive side of the ball, because that side is probably going to get younger faster than the offense. The offense is already relatively young. The defense, you have Cam Jordan, you have Demario Davis, Tyrann Mathieu. All those guys will be gone within the next year or two. and the defense is going to get significantly younger. And when you hire coaches who are at the college level, they give out innovative schemes and fresh ideas. They're better with player development because they're used to working with younger players and developing raw talent, which is crucial for NFL teams with many young draft picks, which the Saints will have. They're skilled at valuing talent and forming relationships with young players. And that helps out in the draft process because they used to recruit, right? You have to when college coaches, they don't go through a draft. When they go scout players, they're recruiting the players. It's not like you automatically land a guy, right? Like in the draft. Like you have to outbid other recruiters to get that one kid because they see that kid as a special talent. And because they're familiar with college athletes, they're very familiar with all the college prospects, whether they coached them or they coached against them and saw them on film. So I think those three hires will significantly help out the Saints when it comes to the draft. With that being said, I've liked what the Saints have been doing on the coaching staff and who they've hired, not only in the offensive side of the ball, but the defensive side of the ball. And I'm going to say this again. The Saints are going to suck for the next year or two. And although the Saints are acting like they're more in a down phase rather than reset mode, at least we know they will adjust to reset mode because of who they hired, and also these guys know what players are coming to this draft and the next, and these next two drafts will be the most crucial for the Saints if they want to get back on top. We're going to take a break. This is the Sports Report here on WBOK 1230 AM. We'll be right back, and we will be waiting.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana companies through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about what the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation does, please visit www.jazzandheritage.org.
Do you know what United Way can do for you and your community? Find out by listening to United Way and You every Thursday at noon on WBOK 1230. United Way continues to fight for the most vulnerable members of the community. Find out how this Thursday and every Thursday at noon.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. The Sports Report. WBOK 1230 AM.
And we are back here on the Sports Report on WBOK 1230 AM. I'm your host, Greg Sashere. In the last segment, we talked about, the Saints of who they've hired on the coaching staff. They've hired a lot of college assistants. I talked about who they were. I talked a lot about Bo Davis, who's the defensive line coach, who is arguably the best hire that the Saints have probably made on, he's going to be the new defensive line coach, and he's definitely the best hire that the Saints have made on their coaching staff. And also talked about what they can bring to the table when it comes to draft, because they've either coached some of those guys, but more importantly, they've also seen those guys on film, and they know how they can translate to the pro game. So I talked a little bit about that near the end of the segment. And now we're going to talk about the Pelicans game last night, where the Pelicans defeated the Suns 112 24 to 116. But before we get into the Pelicans talk, I also want to mention that we will have on Jared Boyd of the Hash It Out Show to discuss the boys' basketball playoffs along with some of the girls' basketball games as well. We'll dive more into that in hour 2. But for now, we're going to stick to Saints and Pelicans in hour 1. But the Pelicans, and I really thought they were going to lose this game, but it just shows you that the Pelicans are sort of coming together. I mean, the reason why I say sort of is because obviously the season's lost. But you're starting to see a chemistry build within these guys because they're healthy. Zion had a great game, shooting 30 for 17, scoring 27 points with 10 rebounds and 11 assists. He also had 2 blocks. Well, I also want to mention that this is his first career triple-double. That's when I saw that surprised me. Just because how Zion is a great player, and we've seen him have some big time games and have big time moments in those big time games. But the fact that this is his first triple double, really surprised me. I thought this may have been like his second or third, but the fact that his first is really surprising. But Karl Makovic had another great game. 7 for 13 from the field, 3 for 7 from 3. He also had 17 points and 10 rebounds. Yves Missy also had 10 rebounds, 11 points, 5-11 from the field. And once again, we're starting to see a theme. The Pelicans have become a much better rebounding team throughout the, as of late, right? And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they added Kelly Olynyk to the roster. Now, Kelly Olynyk did not play tonight, but Kelly Olynyk is a veteran. He's been in the league for more than 10 years. And when you have a veteran big man like that, it will rub off on some of the other younger guys on your team. But the Pelicans out-rebounded the Suns 50-38. I mean, Kelly Olynyk's kind of similar to when CJ McCollum came on the team, and then the Pelicans started playing better. It's kind of like that. Kelly Olynyk's presence on the Pelicans roster, I think, has really rubbed off on a lot of the younger guys. But yeah, once again, let me rephrase that. The Suns out-rebounded the Pelicans 52-50, but it wasn't by much, right? But the Pelicans shot better than the Suns, 48% from the field compared to 46% from the field. The Pelicans also shot the ball worse from the free throw line. The Suns made 80% of their free throws, while the Pelicans only made 58.3% of their free throws. But the Pelicans outscored the Suns in the paint 58-34. The Pelicans also had 25 second chance points compared to the Suns at 19. And the Pelicans also had 21 fast break points compared to the Suns 14. Overall, a great team performance by your New Orleans Pelicans. It's just great to see them still be competitive despite it being a lost season. They forced Kevin Durant. Let me rephrase that. I was looking at his 3-point stats. Kevin Durant had 28 points and 5 rebounds and 12. And he shot 23 from the field, but he only made 4 of his 13 3-point attempts. Devin Booker also went off 36 points, 13 from 29 from the field, 6 from 16 from behind the 3-point arc. He also had 9 assists and 7 rebounds. So, if you look at the stats, the Suns, the 2 best players went off, but besides that, the Pelicans, it was a great offensive game for both teams, right? But the Pelicans came out on top 124-116. Obviously, you don't want them to win too much, but you still want them to be competitive. You want them to still be competitive. I mean, that's part of taking, right? Like, I would rather have a tanking team that I know is actively taking. Like, we know the Pelicans are taking. That was a given, right? But you still want them to be competitive. You don't want them to lie down on their back and just give up and wave the white flag. So it's great to see the Pelicans not give up and play hard still. Zion Williamson is playing hard. Zion Williamson, since he's been back from injury, he's been playing great. So we're starting to finally see a healthy Zion, which is something we really have not seen all year. So the fact that we're seeing a healthy Zion, the fact that we're seeing because this is this lineup, you're going to see early next season because, of course, DeJounte Murray is going to be out for a good bit of time. Probably won't be back to December or January of the next NBA season because he tore his Achilles. Herb Jones will be back by then, but once again, Herb Jones is more of a guy you take off the bench, not really a starter. And on top of that, the Pelicans also have a lottery pick. And you don't know who they're going to bring in through free agency. And then you also don't know who, if Willie Green's coming back or not. So there's a lot of questions to be asked about this Pelicans, period. But what we do know, this starting lineup that you're kind of seeing right now is what you're going to see next year as well, as you're still waiting on DeJounte Murray coming back from injury. And also, you don't know who the Pelicans are going to draft and bring in and blah, blah, blah. But if they say they don't bring in anybody outside of their draft picks, then this might be your starting lineup for next year. Enough with the Pelicans talk. Let's talk about the Saints. And, of course, every year around this time when the Combine happens, every team has their report card, right? And players from their respective organizations, they'll come to the Combine, and they're great. Everything from like food and facilities and like how they treat your families and stuff like that, the whole 9 yards. And the Saints actually improved in their report card survey. They clocked in at number 12, which is actually pretty good. And also they improved by 7 spots last year. They were 19th. So yeah, it improved. And the ownership listened. And when your ownership listens, that's the result you get. You get a higher report card survey. The report card, of course, is based on the feedback of players. It grades teams on categories such as ownership, coaches, treatment of families, team travel, and areas in the facility, locker room, weight room, and dining area, like I said. And the Saints received A's in 4 of their 11 categories, with their highest rankings coming in team travel, which was 5th, locker room, which was 9th, ownership, which is 10th. And like I said, I don't think Gail Benson is responsible for the Saints' failures. It's more Mickey Loomis. And really, Gail Benson's always been known as a player-friendly owner, right? Now, I'm not sure about Tom. Obviously, Tom has kind of a complicated history. Like, he has a lot of he's seen as a positive figure in New Orleans. I mean, and rightfully so. But at the same time, you guys have to remember, he almost moved the Saints from New Orleans to San Antonio in the middle of Katrina. And that was a really dark. That was a really, that was a black hole, really, in Tom Betts' legacy up until, Drew and Sean came in, and obviously a lot of things happened, right? But Gail Betts overall has been beloved by the players. That I do know. The Saints, however, which is actually the funniest thing about the report card, is it seems like yearly the Saints cafeteria is one of the worst, which is really weird because, we're in New Orleans. Like, how do you have a D? like you can pull any chef off the street and the food's fire. Like, matter of fact, you could go to You gonna go grab my Kika, my great aunt Kika from Slidell, and she'll make you the best gumbo in the world. Like, how do you have a D? How do you have a D? You're in New Orleans. Like, that's incredible. But yes, the Saints again received poor marks for the cafeteria, graded a D minus. But the report card notes that the survey was taken before the team's construction of the area was completed, and that the grade will likely see significant improvement next year. Hopefully. Hope so. But the Saints also graded poorly at head coach, which is not a shocker considering who the head coach was last year. And it received a B minus. We're talking about Dennis Allen. And the team moved on from Dennis Allen midway through the season, and players hope new coach Kellen Moore will bring positive change. That's what the NFLPA wrote, right? So that was about Dennis Allen, not Kellen Moore. Just want to make that clear, right? I mean, for obvious reasons. But still, wanted to make that clear. Players felt like Allen was only moderately receptive to locker room feedback, ranking him 28th of the 32 coaches in the league. Allen also ranked 23 out of 32 in terms of being efficient with players' time. That is not shocking at all, right? We saw it in the last game of the 2023 season, where the Saints were on the 1 yard line, and they wanted to put one in on the Atlanta Falcons, who have always, I won't say always, because the Saints and the Falcons haven't been in the same division their whole entire existence in the NFL. Of course, both franchises were formed in the mid-1960s, but for the last 20 to 30 years, maybe even more so, the Atlanta Falcons and, of course, your New Orleans Saints have never liked each other. And not only did they want to put one in on the Falcons, but they also want to give Jamal Williams his first touchdown of the year. And Dennis Allen wanted to take a knee, but Jameis and the rest of the team were like, nah, fam. So they gave the ball to Jamal Williams to score the touchdown. Then Falcons head coach Arthur Smith whooped it. Dennis Allen started yelling at him, blah, blah, blah. Then Dennis Allen had the press conference, and then he apologized to the Falcons. And then you start listening to all the players after the game and their player interviews, and that's when it was made clear that Dennis Allen and the players will see eye to eye. There's murmurs and stuff like that, because they're losing, there's always going to be murmurs when you're losing. But to see it point blank, flat out, see that. Not only hear it, but also see video of the players just, talking about the play and how they changed it and blah, blah, blah. It was very clear there was a disconnect in the locker room. Saints owner Gail Benson, this is going back to the report card, Gail Benson ranked 8th for perceived willingness to invest in the facilities, 12th for contributing positively to team culture, and 15th for building a competitive team. Though for the latter, players still felt Benson was extremely committed. That is key. And I've said this before. Remember, Gail Benson fired Dennis Allen, not Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis didn't want to fire Dennis Allen, although it was very clear that Dennis Allen completely lost the team. Gail Benson's committed to the team. I know that some people may disagree with that. It's true. These are the players saying that. The players are saying this, not me. The players. Yes, they were 15th, but like I said, I also said, though, for the latter, players still felt Benson was extremely committed. It's not her fault that the team's completely booty. That's on Mickey Loomis. And I think Mickey Loomis's leash is very, very short. Remember, they both disagreed on whether or not they should fire Denzel. And on top of that, Gail Benson is she knows what's going on. She's a businesswoman. When you own a business, you have to know what's going on in your business. And Gail Benson knows what's going on with the Saints. And like I said, like she not only has a close relationship with the Saints, but with the Saints players, she's 12th in the league. She's 8th for willingness to invest in facilities and 12th for contributing positively to team culture. There's 32 teams, y'all. She's in the upper half. Outside of the 15th for building a competitive team, but that doesn't lie on the owner. That lies on the GM, which is Mickey Loomis. The NFLPA said 77% of the league's players participate in the survey, and this has been a theme since 2023. This has been a new thing to the NFL, but it's always very interesting to see. And the Dolphins, Vikings, Falcons, Raiders, and Chargers made up the top 5, while the Steelers, Jets, Browns, Patriots, and Cardinals ranked at the bottom. And the Falcons are in the top 5. That is something you don't want to see as a Saints fan. Like myself and like many people here in the city of New Orleans, that's not ideal. That, look, the Saints are in the upper are in the top half of the league. That's what the word I'm looking for. They're the top half of the league. They're number 12, right? But you don't want to see the Falcons win up you, But also doesn't help when your cafeteria's ranked as a D-. Really weird. Some things didn't shock me, like the players liking Gail Benson and thinking she's committed to the team and is doing everything she can to help make sure this franchise is a winning one. And then also Dennis Allen being rated poorly by the Saints players. That did not surprise me. But the cafeteria being D- once again shocked me. Like you would think that they would improve. Now they have improved on it, right? So next year it should be a lot better because obviously they made a lot of improvements to the cafeteria and stuff like that. So that should change, but it's still funny to see that, considering the fact that you're in New Orleans. Like, how do you have a D- in cafeteria? But I don't think it's just the food. I think it's talking about the cafeteria, like how clean it is and stuff like that. But I don't know. I digress. This is the Sports Report on WBOK 1230 AM. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll discuss a little bit more about the Saints, and then the second half of the hour, the second hour, we're going to discuss the girls and boys basketball playoffs. Of course, Jared Boyd of the Hash It Out Show will be on here discussing both for segment number 2 of the Sports Report here on WBOK 1230 AM. We'll be right back, and we will be waiting.
Late nights are made for chillin', and you can do just that every Sunday night at 10 p.m. as DJ Wick brings you The Love Zone. It's the perfect way to top off your weekend with your favorite old and new school ballads. So sit back, relax, and let DJ Wick take you to the Love Zone on WBOK 1230 AM and on the World Wide Web at WBOK1230.com.
Need a little home makeover to get through the last few weeks of winter? Kohl's is having a big sale so you can give your home a reset. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save an extra 15% on so much to refresh your space, like stylish decor, cozy pillows, convenient storage, and so much more. So hurry to Kohl's to snag your savings before the secret's out. Select styles. Kohl's Rewards 15% off coupon valid through March 2nd. Must be a Kohl's Rewards member. Exclusions apply. Visit a store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hi, this is Cary Grant. Let's elevate every Tuesday through Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. as we discuss the community, the country, and the world, from politics to current events and sports. We look forward to your input and continuing the quality programming on your community station, WBOK. Join us every Tuesday through Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m. on Elevated Conversations, the Arnie and Cary Show.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe, 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
From Gentilly to New Orleans East, WBOK is what New Orleans is talking about. WBOK, 1230 a.m.
The Sports Report. WBOK 1230
And we are back here on the Sports Report on WBOK 1230 a.m. And of course, we still got to talk about the Saints, and I want to touch on this before we get to our high school hour. I guess you could say that. I'm going to discuss some of the boys basketball games that will be happening tonight in the city, and also games that involve teams from the New Orleans area. And also, we're going to break down some of the girls' games that happened last night. All the four of the five girls' basketball teams from the city of New Orleans will advance to March Madness. It will be played in Hammond at the University Center that on Southeastern's campus. So it's only about 45 to 50 minutes away. Not fairly easy drive, not a bad drive at all. And technically, Hammond is a part of the metro area to some extent. So it's an easy drive. So if your school that you went to, you graduated from, or you represent, or you may know somebody on the team or somebody that's involved in the program in some capacity, make sure to go out there and support them. Hammond's only about 45 minutes away. Not a bad drive at all. But I want to touch on the Saints one last time. And they have to hit the draft, man. They have to. I know I'm being the dead horse at this moment right now, but they have to. They keep acting like they're in compete mode, which I heavily disagree with. I don't know why you go into compete mode when you have the fourth oldest roster in the league. You haven't won with this roster in the last few years, but I'm not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the draft. And I think if you're the New Orleans Saints, you have to make this work. And I'm not saying that, like, for example, I'm not saying you have to draft an offensive lineman in the first round or a defensive lineman in the first round. But you have to hit on most of your picks. I'm not saying every pick has got to be all pro, but every one of your picks has to be a player that is a major contributor to your team's success, no matter how much it is, right? Like Reggie Bush, for example. Reggie Bush never made all pro. Marcus Colston, I believe, never made all pro. I'm actually going to double check that right now. But those guys were massive contributors to the Saints' success. And as I found out, he's never made all pro. Marcus Colston never made all pro, let alone a Pro Bowl. Reggie Bush, double checking that right now. I don't think he made all pro either. Okay, well, he did. He was a first team all pro. He was first team all pro in 2008, but that's his only major accolade besides being a Super Bowl champion during his professional career. but you have to be a major contributor to your team's success. If you look at Reggie Bush's numbers, not only did he, I know he was more of a RB2 while he was here in New Orleans, but he was an excellent receiving back. He's an excellent pass catcher out of the backfield, but he also was a great punt returner. That's what made him last a long, long time in the NFL. And also late in his career, when he left the Saints, he became a more effective running back. It's not really, for the Saints, you don't have to draft, like I said, you don't have to draft Pro Bowlers, right? But you have to draft players that are effective and will help impact your team in positive ways. Brian Brzee is really the only player that fits that mold that the Saints have drafted the last 3 years. That's how much the Saints have whipped. Hell, even the Saints made the right pick to draft Zach Bond. The problem is he became an all-pro caliber linebacker with the Philadelphia Eagles, and now he has a ring on his ring finger. Super Bowl champion. Was an all-pro linebacker. Trey Hendrickson was a great pick in that loaded 2017 draft class. I think that's where he was drafted. That was the one with Ryan Ramczyk and Alvin Kamara, all those guys. Yeah, 2017 third-round pick. The problem is that all of his accolades came when he went to the Cincinnati Bengals. And last season, he had 17 and a half sacks, which led the league. Like I said, Mickey Loomis, for a long, long time, was an excellent scout. Last 3 years, he's been a bad scout. Could he turn around in this draft? I have no clue. No clue whatsoever. And because he's whiffed of so many, the Saints have been bad. When he was a really good scout, when he could evaluate players, the Saints were winning. See a correlation? Good scouting equals good team equals winning. Well, let me rephrase that. Good scouting equals good players, which will equal good team. Bad scouting will equal bad players, which equals to bad football team, along with being $50 million over the cap, having the fourth oldest roster in the league. And because you have the fourth oldest roster in the league, it leads to injuries. Then injuries lead to you going into your practice squad to play players. Winning on your team maybe a few days ago. It's a mess. The Saints are a mess. They really are. That's all in the front office, and more than anything else. And I know I keep being a dead horse, but that's the way things are. I do like what Kellen Moore's with the coaching staff. I like who's hired on both the offense and the defense. But if the Saints want to do anything in the near future, they might need a reset. And when I mean a reset, I mean a 2 or 3 year reset. It's an absolute abomination that this franchise thinks that they can compete now. Patriots is a virgin. It really is. And for some reason, the front office and even Kellen Moore thinks that they're ready to compete. This team's not ready to compete. You've said this the last 3 years, that you said this team is ready to compete. You've acted like this team is ready to compete. But when it's time to compete, they're not competing. They're losing. They're losers. Losers. And then you have a quarterback who's afraid to compete, who's afraid to take chances, who's afraid to be confrontational. That's not a team that wants to compete. That's not a team that wants to compete at all. How are you going to act like you're going to compete when you have a 36-year-old linebacker, Demario Davis, who I love, been an excellent member of the New Orleans Saints and this community, and the other 36-year-old, Cam Jordan, who, like Demario Davis, everything I just mentioned about Demario Davis is the same thing that is true about Cam. Cam is a Walter Payton Man of the Year award. The only way you get that is through active work in the community, which he's done a lot of. Tyrann Mathieu, 32. Alvin Kamara will be 30 this summer. His backup, Jamal Williams, will also be 30 this summer. Derek Carr, 32, 33 years old. Older player. 33, yeah. He's 33 years old, and he will be 34 a month from now, March 28th. This is an old roster. The only time you win with the old roster, if you actually have, like, the pieces, like, similar to 2019 and 2020. Yes, where they're maybe a little bit on the older side, but they still had a lot of talented players. Besides Alvin Kamara, who do you trust in that offense? On defense, besides Demario Davis and maybe Tyrann Mathieu, who can you rely on to win the big game? Paulson Adebo? Yeah. Alontae Taylor? Yeah, maybe. But they're not bona fide. Not bona fide at all. We're going to take a quick break. We are entering hour number 2, the final hour of the Sports Report this week. Of course, we got Mardi Gras weekend happening. Make sure to stay safe out there and have fun. Gonna repeat this once again, probably later in the show, but I want to hammer this down because I think the 2 biggest rules of Mardi Gras: have fun and be safe. And maybe we can have fun and be safe every single time the Saints announce they're going to do something. Because every time I hear the Saints are about to do something, I start thinking I might have a heart attack. Because that's who the New Orleans Saints are right now. And it absolutely sucks. This is the Sports Report on WBOK 1230 AM at the beautiful campus of Xavier University here in Uptown New Orleans. We'll be right back, and we'll be waiting.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com. campus of Xavier University.
Yeah.
WBOK 1230 AM. Go. An Equity Media Station.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Ukrainian President Zelensky has left the White House after he got into a shouting match in the Oval Office with President Trump. The president claims Zelensky disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. A planned press event between the two leaders was canceled. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers. A U.S. District Court judge ruled Thursday that the Office of Personnel Management must rescind a memo that resulted in the mass firing of probationary employees. Diversity in Hollywood is on the decline. That's according to the 2025 UCLA Hollywood Diversity Report released Thursday. Researchers analyzed the cast and crews of 104 of the top English language films in 2024. Usher Raymond, who is a black superstar entertainer from Georgia, has been tapped to deliver the keynote address at Emory University's upcoming commencement ceremony in Atlanta. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
WBOK 1230 AM. Online at WBOK1230.com. The Sports Report. WBOK 1230 AM.
And we are back to start hour 2 of the Sports Report here on WBOK 1230 AM. I'm your host, Grant Sachere, and we have a very, I am, and we all are going to have a very busy weekend. Of course, it's Mardi Gras weekend. We got a lot of stuff going on in the city. We got Morpheus tonight, and Damien tomorrow. Damien is always a big day. Sunday is Bacchus. Monday is Orpheus. And, of course, Tuesday, also known as Fat Tuesday, we have Zulu whenever that starts on time, because it never starts on time. Sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 9, sometimes it's 9:15, sometimes it's 8:45. It just really depends on when they want to get things going. And then, of course, we got Rex. That follows right after Zulu. And then, of course, we got the truck parades. That will be going on for the next couple hours after Rex rolls along. But besides Mardi Gras, we have a lot of stuff going on this weekend as well. The Pelicans play the Suns once again tonight at the Smoothie King Center. Or is it at the Smoothie King Center? I remember seeing. I think it's in Phoenix though. I gotta double check that. But yeah, regardless, the Pelicans will play against the Suns. Hopefully we don't have any more negative news stories coming out from the Saints camp. But we do have a lot of high school basketball going on this weekend. Last night was the quarterfinals for the girls' high school basketball playoffs. Oh, and by the way, the Pelicans will be traveling to Phoenix to play the Suns. I wanted to make sure they got that correct. But going back to girls' high school basketball, they had the quarterfinals last night. And it's what I expected, right? I went to Ponchatoula, the Ponchatoula card game that was held at Carr. Carr won 58-48. It was their first quarterfinals. It was the first time they're advancing to the semifinals since 2016. Cass Antoine scored 18 points in the victory over Ponchatoula. Carr got off to a huge lead. It was 38-13 at the beginning of the third quarter, but then Ponchatoula went on a monstrous run. I believe they went on like a 15-0 run. It was something crazy like that, and they were able to storm back, but Carr kept making the buckets that they needed to make, and they ended up winning 58-48. John Curtis also won. They defeated Alexandria. It was pulling up the score right now. I just saw it. I don't know. Oh, here we go. 69-41. It's what I expected. John Curtis is a very, very dominant team. They've been arguably the most dominant girls basketball program in the last 10 years. They've won 7 of the last 8 Division I slut girls state championships. They are a wrecking machine. I just don't see them. I mean, they're the favorite to win the state championship once again, for good reason. They're just really, really good. And the fact that you beat a very good Alexandria team 69-41, I mean, that just tells you all you need to know about the John Curtis Patriots. I would expect John Curtis and Ender Carr to meet up in the state championship game, and rightfully so. But a lot of things can happen, right? It's called March Madness for a reason, right? A lot of things can happen. This is sports we're talking about. So, yeah, anything can happen, but until proven otherwise, I would not be shocked if Carr and Curtis played against each other in the Division I Select State Championship at the University Center in Hammond, America, better known as Hammond, Louisiana, of course. But I like Hammond, America. That's how you make Hammond sound fun. It's called a Hammond, America. But it would, of course, the game would be played at University Center on Southeastern's campus, so it's only about a 45 to 50-minute drive. That will be a awesome for that. I already got my credentials for the girls' state basketball championships, and I am really, really excited for that. Another game that happened was Sacred Heart. They defeated Holy Savior Menard, and they will be going to their first semifinal program's history. They defeated the Holy Savior Menard 44-32. Awesome victory for the Academy of Sacred Heart. And they will have an opportunity to not only go to the semifinals, but if they win, they will advance to their first ever state championship game in the school's history. And that they win that one, obviously they would win their very first state title and program history. Congratulations to Sacred Heart. I also want to give a huge congratulations to De La Salle's girls basketball team. They went on the road in Baton Rouge in a hostile environment and defeated Dunham 54-36 to advance to March Madness in Hammond, America on Southeastern's campus. They will have an opportunity to go to the state championship game. And if they do win that one, they will have to go up against Lafayette Christian, who is one of the state's biggest basketball powers, at least they're one of the biggest state powers in the state in girls basketball. So they'll have a tough task at hand, but regardless, awesome season for the Cavaliers of De La Salle, and we have 4 teams from New Orleans that will be playing at the girls' March Madness in Hammond, America, more specifically at the University Center on Southeastern's campus. Congratulations to all 4 of those teams. But let's talk about the men's basketball a little bit. Of course, we're going to have on Jared Boyd of the Hash It Out Show. And he's going to help us break down all of the top matchups in the playoffs. And there's a lot of intriguing games. I really like the Bonneville Turnley's game. That's a very interesting matchup. Micah Higgins has done a great job with the program. He was recently named the Coach of the Year in District 10-5A. I think they could play spoiler in the playoffs. I mean, they are the 13th seed right now. They beat Turlings. They'll go up against St. Aug, and I think that's a very, very intriguing second round matchup. I think that's something you need to look out for. I'm really, really intrigued by that matchup. And if that matchup, and if Bonneville wins against Turlings, they will be going to St. Aug, and I think that will be a really, really good game, and maybe Bonneville could pull off the upset. Bonneville's beating some really good teams. They beat Holy Cross earlier this year. I think Bonneville's road, if they do beat Turlings Catholic, that second round game against St. Aug will be very, very interesting. And I think Bonneville, if they stay hot, they could probably go to the March Madness. I mean, I'm being serious. That's a very, very good team. Something you need to watch out for. Speaking of Holy Cross, they will be hosting Catholic League rival Brother Martin. I know Brother Martin is the very, very last team to get in. They're the 24th overall seed, so they're the last seed. And they barely got in too. However, they're very familiar with Holy Cross. Like I said, they are a rival. They are a district opponent. And earlier this year, Brother Martin put together a great game plan against Holy Cross. And Holy Cross had to beat him in the final seconds to win the game. Brother Martin may be young, and they may be on the smaller side. But they're still a very, very talented team. And I think that Brother Martin could pull off the upset. It's hard to be a district opponent twice. It really is. Can Brother Martin pull off the upset? They possibly could. But it'd be hard for me to see Holy Cross lose on their home court. I really do. Another game, another interesting game that will be happening will be E.D. White at L.B. Landry. That's another interesting game. E.D. White's the number 21 seed, but they put together a decent season. They haven't played a whole lot of games compared to some other teams, but they've had to put together a decent season. They're traveling to Landry on the West Bank. I think that'll be a very interesting game. I do think that L.B. Landry will win that game, but I think I mean this game could be close. It's March Madness, and although it's not technically New Orleans, well, I mean it's in St. Tammany, which I mean it's in the area. Slidell at Covington. That's a very interesting first round game. Two former district rivals. Of course, they split that district apart. It used to be Slidell, Covington, St. Paul's, Fontainebleau, Salmon, Mandeville. All those teams were put together, but they split the districts, and then they put Chalmette in the district with all the Slidell schools. But two former district rivals. Slidell's the number 21 overall seed. They'll be traveling to Covington, who's the number 12 seed. That's another interesting game to look at. Like I said, the first round, I mean, but most of the teams that you expect to see, St. Aug, Jesuit, Curtis, they all have first round buys. If you're a top 8 seed, you're going to have a first round bye in the select playoffs. Most of the teams in New Orleans and most teams in Orleans, all teams in Orleans Parish and Jefferson Parish will all be considered select. Right, and in the select brackets, if you're seeded 1 through 8, you're gonna have a first round bye. If you're below 8, you play a first round game. So in select Division 1, Jesuit will get a bye, John Curtis will get a bye, St. Aug will get a bye, and although Ponchatoula is Tangipahoa, they're gonna get a bye. I still want to mention Ponchatoula because they're still considered an area team. Then Newman, Country Day, and De La Salle will all get buys in Division 3 select. In Division 2, it's going to be Shaw and Hannon. Those two will get first-round buys. And then in Division 4 select, Crescent City, Christian, and MLK Charter will get buys as well. But everybody else will have their first-round games happening tomorrow night. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break. Jared Boyd of the Hash It Out Show will be joining the Sports Report in just a few minutes to discuss all storylines you need to be watching out for both the girls' state championship games coming up next week, and a preview of the high school boys basketball playoffs that will be happening here in the state of Louisiana. We'll be right back, and we'll be here waiting.
I'm Leo Jackson, host of Sunday Gospel here every Sunday morning, 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 12 o'clock till 2 p.m. You don't want to miss this move of God. It happens only on WBOK. You listen to all day long.
NOLA Public Schools is excited for the rest of this 24-25 school year journey with our families, watching our students dive into learning, growth, and success. As the school year continues, our dedicated educators are focused on keeping every student engaged and motivated. Let's keep embracing new challenges, celebrating achievements, and supporting each other to make the rest of this year even more impactful. Stay connected with your school and NOLA PS through our social media channels for updates and resources. We're here to help our scholars attend today, achieve tomorrow.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Welcome to Liberty Bank and Trust, where your financial journey transforms communities. Since 1972, our customized banking solutions power your dreams and fuel your community growth. Every dollar you invest with us circles back to empower more people, ensuring opportunities for generations. Join us at Liberty Bank. Together, we empower possibility. Visit libertybank.net to start banking with purpose. Liberty Bank, there's freedom here.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. The Sports Report. WBOK
1230 AM. And we are back here on the Sports Report on WBOK 1230 AM. I am your host, Grant Sashray. And in just a few minutes, we're going to have on Jared Boyd of the Hash It Out Show. Of course, last night, the last segment, I discussed all the girls' basketball games that happened last night. All those games with the quarterfinal games, and we have the state championships next week, where both the semifinals and the finals will all be played at the University Center on Southeastern's campus next week from March 3rd through March 8th. And gotta give you a recap of what happened. Carr defeated Ponchatoula 58-48. John Curtis defeated Alexandria 69-41. Parkview Baptist defeated Hannon 60-38. Sacred Heart defeated Holy Savior Menard 44-32. Rose Pond defeated North Lake Christian 50-30. North Lake Christian is the Covington area school. And De La Salle defeated Dunham 54-36. So of the 7 of these 7 girls basketball quarterfinals, four of those games had a team from the New Orleans area advance to the girls' March Madness that will be happening in Hammond, America, baby. Hell yeah. But I digress. So this is actually a pre-recorded interview that I did the night before, just a way to get it scheduled in because we both have busy schedules, and so we're gonna mention a bunch of the scores, but De La Salle at the time the score was not reported yet when we did the interview, so just kind of putting that out there when you listen to it. It's a little bit older, like I said, it's from last night, but still a lot of great info about the boys of the boys basketball playoffs, and then also a recap of what happened in the girls high school basketball playoffs.
This is Grant Sashery, your host of the Sports Report on WBOK 1230 AM. We got as very special guest with us, Jared Boyd, also known as JB of the Hash-It-Ash Show. He's here to talk with us about the boys' high school basketball playoffs. And there's a lot to talk about. And Jared, welcome to the show. And how's it been going this weekend?
Hey, Grant, thank you for inviting me. Been going well, my friend. Can't complain.
Mm-hmm. Got you. And by the way, I want to ask you something before we get into it. What is your favorite Mardi Gras parade?
Oh, man, I'm going to tell you, it's actually the Crew of Lou. And that's the parade in Luling, Louisiana. The reason why it's my favorite, because I have so much family in Booty and Luling, and we all meet up there for the Crew of Lou. So that's why that's my favorite, just to be around family.
I got you. And yeah, I mean, the thing I like about those smaller parades, especially in the Bayou, they're pretty fun because it's its own thing, right? Like New Orleans, it's kind of more of like, I guess you could say the mainstream thing. While you go to places like Thibodaux and Homa and Luling, they got their own thing going on with their own special flavor to it. But let's get right into it. Starting off with the Division I select bracket. Of course, most of the teams from New Orleans will be in the bracket. There's a lot of great teams. Of course, you got to mention St. Aug, Holy Cross, John Curtis, Ponchatoula. There's a lot of teams. Out of all the teams in Division I select, who do you think has the best shot to make it to March Madness in Lake Charles?
Oh, it's the defending state champions, Liberty. Liberty is just so talented all around. Every player is a talent. You have Malik Jones, the point guard. He's just a special talent. Liberty, to me, is the one that's going to get back to Lake Charles for sure.
And what about from New Orleans? Do you see what team from New Orleans do you see going to March Madness?
I actually see two of them from New Orleans, to be honest with you. I think St. Augustine has a great shot. And I think John Curtis Christian School also has a great shot, led by Artrell Manning. Coach Biko Paris has done a great job with that program. I think John Curtis has a great shot. And I know they're looking forward to their rematch with Catholic of Baton Rouge, who they played earlier this year and lost to by 2 points. But I think John Curtis Christian, and St. Augustine both have a great shot to get to Lake Charles.
Yeah, it's also crazy too that St. Aug is the number 4 team, while John Curtis is the number 7 team in this bracket, despite John Curtis being the Catholic League champions. Both John Curtis and St. Aug are both in the same division, so I thought that was very interesting. That shows you the strength of St. Aug's schedule, especially early on this season. But
Correct.
speaking of another powerhouse program in the New Orleans area, your alma mater, Archbishop Shaw. They
Yeah.
might be the best team in the city of New Orleans. They've defeated Madison Prep, Ponchatoula, Catholic of Baton Rouge. They beat Hannon twice, who's the number 2 seed in Division II Select, and they also defeated Zachary. Is Division II Select Shaw's to lose? I mean, because I know they're the favorite, but there's a lot of great teams in Division II Select.
There are a lot of great teams in Division II Select, and I really think the bracket that Shaw is in is the hardest part of the bracket, to be honest with you. There's nothing easy in that bracket with Parkview Baptist, Douglas, John F. Kennedy. But I do believe Archbishop Shaw is the favorite to win it. And it is Wesley Laurending's best team he's ever had to coach, ever. So I think Shaw has a great chance to actually finally get over that semifinal hump and get to the championship and bring home a state championship. I think it's theirs to lose.
Definitely. And, there's 2 teams that I have in mind in Division II Select, and that's JFK, who could possibly go up against Shaw in the quarterfinals, and also Sophie B. Wright, who's the 11th seed. I think they're a very interesting team, and they're also both in the same division. Actually, they both had the district title game, and JFK won in the final seconds. But could you see both JFK and Sophie B. Wright playing spoiler in the playoffs in Division II Select?
I'm gonna say this: JFK has played so much better than when I saw them play in the beginning of the season. They have gotten so much better. Anything can happen. They could be a spoiler. Like I said, Shaw's bracket is not easy, so it's possible that they can do it. It would shock me for JFK if they would happen to beat Archbishop Shaw to move on to Lake Charles, but it can happen. As far as Sophie B. Wright, this is another good team, and they can make a good run also. It is possible. I think the game against McKinley is going to be a tough matchup for Sophie B. Wright. I really think so. But Sophie B. Wright, they are one of the 2 teams that beat Archbishop Shaw this year. So you cannot overlook Sophie B. Wright. They're a good team, and if things are flowing well for Sophie B. Wright, they can make a run. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and another team I want to talk about is Country Day. They are in Division III Select. There's a lot of familiar names in the roster. Of course, Bruce McAllister's son plays with the team. James Borrego's son plays with the team, and Corey Brewer, who's assistant coach along with James Borrego on the Pelicans. All their sons are on the team, and I also believe one of their trainers, the Pelicans trainer's sons, is also on the team as well. So a lot of Pelicans and Saints connections, but they've won 7 of their last 8 games and closed out the season with a resounding 62-40 win over the defending state champions, Newman. What are their chances of winning their 8th state championship this season?
They got a real good shot. This is a total complete team. They play great team ball. They're a great team. I have to get to Lake Charles, and I really think they'll be in that championship game against Calvary Baptist. I think Calvary Baptist will get to the championship game, the top side of the bracket. But this Country Day team is for real. They're very well coached. A lot of team ball. No selfish players. They have a wonderful shot. Grant.
Definitely. I also want to mention also in Division III Select, you also have, like I said, Newman, who's the defending state champion. You can't forget about them. Yeah. They're the number 4 seed. And also you can't forget about De La Salle as well. So those are some other notable teams from the New Orleans area. They're also in Division III Select. But moving on to Division IV Select, Crescent City Christian are the defending state champions, in Division IV Select. They look to be the favorite once again, but MLK Charter, the 8 seed, could play spoiler if both teams can make it the quarterfinal. Is that a possibility that MLK could upset Crescent City Christian?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, anything can happen. We know that. But my honest opinion, I don't think MLK Charter can upset Crescent City. Crescent City guys has one of the best players in the city, and Dwight McGee. Dwight McGee can create his own shot and get others involved. I don't see MLK Charter being able to defeat Crescent City at all.
Mm-hmm. I got you. And are there any teams that I have not mentioned or we have talked about that maybe people should be paying attention to in the boys' playoffs?
Without a doubt, I would say Southern Lab is one. I would say Hamilton Christian from Lake Charles is one. That's in Division 4 Select. Back to Division 1 Select. I'm going to tell you right now, Holy Cross. Keep an eye on Coach Mr. Kirkswood team. Holy Cross, they're the 9 seed. They got to play Brother Martin tomorrow, and then win that game, they get Jesuit, and then they'll get Liberty. That is a good team. That's a good team, and I think if they play Liberty, they will give Liberty a run for their money. Holy Cross Tigers, keep your eye out on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Holy Cross, they're a very good team. I've seen them a good bit. Actually, we'll be at that game tonight between Holy Cross and Brother Martin. But I will say this about this Holy Cross and Brother Martin game. I think that might be an upset bid. Remember, that game came down to the final seconds. Cash Pichon of Holy Cross hit a game-winning floater at the buzzer to win that game. Brother Martin had him. Brother Martin, I know they haven't really had the best season, but a lot of that is because they're a very, very young team. There's a lot of sophomores, even a couple of freshmen playing for the Crusaders. Could you see the Crusaders upsetting the Tigers in the first round?
I'll tell you what, Brother Martin has won their last 5 games, so they're on the right path and looks like starting to play the ball that they want to play. But Catholic League is tough, and like you said, Brother Martin almost won the first game, but I don't see it this time, Grant. I don't see it happening. Holy Cross, to me, has gotten better also as the year went on. I don't see Brother Martin beating Holy Cross.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be a tight ball game? It could be, yeah. But I think Holy Cross comes out on top again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I want to talk a little bit about the girls' basketball tournament. Of course, we just wrapped up the quarterfinals. The girls' March Madness will take place next week. Those are the semifinals, and state championship games will be held next week on Southeastern's campus at the University Rec Center in Hammond. So it's not that far away from New Orleans. But I know you went to the Curtis game last night against Alexandria. I was actually at the Ponchatoula and Carr game last night. Carr had a great despite I know the second half Ponchatoula came back and really looked like they might have pulled off the comeback victory, but Carr made a few big time shots down the stretch. But do you see Curtis and Carr squaring up against each other in the state championship game? And if they win their respective semifinal games, who do you think will be the winner of that game?
I think you're going to see it happen. I really do think so. I think you see John Curtis and Carr play the championship. John Curtis, man, Imani Daniel is back. She's been out most of the year with a foot injury, and she is now back, and that makes Curtis even more dangerous. Edna Carr, led by Tanai Bean and Cass Antoine, the 1-2 punch on that team. So I think you'll see it, and it'll be the rematch that a lot of people want to see because, John Curtis won the regular season matchup and now for the district championship. So, yes, Edna Carr wants revenge. But with Imani Daniel now back, I just don't see a team that could beat John Curtis with her back in the lineup now. I just don't see it. They're more dangerous now with her in the lineup. I got John Curtis and Edna Carr if they play each other again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's John Curtis has been one of the most one of the probably have been the most dominant girls basketball team in the last 10 years. I mean, they've won 10 state championships, and most of those have come in the last 10 years. I mean, they've been on a roll, in the last decade, and And not only that, they continued that dominance going up against 5A opponents. So a lot.
Yeah.
But Carr is a really good team, and they could probably
They
make
are.
that happen. And by the way, congratulations to them and Coach
Yes.
Antoine. This is their first semifinal appearance since 2016. Curtis,
Well deserved.
This is like their 10th, and who knows how many years, right? They've just been
Yeah.
so dominant. And then also Academy Sacred Heart also won their game, and they will be going up to the semifinals for the first time in the program's history. And if I'm correct, did De La Salle win their game as well against Dunham?
Let me see right quick. I have the brackets right here. I picked De La Salle to actually defeat Dunham, and well, they haven't updated the bracket yet, so I don't know. But I know the winner of De La Salle and Dunham will be playing Lafayette Christian. But it's not up yet.
Yeah. No, some of these are still coming up as we're recording this. But yeah, just a lot. We're gonna have a chance to have a solid bit of teams from the New Orleans area advance to the state championships, and then we also have a lot of boys basketball teams that will advance to the state semifinals as well. I think there's gonna be a lot of New Orleans representation in both Hammond and also Lake Charles for the boys March Madness, which will take place the week after the girls, March 10th through the 15th at the Burton Coliseum on McNeese State's campus. JB, thanks for hopping on the show to give insight on everything that's happened on high school basketball, both boys and girls, and have a happy Mardi Gras.
You too, my man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
That was Jared Boyd of the Hash It Out Show. You can go to the Hash It Out Show. The Hash It Out Show will be live every Tuesday and Wednesday on YouTube. And if you go to I think it was JB or JB the Sports Guy on YouTube. If you look that up, not only do they do their not only is the Hash It Out Show live on there every Tuesday and Wednesday night, where they interview a lot of different faces from across the state, including high school coaches, football, basketball, you name it. Sometimes we get a chance to interview college coaches as well. It's a very good show. So make sure to check it out. The Hash It Out Show on YouTube. Jared Boyd, VK Jones, and George Peppis. Those are your three co-hosts on that show, and they all do a very good job of promoting sports all across the New Orleans area and also around the state. They also have a special focus on high school sports too. Really great content. That's why I brought on JB, because he's very good at breaking down high school sports, especially the sport of basketball. So it's really great to have him on to give us more insight on the high school basketball playoffs in both the boys and the girls. We will be right back after the break. This is the Sports Report on WBOK 12:30 a.m. and we will be here waiting.
That's right. It's party time each and every Sunday night at 7 p.m. on WBOK. It's the Throwback Throwdown with DJ Wick as he brings you the best in old school from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the early 2Ks. Plus, the party goes to another level at 9 p.m. with the Throwback Throwdown Party Mix to round out the night. It's the Throwback Throwdown Sunday nights at 7 p.m. on WBOK 1230 a.m. and on the World Wide Web at WBOK1230.com.
Hello, I'm Sharon Levine, founder and director of Rise St. James. I want to invite you to our 6th annual Black History Ceremony on Saturday, February 22nd at Rosie's Catering in St. James, Louisiana.
Saturday, February 22nd, a day of unity and legacy with the theme of Mzizi Yakina, celebrating deep roots and enduring brilliance. Keynote speaker Heather McTier-Tony, singing, education, and delicious soul food. Visit risestjames.org for details.
We hope you can join us at Rosie's Catering in St. James, Louisiana.
Saints of God, it's time for us to tell you the truth. It's time for you to start your 21-day challenge. Don't take another day. Do it right now. Call 504-701-4711. That's the whole water stove, Pastor David Impartian Sr., the host of Change Your Water, Change Your Mind. This is the water that's designed to change your body, the way you think, the way you act, and the way you look. Why don't you start your 21-day challenge today? For $35, you can start it right now. Call me so we can set up your appointment. 504-701-4711. That's 504-701-4711. Change your water, change your mind.
Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com. The Sports Report. WBOK 1230 AM.
And welcome back to the Sports Report here on WBOK 1230 AM. I'm your host, Grant Sastre, and we will be signing off in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we still got some time left on the show before I leave. And I got to head out, of course, to cover some high school basketball. Once again, I will be going to Holy Cross and Brother Martin. And then also, it's Mardi Gras weekend. So for anybody who's still listening to the show, who maybe listen to the show on their way to the parade to New Orleans or elsewhere around the state, Louisiana. I'm not sure WBOK can reach out past further than New Orleans, but for anybody who's listening on their way to the parades, I got two rules for Mardi Gras: have fun and be safe. That's it. Those are the only two rules. Have fun, but also be safe. Those are the two rules of Mardi Gras. Laissez bon temps rouler. Let the good times roll. But anyway, the Saints. Yeah, I know a lot of people are disappointed in the Saints. They're keeping Derek Carr. I know a lot of people were hoping that the Saints would cut Derek Carr, although the cheapest option, as I said before, is that keeping Derek Carr for one more year is better for the Saints in terms of saving money, right? But at the same time, is Derek Carr the best option to win games? Yes and no. He'll give you the option to win some games, but in terms of games, in terms of the games you need to win to go to the next step, Derek Carr's not capable of that. And that's why a lot of Saints fans have been perplexed of why the Saints want to keep Derek Carr. Mickey Loomis says it gives the Saints the best chance to win games. I think Spencer Rattler gives the Saints just as much of a chance to win games as Derek Carr. I think Derek Carr at this point is a lost cause. I'm not saying Spencer Rattler is the guy. I'm not the biggest Spencer Rattler person. But at this point in Derek Carr's career, he and Spencer Rattler to me are just basically the same player. Right? And if you're the Saints, although they're so afraid to admit this for some weird reason, they need to reset. They need to rebuild. There's nothing wrong with rebuilding. They're like everyone rebuilds. Everyone's gonna have to rebuild at some point. Name one franchise in the history of sports that hasn't had a rebuild. The Steelers have had rebuilds. The Patriots are currently going through rebuild right now. Look at the NBA. The Warriors, they had to go through rebuild. It didn't work out for a little while, but it seems like with the Jimmy Butler trade, which isn't really part of a rebuild, it might be working out. But The Celtics had to go through a rebuild when Paul Pierce and KG and Ray Allen left. Yeah, there's a lot of different examples of teams going through rebuilds. A lot of different examples. So the fact that the Saints are so afraid of the word rebuild or reset is quite alarming. It really is. And it's just amazing. If you look at both the Pelicans and the Saints, of course, they're both owned by Gail Benson. That's the obvious one. They're both kind of in the same situations, right? Both teams haven't been very good. The Saints obviously went 5-12. The Pelicans right now, their season's still going. They are one of the worst teams in the league. But the difference is David Griffin knows where this team's at, right? The one glaring thing about the Pelicans is that they've been injured, right? And when everyone's injured, that means a lot of people are not on the court at the same time. And when that happens, which you saw this year, they don't have chemistry. The reason why the Pelicans won 3 out of their last 4 games is simply because these guys have been playing together for a little bit. I know it hasn't been very long, but Zion's healthy. Trey Murphy's healthy. Trey Murphy's really been the healthiest member of the starting lineup along with CJ McCollum. Yeah, but these guys are just healthier. Four. So the Pelicans won 4 of their last 5 games. And it seems like they're clicking. I'm not saying they're going to win out or they're not going to win many games, but the reason why they're playing so well right now is because they've been playing together for the last 8 to 10 games. And so when you have chemistry, you do better. And unfortunately, Zion just has been hurt a lot. Brandon Ingram, same thing. The reason why the New Orleans Pelicans traded away Brandon Ingram was because, well, one, he was really expensive. And 2, you basically had a Brandon Ingram and Trey Murphy who's younger and way less injury prone. So if you're Pelicans, what do? You trade away Brandon Ingram. David Griffin knows where this team's at. This team is not as bad as the record says they are. And then they've had a lot of injuries. And because of those injuries, they haven't built chemistry. They're starting to regain that right now. And they have a lottery pick, more than likely. And they're going to be above the luxury tax in the offseason. So it'd be very interesting to see what the Pelicans do. They need a true point guard, and they probably need one more big man. Oh, and they might need some better shooting as well. 3-point shooting has been kind of lacking with the Pelicans too. On the other hand, the Saints think that they're on the same they're on that same level as the Pelicans. The Pelicans have talented players and they're young. The Saints are the 4th oldest franchise in the league. They don't have anybody who's a difference maker on the Saints besides Alvin Kamara. But to be honest with you about Alvin Kamara, he's near the end of his career. He's near the end of his career. He's going to be 30 this summer. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to appreciate Alvin Kamara while we have it, or at least while he's Alvin Kamara, right? In terms of as a football player, because time's running out. He's a running back. His shelf life is short. If you're the Saints, what do you do in the draft? Who do you get? Do you draft Josh Jonty in the first round, or do you wait? I don't understand why Mickey Loomis or even the Saints organization thinks this way, that they're one player away, when they've been saying that the last 3 years, and it's very clear that maybe they're more than 21 players away, to be honest with you. Like, it's incredible. It's an absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. But I'll say this though. I will say this. I do think the Saints hired the right coach for rebuild. I really like the coaching staff that they have. It's a very I think it has a lot of potential, but the problem is the players outside of maybe a few are not very good, and it's really, really disappointing. I mean, it really, really is. I'm speechless, and apparently it might keep Taysom Hill. By the way, Taysom Hill is 35 years old. He's coming off of a bad knee. Knee surgery during the offseason. He had knee surgery. He's almost 35 years. He's 35 years old. He's nothing more than a gadget player. And apparently the Saints might want to bring him back. What are they doing? What are you doing? And are you sure Kellen Moore even wants to use, or maybe Kellen Moore doesn't want to use him, because obviously the Saints wouldn't be re-signing him if Kellen Moore wasn't going to use him. But there's no reason to waste money on Taysom Hill, who's coming off knee surgery at the age of 35. Come on, y'all. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But that's just the state of the Saints. And the state of the Saints is not good. The Pelicans' State of the Union isn't great either. But at least they have something to look forward to. At least they know where they're at as a franchise. They have an identity. Sort of. But they at least know what they're about. The Saints? Not so much. But that's going to wrap it up today on the Sports Report here on WBOK 1230 AM. Happy Mardi Gras, y'all. And remember, have fun and be safe. Seriously. Have fun and be safe. If you've been drinking, get an Uber driver, or if you have a friend that's a designated driver who has not been drinking, ride with them. There's no reason to put yourself in harm's way or put others in harm's way. Go catch some beads, go catch some coconuts, go drink a little beer, and have fun. But remember, be safe. Happy Mardi Gras, y'all. This is the Sports Report here on WBOK. Les Bon Tempourle. Let the good times roll. We'll see you guys next time.
Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, chunky, that funky monkey. That's why I dwell. Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey junkie, that funky monkey. Brass. When it's time to get ill, avoid on my face. Come on, y'all, it's time to get nice. Cool. The lock is getting kind of funky. Me and the crew are drinking brass monkey. This girl on the boy, she gave me the eye. Reached in the locker, grabbed a Spanish fly. I put it in the monkey, mixed it in a cup, went over to the girl. Yo, baby, what's up? I opened it and sip. Cause she gave me lip. Then began to stuff her in and now she's on my brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey junkie, that funky monkey. Step up to the bar and put the girl down. She takes a big gulp and slaps it around. You take a sip and you can do it. You get right to it. We had a case in the place. Well, we went right through it. You got a dry martini and thinking you're cool. Taking place at the bar, smack you off your stool. Put a dog in a single girl. And if you got beef, you get beat to a pulp. Monkey and party and reeling and rocking. Deaf, girls, all y'all talking. The song and dance keeping you in the trance. If you don't bum a record, I got my head band. I think it, I see it, I be it. I love brass monkey, but I don't give the end. We got the bottle, you got the cup. Come on, everybody, let's get brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey junkie, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey junkie, that funky monkey. Brass monkey.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com. From the campus of Xavier University. WBOK 1230 AM. Go. An Equity Media Station.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 things you should know with BIN News. President Trump says Ukrainian President Zelensky is welcome back to the White House when he's ready for peace. Following a tense meeting at the White House today, Trump posted that President Zelensky is not ready for peace with Russia if America is involved. Lawmakers are reacting to today's tense meeting. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham said Trump showed that he's not a man to be trifled with. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly criticized Trump for the shouting match. He said just because you act this way doesn't mean you're tough. Wall Street is closing sharply higher despite a brief sell-off during Friday's session. Stocks traded in the red after President Trump's Oval Office clash with Ukrainian President Zelensky. However, they rose sharply in the final hour. Hollywood's top movies will be honored at the Academy Awards this weekend. The program airs 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com.
Athletic competition. It can easily be broken down into 2 parts. The minutes or hours it takes to complete the event. Then weeks, months, and years of joy or heartbreak. Finally, the decades to analyze and debate it. From the press box to press row, Donald Ware will break it all down for you with an in-depth look at historically Black college athletics, as well as the biggest news stories and newsmakers of the day. It's time to talk the talk with those who walk the walk. From the press box to press row, here's your host, Donald Ware.
Some of y'all go get washed, some of y'all just go pop, some of y'all just go talk, but none of y'all ain't really.
As always, thank you for joining me on another edition of the program. We've got, maybe a week or so left in the regular season as far as Division I basketball is concerned, and the conference tournaments for the most part going to begin shortly thereafter.
And that's the way I like it.
It's interesting because already
that's the way I like
in the Big 12, Houston has wrapped up the Big 12. Well, at least has wrapped up a share of the Big 12 by virtue of its victory over Texas Tech on Monday, 69-61. It was a really big win. It was a win in which Houston avenged its earlier loss in the season to Texas Tech. So what that means is now on Saturday that if Houston wins the game at home against Cincinnati, then Houston is going to win the Big 12 outright. Or if Arizona loses its game, then Houston wins the Big 12 outright. And Kelvin Sampson is the head men's basketball coach at Houston, and he joins us today here on the program. Looking forward to the conversation with Kelvin Sampson. I'm really bullish. I'm bullish. I really like Houston this year. When the first brackets came out a couple of weeks ago, the NCAA released its first brackets. It had the top 16 teams, the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds, and it was Auburn. At that time, it was Auburn, it was Alabama, Duke, and I can't remember who the fourth seed is sort of escaping me right now. But I thought that, I thought Houston should have been maybe considered as a number 1 seed at that time. I had a chance to ask ESPN's Joe Lunardi about that, and I forget what he said then. But then Joe Lunardi came out with his own bracket last week, where it was Auburn. It was, I think Duke was number 2. Alabama may have been number 3. And like Florida was number 4. I think Tennessee was 5. And then Houston was number 6. And I asked Joe Lunardi about it again. And I mean, in essence, he said he thought eventually Houston would be a number 1 seed. And look, I think the Cougars are playing that way, right? Like, this is a really good team. It was only a couple of years ago that Houston was in the Final Four. And so again, we're going to talk with Kelvin Sampson today here on Box to Win and really talk about that team. I think it's a little bit of a respect factor to me, and interested in seeing what he thinks about where the Cougars are currently ranked, even though, look, it's a lot of season left to be played. Still 3 more games for Houston, still 3 games remaining with most of the Big 12 teams. And so anything can happen. But again, a win in the next 3 games by Houston, or a loss by Arizona, and Houston wins the Big 12 outright. But right now, Houston has clinched at least a share of the Big 12. So we're going to talk again with Kelvin Sampson on the program. Also, we're going to talk some NBA today on the program, as there's only, if you can believe this, there are only about 24 to 26 games remaining, depending upon the team, remaining in the season. And so I think, I'm going to tell you, and I sat and watched the game last week between the Lakers and the Nuggets, that Saturday night game. And look, the Lakers are a serious team, I think, in terms of contending. And really, for me, it wasn't about Luka and LeBron. It was about how the other players were going to play. And I was a little bit concerned, especially early on. But I think part of that, because when you think about Austin Reeves, when you think, certainly about Hachimura, I mean, those guys can play. But once Luka came around, to me, those guys' games changed a little bit, and they didn't shoot as well, particularly Hachimura, who struggled in the games that Luka played from 3-point range. But it was one of those things where Luka really got loose. We saw the step back 3-pointers. We saw him really play his game. Like, he got loose. It was like he was tight. So because he was tight, everybody else other than LeBron was tight. But once Luka loosened up and, did his thing, and he did it. He did his thing in the Dallas game, certainly on Monday or Tuesday also. I think it was Tuesday. Then it allowed for the rest of the team to open up, because even early on, Hachimura was off in that game against the Nuggets. Then he started to hit threes. Austin Reeves had a good game. So you really need all of the pieces right there for the Lakers. The Lakers really need all of the pieces to come together. But I really think that this is a Lakers team that has a real opportunity to challenge in the West, right? I think the other team that has a real opportunity to challenge, even though it sits in the 8th place right now, or in the number 8 seed, if you will, or 8th in the Western Conference, the Golden State Warriors. I already thought that adding, you added Jimmy Butler to that. Like, would that be a move that would put the Warriors over the top? Not necessarily, but the way that the Warriors have played, because this had been sort of a 500 team throughout the majority of the season. And now it's a team that's only lost one game since Jimmy Butler has come to this team. And it's a team that has played well. But I think once Jonathan Kuminga comes back, Jonathan Kuminga, I think, is going to be the key to the Warriors. And I believe if Kuminga plays well, and not only plays well, I mean, he hadn't played necessarily great this season. I think that the Warriors thought by now Kuminga would have been a guy that would have been like the next guy, like the heir apparent, if you will. And that just has not happened for whatever reason for the Warriors. But I think if he can really start to come around, then I think that's a situation where it could be it could be really, a lot better, I think, for the Golden State Warriors. I mean, he's only averaging 16.8 points per game this season, but he's been injured. He's only played in 32 games so far. So if he can come back and really give a spark, this could be a team with the Warriors that could make a run. Because remember, let's go back to that 2022 season. It was a team that a lot of people thought was on the, and probably myself included, thought was on the downside, right? Like maybe the Warriors weren't going to get it done. Klay Thompson seemed to be regressing. I don't know. That's a strong word. I don't want to say regressing, but he was getting older, right? It's one of the reasons that the Warriors decided to move on from him, even though he's had a pretty good season with the Mavericks, a pretty good couple of seasons with the Mavericks, is because he was sort of, he was getting older. But he reached down in the playoffs, and that took all that, like, it took a lot for the Warriors that year. Like, everybody had to really come to play. And, that's exactly what happened that season. It was like an all hands on deck sort of situation. So, you got really good play, not only from your big three. Jonathan Kuminga, really stepped up. Guy like a Marcus Moody stepped up. Jordan Poole, who is playing for the Wizards now. I mean, the Wizards are just bad, although the Wizards they've made a couple of trades. I think things may bode well for the Wizards in the future, especially if they get like a number 1 or a number 2 pick next year. You have a situation where all of those guys really stepped up in the playoffs. And so it led to Golden State really coming around and winning that championship. Andrew Wiggins was a big part of that championship as well. So you added Jimmy Butler, who we know can play, and we know he's going to be good in the playoffs. Historically, he has been. Playoff Jimmy is his name. So you add that guy, but I think it's Jonathan Kuminga is really going to be the key for the Golden State Warriors. And I think if he really steps up, comes back, maybe he gives you 20 points, even if it's not 25. But if he can give you 20 and be efficient, now we're talking about a Golden State Warriors team that really can make a run. I think the Thunder are the team to beat, as I said last week, because they've been arguably the top team. I mean, top 2 teams all season long. I mean, SGA is absolutely phenomenal. That team in of itself is really, really good. And so I really like the Thunder. I really think I like the Thunder to come out of the West, actually. And for me, what the Thunder got last year in terms of that playoff experience, but bowing out early. So you get that playoff experience, and now it makes you ready to rock and roll. So for me, I think that the Thunder are the team to beat. That said,
The Lakers and the Warriors, to me, are the next teams, whether you rank them at 2 or 3. The Nuggets have that core, but I'm not sold on the Nuggets as of yet. Like, I think the Nuggets are, if I had to say right now, who's the more talented team between the Nuggets and the Lakers, I would say I would say the Nuggets are probably the more talented team, and they are the team that have been together longer, won a championship just going back 2 years ago. That said, the Lakers put it on the Nuggets last Saturday. So it's a lot going on. We're going to talk a lot of NBA today here on the program. Look, you can participate here on the program. As always, hit me up via Twitter on my personal Twitter account or my personal X account at DWare1. Still to come, more NBA talk. But up next, we're going to be joined by Houston Cougars head men's basketball coach Kelvin Sampson. Keep it locked.
Hey there, fellow travelers. It's me, the Hotel Whiz. Before you go anywhere, call me day or night for hotel rates too low to publish. I'll save you up to 75% on over 500,000 hotels across the globe. You see, I've already done the research, so you don't have to spend time online trying to find the best deal. That's up to 75% off. Just call me, the Hotel Whiz. It's a free call, and you get instant access to rates too low to publish with no cancellation fees.
Make a free call now and save up to 75% off your hotel rooms the next time you're going somewhere for business or pleasure. Call the Hotel Whiz now and get instant access to rates too low to publish. 800-811-3471. 800-811-3471. 800-811-3471. Call the Hotel Whiz right now for rates too low to publish at 800-811-3471.
On last week's From the Press Box to Press Row with Donald Ware.
Patrick Crary II, the head men's basketball coach at Florida A&M. You mentioned all of the other things surrounding it, the media, the post-game stuff. Do you enjoy that?
Of course. You got to love it. I mean, it's part of the job. You got to love your job. Understand all that goes into being a head coach. I think a lot of assistant coaches, they think being a head coach is telling people what to do and drawing plays. But it's a lot more than that. It's establishing relationships. It's building a culture. It's representing your institution and your university first. So you got to embrace it, you got to love it, and most importantly, you got to be grateful for every opportunity you get.
From the Press Box to Press Row is one of the hottest sports talk shows in the country. Join Donald each week as he takes you on a journey through the world of HBCU sports and pro sports and interviews with top sports and entertainment figures. That's From the Press Box to Press Row each week on your favorite station.
Listening to From the Press Box to Press Row. From the Press Box to Press Row. Box to box to box to row. Box to row.
Yeah. Ladies and gents, players and pimps, listen. 1, 2. Oh, what shall I do? I'm slipping on my khaki suit. The blue one.
Joining us in about 5 minutes here on the program, Kelvin Sampson, the head men's basketball coach at Houston. Also still to come here on the program, earlier in the week, Kevin Durant came on the Draymond Green podcast with Byron Davis and discussed why he, in essence, nixed the trade to go back to the Golden State Warriors. So we're going to replay part of that conversation, and we'll discuss that as well. And in the last segment, look, we were talking some NBA, and I look at the Western Conference, and I look at Golden State. And the other night, Thursday night, as a matter of fact, Golden State came back from down about 17 points or so to beat Orlando. And Orlando, I thought Orlando would be having a better season to this point. Now, I realize Suggs is out. I mean, Banchero dropped 42 in this game. He was absolutely incredible. It's still a good team, but I thought the way, from what I saw from the Magic last year, and especially the way the Magic went toe-to-toe with the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoff series last year, I thought I would see a little bit more from Orlando, but we'll see what happens when Suggs comes back. But Golden State, I mean, you know, Steph Curry is going to give you some of these performances every now and again. He's pretty consistent. I mean, he's a pretty consistent player, but 56 points. I think he drained like 12 3-pointers. It may have been more than that. He drained right before the half. He drained a 3-pointer from half court or beyond half court that I think, I mean, you could argue sort of gave Golden State a little bit of momentum, at least going into the locker room, down all of those points. And then, I mean, he had a couple of long 3-pointers there in the second half that really propelled Golden State. So he's going to give you some of those performances. And we're going to talk more about the Kevin Durant non-trade, if you will, or him not coming back to Golden State. But when you've got a guy now like a Jimmy Butler, and Golden State is 7-3 in its last 10 games and has won so many straight games, you know, I've got to have Golden State like up there in my top 3 in the Western Conference when it's all said and done. Like, I like the Thunder. I think the Thunder are battle tested from last year in terms of maybe having a really good season but not performing as well in the playoffs. So again, I think that happens to all young teams. But now I think the Thunder battle tested with who I think is the league's MVP in Shane Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA has been absolutely tremendous. But I like the Lakers. I mean, you've got to like that, like I talked about before, and Luka in that game on Saturday against the Nuggets. The Nuggets have had, to me, some losses here down the stretch that I've kind of scratched my head at. And that's why I can't, like, I don't trust the Nuggets. Like, if I look at the continuity of the Nuggets from 2 years ago, winning the championship, I think part of the issue with the Nuggets last year, no KCP, no Jeff Green, those were two integral parts of that team, and which is why the Nuggets were sort of disappointing last year and bowed out early in the playoffs as the defending champions from the previous year. You know, and then the Grizzlies, like Ja Morant is playing well, Jaren Jackson Jr., all of that. Baines, like, it's a good team, but to me, there's always something that happens with the Nuggets. Like, I need to see the consistency level, I think, from the Nuggets for me to say, okay, from the Grizzlies to say that that's going to be a Grizzlies team that's going to challenge. But you got to like the Warriors, Steph Curry. Now you add Jimmy Butler, some of the young pieces that they have. And then, of course, for me, the Lakers, I mean, as I mentioned before, definitely have to be the teams to watch. And these two teams, the Lakers right now sit at number 4, and the Warriors sit at number 7. As mentioned, you can participate here on the conversation. Hit me up via Twitter at DWare1 to give me your thoughts. Let's continue here on the program. We're joined by a gentleman, as a matter of fact, he's in his 36th season as a head college basketball coach. His 11th season as the head men's basketball coach at Houston. The Cougars are number 4 in the country, 24-4 on the season, 16-1 in the Big 12. A big win over Texas Tech on Monday to clinch a share of the Big 12 championship, and going to be at home on Saturday against Cincinnati. Kelvin Sampson is the head men's basketball coach of the Cougars. He joins us here on the program. It's a pleasure, Coach Sampson. Welcome to the program.
I appreciate it, D. Good to be on with you, man.
Absolutely. You know, I got to start here. Like, we're going to talk basketball and all of that. I think one of the coolest things I've seen was a year ago. As a matter of fact, you grew up, playing ball at Pembroke in the Sampson County area and Lumberton and all of those kinds of good things, which is like an hour and a half from us. You received recognition for service, the Eagle Feather and the Lumbee Warrior Pin from the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. And I believe that was about a year ago. I watched the video. It was one of the coolest things I've seen. What did that mean to you?
Well, I was born in Scotland County in Laurinburg, but I was raised in Pembroke, North Carolina, which is in Robeson County. My dad was my high school coach. He was inducted into the North Carolina High School Coaches Hall of Fame in the early 2000s. And my mom was a RN. She was the Director of Health Services at UNC Pembroke. So being raised in Pembroke in the Lumbee Nation was always a badge of honor for all of us. And I was fortunate to come up with a lot of people that were high achievers. For instance, the chancellor at UNC Pembroke, we're in the same high school graduating class. My wife, Karen, graduated when she was 20 years old. She had a full-time first grade teaching job when she was 20 years old. My best friend from high school is an attorney right outside of Charlotte, played football at Catawba. But I could go down the list. Growing up in that area was invigorating, was motivating. You're around a lot of high achievers, people that want to do something with their life. But getting the Eagle Feather is a sign of achievement and respect, and I think how you treat other people. I think that's just as important. Sometimes we watch people on TV or you hear about people and you form an opinion, and that's really not what they're about. So I think treating people the right way, never forgetting where you came from, understanding that we're all fortunate to be able to do what they do. And then I'd say the last thing is one of the things I learned is I don't ever take myself serious. There's a lot of people given the opportunity. I grew up at a time when there was segregation. My dad taught and coached in an all-Indian conference. Charlie Scott broke the racial barrier at the University of North Carolina, I think 1967. I was born in 1955. So I think coming from that area, I learned a lot of life lessons, but getting the Eagle Feather is a tremendous honor. But right away, it's something you share with a lot of other people.
No doubt about it. Thank you for sharing that. I thought that was one of the coolest things that I saw. And like I said, I believe it happened a year ago. So 69-61, big win over Texas Tech. You avenged the loss. That happened, of course, on Monday. Your thoughts on that victory? And it was on the road. As a matter of fact, 13 straight victories on the road, including that one. That is extremely hard to do.
Was the Big 12 record. I think Kansas had 11 in a row. Our last three road games, we won at Arizona, won at Arizona State, and won at Texas Tech. I think you went on the road by having mature players, guys that play for something bigger than themselves. We've been the champions of the Big 12 for 2 consecutive years, but the people that deserve the most credit for that starts with the players. These kids have really invested in the culture that we've established here. The road win at Texas Tech, place seats about 15 or 16,000, and right before tip-off, they introduced Patrick Mahomes, who was sitting courtside, who played football at Texas Tech before he became a Super Bowl champion with the Kansas City Chiefs. That was a tough road environment. Our kids, but this year we've won at Kansas, we've won at Arizona, winning at Texas Tech. All great programs, all great coaches and players. So it's something that we prepare for. We've been lucky in some of the games that we've won that we certainly could have lost, but really proud of this group. We have tough-minded guys. We've got very good player leadership, and those are always the best teams when you have player-led leaders.
No doubt. And coming into that game, like you were down 2 of your top 3 scorers, and Milos Uzan really stepped up for you. He's like your 4th leading scorer on the season. He came out of this game with a game-high 22 points.
Yeah, it's actually they were without their 2 leading scorers, Darren Williams and Chance McMillan, 2 excellent players. But when you play against a team that's got a great culture and great crowd, great home court advantage, any road win is big. But Milos, our starting point guard last year, is playing for the Toronto Raptors. He was drafted by the NBA. So Milos is in his first year as starting point guard. and he's grown and developed as the year has gone on. We had some tough early losses, but I think we've won 20 out of our last 21 games, if I'm not mistaken. But I think a lot of that reflects his growth. He's gone from a brand new, we have 4 starters back, but we lost an NBA kid. And so we brought Milos in to be the point guard. Early in the year, he was still learning things. He broke his nose. He was out 3 weeks right before we started playing in November. But as he's gotten better, more confident, taken more ownership of this program, so is our team. So I think we've reflected his growth, and then we have some veteran players that really understand the commitment it takes to grind through a season and win the regular season championship.
More with Kelvin Sampson, the head men's basketball coach at Houston, after this small pause for the cause.
You're listening to From the Press Box to Press Row.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com.
Hey, New Orleans, Tavis Smiley here, inviting you to join me each weekday evening at 7 p.m. right here on WBOK 1230 AM for the Tavis Smiley Show. You can expect great guests and getting the answers you need to know. It's the Tavis Smiley Show on our new home in New Orleans, WBOK 1230 AM.
Tavis Smiley. Ranked number 45 on the Heavy 100 list of the 100 most important radio talk show hosts in America.
Connect with NOLA Public Schools. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X for the latest updates. Sign up for District Digest, our official newsletter where we share district achievements, celebrate student successes, and keep you informed about our vision of providing a high-quality education. And don't miss our school board meetings. Watch in person or live stream on YouTube. Stay informed. Stay engaged. Visit NOLAPublicSchools.com today. Again, that's NOLAPublicSchools.com.
Hi, this is Arnie Filko. Let's elevate every Tuesday through Thursday from 6 to 7 o'clock p.m. as we discuss the community, the country, and the world, from politics to current events to sports. We look forward to your input and continuing the quality programming on your community station, WBOK. Join Carrie and I every Tuesday through Thursday, 6 to 7 o'clock p.m. on Elevated Conversations, the Arnie and Carrie Show. See you soon.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe. 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM.
Main event. Jey Uso joining us here. Could there be a possible return to the bloodline?
For me?
Yes. At some point.
I'm gone, D. Hey, I threw the deuces up before. I'll do it again, man.
Come on, main event. That's family, man. I mean, I'm not talking about now. I get it. But down the line, like, come on.
Hey, D, you see how they be treating me, man? Come on, man. That something. It be your own family sometimes be doing you wrong, Lou. I gotta go, man. Hey, I'm doing all right by myself.
She's Simone Biles.
Actually, really fun. Like, to be honest, had a lot of fun. We were like, oh, of course, like, we're in the best shape of our lives. We're feeling confident about our body, and we hope that other young girls and women, like, feel that being strong is still beautiful.
The one and only Michael Strahan, and cannot have you on without talking about Texas Southern. Cannot. So how did you ultimately end up at Texas Southern?
I'm from Houston, grew up in Germany. When I was a senior in high school, my dad said, I'm going to send you to stay with your uncle in Houston and get a football scholarship. So I went to Houston. I played at Westbury High School for 1 year. Texas Southern was probably the only school that saw me play, being right there in Houston and being a local boy. And Coach Walter Highsmith, I went over to see him, and he offered me a scholarship. It was perfect for me, man, to go to the HBCU, to go to Texas Southern. The size of the school, the education they gave me, not just in the classroom, but about life. I would have been swallowed up at another school. I wouldn't have felt as if I really could have made a difference, or had a real purpose of being there. But at Texas Southern, I always felt like I could make a difference and I had a purpose.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Skylar Diggins of the WNBA. Thank you for having me. I'm excited. You know, just been able to work a lot on my body and my shape, and a lot of things that I feel like I needed to work on in the off season. Was able to get that done, and you know, it's showing.
Snoop Dogg is on the mic. Pay attention.
I appreciate
the love that I get, and I appreciate the sport of hip-hop. And it's giving me back that same love in return, for the amount of years that I've been doing it. I've always went into it with the same, spirit of I make music for the people. I make it go for them, and I always make them a part of it. And I never separated myself and tried to be a star. I've always wanted to be one of the people that you can look to as somebody that was, like your uncle, because of the way that I treat people. And I feel like my career is representative of that. That's why the longevity is there. That's why the love is there. And that's why I maintain the status of, being relevant for so many years.
I'm talking about none other than Serena Williams.
That was definitely one of the better matches I've ever played. I've had it just like that. I was really focused, just really, excited.
Demetrius Flannery, a.k.a. Lil Meech.
50 Cent in Atlanta told me that he was going to move me from my hometown, Miami, to L.A., put me in acting classes, and I had to go 5 days a week, 2 times a day. Only had about a year and a half, but once I started, I didn't want to stop, so once in a lifetime opportunity. I didn't want to watch somebody else, get the role of playing my father and me having to watch him on TV. Opportunity passed me by, so I just buckled down and focused, man, and put everything to the side and made sure that my number one thing that I wanted to do was focus on being the best possible actor I can be for the show. And that's how it happened, man.
That is the voice of Kevin Durant.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm just, trying to get better every single day. We've been through a lot as a team, and I enjoy playing with a great group of guys. So, I'm just trying to enjoy every moment of it.
That is the voice of Common. You went to Florida A&M.
Oh, FAMU days were some of the best days of my life. I mean, I had so much fun there. It was like invigorating. It was an introduction to a new aspect of culture in the world. I mean, the Southern girls is just incredible. The food was great. The black college experience, you can't beat that.
Kyrie Irving.
Playing at Duke for Coach K, what was that like and how that prepared you for the league now?
Playing 11 games, a lot of people think that's not a big package for you to become a better player, but for me it was. Playing for Coach K, he gave me the keys to the car, and I was driving it in first 8 games, and being a part of something special like that and having a brotherhood built at an institution such as that one is an experience that you never forget.
Ice Cube has been our guest.
Hey man, thanks for letting me talk a little music, movies, and sports. Hey, my favorite 3 topics.
Hey y'all, it is the EST of WWE, the strongest, the fastest, the roughest, the toughest, the quickest, the greatest, the best on Box to Row. Tune in if you want to catch the best BEST interview ever.
From the Press Box to Press Row is the sports talk show that is the voice and the talk of HBCU sports, with a flair for pro sports talk and entertainment. Check the show out online at boxtorow.com.
That's Box to Row, real, relevant radio. Kelvin Sampson is in his 11th season as the head men's basketball coach at Houston. He joins us here on the program as we talk some hoops. What does it mean? You're not finished, right? Like, we know this. Within this program, you've had a Final Four appearance, but sort of what does it mean to only need one game with 2 or 3 remaining to actually win the Big 12 outright? Like, you're well on your way. I know you probably don't think of it that way, but you're well on your way to winning the Big 12 outright with still a couple of games remaining.
Yeah. Well, by beating Tech on the road, we still have 3 games. We play Cincinnati at home on Saturday, Kansas at home on Monday. Then we go to Baylor the following Saturday, March 8th. So I think Arizona's in second. If they lose a game and or we win a game, we win it outright. But our kids, I mean, again, that's a feather in their cap. I mean, they put in the work. I think sometimes you work, but you're not working purposeful enough. So sometimes you don't get what you earned. But our kids have a purposeful work about them. I have a tremendous staff that most of my assistant coaches played for me. 3 of them played for me at Oklahoma when I was the head coach there. So they know the journey that these kids are on, and they're able to not just be their coaches and teachers, but also their mentors. Because we really do have a family type program here. My daughter's the director of all our basketball operations. Wow. My son is the associate head coach. My other 2 assistants were my starting backcourt on a Final Four team at Oklahoma. Then the rest of the staff is have a connection to me somewhere, or their former managers. So I don't look at resumes. I don't take calls. I hire the people from within and I move them up, and that's what's made our program consistent.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Man, I tell you what have you learned about yourself in 11 seasons now as the head coach at Houston?
Well, I've always been a program builder. I was a head coach in college when I was 25. I was a head coach in the Pac-12 when I was 31. I've been a head coach in the Big 12 now for going on my 14th year, and I was a head coach in the Big 10. So, being a veteran coach, I know exactly who I am and what I expect. I think I'm the gatekeeper of the culture that we've established here. And that means I teach responsibility through accountability. I'd much rather have someone that's responsible than accountable. Because if they're responsible and they know what to expect day in and day out, and they work that way, then you never have to worry about accountability. So our consistency is what I'm most proud of. We've had 5 kids drafted in the NBA. We've been to Final Fours, Elite Eights, Sweet 16s. I think that consistent year in and year out has a lot to do with our staff. We haven't had a lot of turnover with our staff. They keep coming back, and that's given us an unbelievable foundation. Now, I lost one of my assistants to the head coaching job, and I'm probably going to lose another one here this year to a head coaching job. But that's also a part of my responsibility, is develop my assistants to be head coaches. And the staff I have, I've got 3 or 4 other ones that's going to be great head coaches. So we just have a great program. A lot of schools have good teams now and then, but our consistency and the sustainability of our model is through our culture and our ability to demand greatness from our players and staff.
I got to tell you, Coach Sampson, that when the rankings came out a couple of weeks ago from the NCAA in terms of that bracket, Houston was a number 2 seed. I asked Joe Lunardi about that a couple of weeks ago, and then I asked him last week in his own bracket. He had you as like Houston as like the number 6 seed, and I'm really bullish on you guys. And that's why I asked him. He did say he thought you eventually would be a number 1 seed. Do you look at that? Does your team look at that like? Is it not as an underdog type of thing? Because I'm thinking, this is a Houston team that is fringe, one of the top 5 teams in terms of the bracket, and possibly could be a number 1 seed. Do you all look at it that way?
No, I never think about it. I think I've been to 20 NCAA tournaments. The grind every day, being inside the arena, media, you guys, it's a talking point for you guys. But for us that are living each day, of course, we'd like to be a 1 seed. We were a 1 seed last year. We were a 2 seed the year before. I mean, this is not our first rodeo with this stuff. But I found out that if you focus on the things you can control, which are the things in front of you, what you're talking about is something way ahead. I don't worry about things that are ahead of us. That'll be here eventually, but it has nothing to do with the way we're going to practice today. We play Cincinnati Saturday. Why in the world would I worry about what seed we are? Whatever seed we are, we'll be. We're gonna get a good seed. We have a great chance to be the back-to-back Big 12 champions. Hopefully we will be. Got to earn it though. We're going to be a high seed in the tournament. And whatever seed we are, doesn't really matter to me. What I worry about is making sure we're healthy and we're in a bracket where we match up with the teams we play. That's more important to me than the other stuff.
Does this team, does it compare to maybe your team from 2020, 2021, or the 21-22 season where you went to the Final Four and Elite Eight respectively? Are there any similarities, I guess I should say, there?
Well, the culture that we play with, our defense and how hard we play, how together we play, all our teams have those traits in common. What changes is the strengths of your team based on your players' skill sets. The 21 team was one of the 4 best teams in the country. We went to the Final Four that year and lost to Baylor. Baylor won the national championship that year. The next year, we go back to the Elite Eight, and we're 1 game away from going back-to-back Final Fours. And we beat Illinois, the Big Ten champ. We beat Arizona, the Pac-12 champ. And then we lost a really tough game to Villanova, the Big East champ. Then the next year was our first year. No, it was our last year in the American. Went to the Sweet 16, lost to Miami that year. And then last year, we had a bunch of injuries and just couldn't overcome that. But we lost a heartbreaker to Duke in the Sweet 16. This year's team, I think, is more experienced coming into the season. But at this time of the season, everybody's experienced. There are no freshmen anymore. Freshmen were in November and December and January. Once you get to February and March, they've got 30-plus games under their belt, and they're experienced. So we have a good team. I don't like comparing our teams, but this team is capable of doing really well in March. But our point guard is playing much better. We have pretty good shooters. Our inside depth is solid. So, yeah, I mean, we have a good team, but so does Alabama, so does Auburn, so does Duke, so does Florida, so does Kansas, Iowa State, Texas Tech. I mean, we play such a tough schedule that that's one of the reasons why I don't really look ahead too much because, we got Cincinnati here on Saturday. We got Kansas here for Senior Day on Monday. Then we wrap up the season next Saturday, March 8th. We have to go to Baylor. Then after that, we'll go to Kansas City for the conference tournament. Then after that, March Selection Sunday, March Madness. So it's all coming up here pretty soon.
Yeah. Not to look ahead, we'll stick with Cincinnati. As you mentioned, comes to you on Saturday. Your thoughts on the Bearcats and some of the challenges that they present?
Yeah, I think that first of all, I'm a big fan of Coach Miller. Great guy. I've coached against him, I think, 8 or 9 or 10 times now in the last 3 or 4 years. They made a change. They were struggling early, but they're really playing well now. Edgerrin James' son, Jizzle James, is really taken over that team. They've got really good size. They're really athletic. They're tough kids. They're coming off a great win against Baylor. So we'll have our hands full on Saturday. But our kids were in Lubbock, Texas, Monday night. We got back right after the game. And so we've had a couple days to get recovered and looking forward to having a couple good practices and go play a tough Cincinnati team.
Last thought, 36th season as a head coach in college basketball. When you think about your career in its totality, and I know, it's sort of a broad question, but what most comes to your mind?
I think the thing I'm most proud of is I've always put my players first. I think that's where you get your longevity. You don't get in this profession to be self-serving. You have to make sure you understand that you're a servant leader. I like to see our kids come in and grow from boys to men. I like to see them learn life lessons through basketball and become better players, graduate from college with a degree, and go on and have great lives. Become husbands and fathers and come back and let me know how you're doing, stay in touch. I've always enjoyed that part, the relationship part. People that judge coaches solely based on how much they win or how much they lose, in the big picture, that's pretty shallow. Most coaches are, first of all, really good people. That doesn't mean that they're perfect, just like anybody else. But they get into the profession, the ones that last, always keep the main thing the main thing. and that's developing players, helping them reach their goals, chase their dreams, and then learn life lessons through competition. And that's what I'll miss the most, is the relationship with the players and seeing them grow and do good in life.
Again, 36 seasons as a head college basketball coach, his 11th at Houston. The Cougars are 24-4 on the season, coming off the big win over Texas Tech on Monday. 13 straight road victories, by the way, and on Saturday going to take on the Bearcats with an opportunity to win the Big 12 outright. Kelvin Sampson, the head men's basketball coach of Houston, joining us here on the program. Coach Sampson, an absolute pleasure. Continued success to you and the Cougars.
Thank you. And it's always good to hear from one of my North Carolina brothers.
Thank you, Coach Sampson. You can react to anything that Kelvin Sampson had to say there. Hit me up via Twitter at DWare1, at DWare1. Up next here on the program, why did Kevin Durant decide not to leave Phoenix to go to Golden State? I'll discuss next. Keep it locked to Box to Row.
BoxToRow.com is the website for all of your HBCU sports needs. From the Game of the Week feature to interviews to the latest news in the world of HBCU sports, BoxToRow.com has you covered. Missed a week of From the Press Box to Press Row? BoxToRow.com has all the archive shows. Don't forget to check out the All-American teams and weekly media coaches polls. From the Press Box to Press Row and BoxToRow.com, your HBCU sports leader.
Hey there, fellow travelers. It's me, the Hotel Whiz. Before you go anywhere, call me day or night for hotel rates too low to publish. I'll save you up to 75% on over 500,000 hotels across the globe. You see, I've already done the research, so you don't have to spend time online trying to find the best deal. That's up to 75% off. Just call me, the Hotel Whiz. It's a free call, and you get instant access to rates too low to publish with no cancellation fees.
Make a free call now and save up to 75% off your hotel rooms the next time you're going somewhere for business or pleasure. Call the Hotel Whiz now and get instant access to rates too low to publish. 800-811-3471. 800-811-3471. 800-811-3471. Call the Hotel Whiz right now for rates too low to publish at 800-811-3471.
WBOK 1230 AM, online at WBOK1230.com.
Attention, WBOK listeners. Are you a fan of the station and want to show your support in style? Well, we've got some exciting news for you. Introducing the official WBOK merchandise, the perfect way to wear your love for the station. Whether you're a longtime listener or a new fan, we've got something for everyone. Head to WBOK1230.com now and grab your WBOK gear before it's gone. When you buy WBOK merch, you're not just getting quality items, you're supporting the station you love.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Join Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater for thrilling premieres, the beloved classic Revelations, and more. America's most popular modern dance company will rock your soul and renew your spirit with show-stopping performances sure to captivate longtime fans and first-timers alike. Coming to the Mahalia Jackson Theater in New Orleans on March 21st and 22nd. For tickets, call New Orleans Ballet Association at 504-522-0996 or visit novadance.com. Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
WBOK 1230 AM. Listen now on WBOK1230.com.
It's Donald Ware. From the press box to press row.
Houston head men's basketball coach Kelvin Sampson joined us in the last segment. One correction. So, again, when the initial NCAA brackets came out a couple of weeks ago, Houston, again, was a number 2 seed. Last week in Joe Lunardi's bracket, the Cougars were a number 2 seed. On Thursday, Joe Lunardi released his latest brackets and had Houston as a number 1 seed, I would say, by virtue of its victory over Texas Tech and already wrapping up a share of the Big 12 crown. And you heard Kelvin Sampson mention there that he doesn't concern himself with any of that talk at all as it relates right now. But I got to imagine, the players look at those kinds of things, and I got to imagine it's got to feel good. I mean, you've got to, even though there's still plenty of season remaining, you just don't, if you're Coach Sampson, I get that. You don't want to let that creep into your mind, into your players' mind. You probably preach that to the players. We've done nothing to this point because you're trying to get to a national championship, and the Cougars have gotten as far as the Final Four going back a couple of years ago. So I wanted to say that and make that correction that in Joe Lunardi's latest, the ESPN bracketologist, his latest bracket, that Houston is a number 1 seed. That conversation with Kelvin Sampson will be posted on Sunday on the BoxToRow.com website, or you can also find it wherever you find your favorite podcasts as well. It will also be posted on the Box to Row YouTube page. Well, as mentioned, a couple of days ago, Kevin Durant sat down with Draymond Green and Byron Davis and talked about why he decided not to leave Phoenix to go back to Golden State.
I want my career to end on my terms. That's the only thing. Bingo. That's the only thing I'm worried about. You know what I'm saying? That's all that matters. Because I see a lot of dudes that don't get that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So I want to keep putting in that work to, make that choice on my own. But as far as the Warriors, I just didn't think it was, and then I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team is going to make it's going to be a whole new era of your team when I get to your team. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's a lot of work. And through the season, I'm still of value. You know what I'm saying? Especially in my contract and just my production, that me just getting up and moving in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I get why y'all want to trade me, and y'all looking at it just from the simple fact that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go through that. You know what I'm saying? When we just play the season out, and if that's the decision you want to make, in the off season, then you figure it out. So big, yeah. It's just such a big change to make, and I've been through it before. I was like, damn, that's not really it.
Absolutely. No, I think a lot of people don't realize what you going through that in Phoenix of the midnight hour trade, Bridges leave, Cam Johnson, Bridges, Cam Johnson. Those were big gaps, you know what I'm saying, to try to fill those holes. Right. You make that move in the offseason, there may be a third team you can get involved or different stuff where you don't have to deplete your whole team during the middle of the season.
And then I just want to see it through. When you commit to something in a season like that, and it's like nobody's like big injuries, like everybody's in the lineup, and like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see this through to the end and see what we can really do with it, you know what I'm saying? So, and I feel like I'm committed to my coaches and teammates, and I want to see it through. So, I wanted to lock in on that.
Kevin Durant on the Draymond Green podcast with Byron Davis. So I thought, especially what he said there at the end in terms of wanting to kind of stick it out. See, there's been, I think, a bad narrative with respect to Kevin Durant, right? Like in OKC, And this is the thing about him going from OKC to Golden State when that happened. He was a free agent. This wasn't like he demanded a trade or anything like that. And that's why I've always asked, tell me what the difference was between what LeBron did when he left Cleveland the first time to go to Miami, and then when KD left OKC to go to Golden State. Okay, now you could say, well, he joined. In the argument you could make is, well, he already joined a championship level team. Okay, but this is where I would push back a little bit. Remember when KD joined, the reason that Draymond and company recruited KD is because, remember, that was a Golden State team that had the most wins of any team in a regular season. That was the 2016 season. I think it was 3-1 up on Cleveland, lost the series to LeBron and Kyrie Irving and the Cavaliers. Thus, Golden State goes out and recruits KD, and then let's watch what happened. And I think a lot of people forget when those playoffs in the NBA Finals came around, Kevin Durant stepped his game up. Like, he carried those Golden State teams to NBA championships. And yes, I use the word carried. He carried those teams because Steph wasn't playing particularly well. And that's to me why I think it was super important for Steph to win that championship in 22 without a guy like a Kevin Durant. Because remember, even in 2015, Andre Iguodala was named the Finals MVP, and Steph Curry didn't have a particularly good series. But back to Kevin Durant and Golden State. 3 years in Golden State, 2 championships, 2 NBA Finals MVPs, and then let's look at what happened in year 3. KD goes down in the playoffs. He has the calf strain. As a matter of fact, in the finals, he goes down against Toronto, right? Toronto had Kawhi Leonard at that time. And what happens? KD goes down. Golden State loses the series. So you can miss me with the narrative about Kevin Durant going to Golden State and going there to win championships. And I think the other thing is, I mean, why wouldn't you want to go to Golden State when it wasn't like he wasn't a passenger in Golden State. He was a driver. He was, in a lot of respects, the driver. Now, he may not have been the team captain, and it was still Steph's team, but Kevin Durant led those Golden State teams to NBA titles. And again, look what happens when he went down. So I think he's gotten a bad rap. I think the narrative to that was bad. You can look at the years in Brooklyn. I mean, if you want to say he followed Kyrie to Brooklyn, I would look at it more like he wanted to play with Kyrie in Brooklyn. And Kyrie Irving, it was really Kyrie Irving who Kyrie just did not act right. Like, remember, he had all that stuff, was suspended, all of those things that happened. If Kyrie had acted better and had been healthy, by the way, along with James Harden, then that may have been a team. Remember, Brooklyn was up 2-0 the year that Milwaukee won the championship. Brooklyn was up 2-0 on Milwaukee, or it was either the year that the year that Milwaukee, it may have been the next year, may have been the next year after Milwaukee had won. Regardless, right? Like, Brooklyn was up 2-0 and ultimately won that series because there was no, James Harden was playing on one leg, if I remember, and then Kyrie was out, right? Like, even in OKC, like, OKC was on the verge of winning a championship one year. Russell Westbrook got hurt. Another year, Kevin Durant got hurt. Otherwise, if those two guys had been together, that may have been an OKC team that would have won the championship. So I think there was a lot. And I believe it was KD's last year in Brooklyn, right? You could see that he was not a team because the way that Boston played him, I think it was the year that Boston went to the championship and ended up losing. I think that was the year they lost. Boston lost to Golden State. that year, Boston put it to KD. Like when Boston beat Brooklyn, they double teamed him. Ime Udoka's defense was tremendous. The defensive philosophy he had against Kevin Durant. And to me, it started to show that KD was still a really, really good player. But
from the campus of Xavier University, WBOK 1230 AM, Go, and Equity Media Station.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 Things You Should Know with VIN News. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the Justice Department to throw out DEI lawsuits against police and fire departments. The Biden administration filed these lawsuits accusing departments around the country of discrimination during the hiring process. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is black, is looking to find and highlight records of formerly enslaved New Yorkers in order to understand the city's history better. President Trump will reportedly make English the official language of the U.S. The U.S. has never had an official language in nearly its 250-year history. The Wall Street Journal reports the executive order will rescind former President Clinton's federal mandate that required agencies receiving federal funding to provide language assistance to non-English speakers. Hollywood's top movies will be honored at the Academy Awards this weekend. The 97th Academy Awards will air at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
Cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women and doesn't discriminate.
It can affect any woman at any age or stage.
Encourage 3 women you love to learn more about their risk factors and how they can take charge of their health today.
Visit GoRedForWomen.org. Cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women and doesn't discriminate.
It can affect any woman at any age or stage.
Encourage 3 women you love to learn more about their risk factors and how they can take charge of their health today.
Visit GoRedForWomen.org.
Live from historic Lamert Park in Los Angeles, California, I'm Tavis Smiley, and I'm so glad to see you and me back in stride again. Before we get started with today's show, let me invite you to follow me on Facebook and Instagram at The Real Tavis Smiley, and get updates on X, that's formerly Twitter, at Tavis Smiley. By the way, should you miss any part of today's program or want to catch up on previous shows, you can always visit thetavisSmileyShow.com. That's thetavisSmileyShow.com, or wherever you get your podcast, and listen to the Tavis Smiley podcast version of this live program at your leisure. Another great show on tap for you today. In our second hour, 2 conversations. Up first, retired General Dana Petard is back with his take on President Trump firing the African-American chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown Jr. On the B side of Hour 2, progressive Wisconsin Congressman Mark Pocan, a longtime advocate of drastically reducing U.S. defense spending, responds to the bittersweet cuts proposed by the Trump administration. I'll let him unpack that phrase, bittersweet, on the backside of Hour 2. In our third hour, 2 more conversations. Up first.
Good morning, Mrs. Dupree.
Have you spoken to Danny?
Danny was blindsided by Bill and Haley's affair.
Well, so much for stop by for a cup of coffee.
It warms my heart to see this beautiful family. I am so proud of every one of you.
Does my legacy ever feel like a burden?
It's a lot to live up to. Now you need to remember who you are. A Dupree woman. Find your inner strength.
Once we launch my purse line, we'll be on our way to giving the Kardashians a run for their money. I'm gonna shake things up.
A cycle of anger isn't healthy.
I'll be healthy again as soon as I make a couple of cheaters pay for blowing up my life.
There were a number of times when you or a member of your family needed a favor. This is a situation where you owe me one. Have a nice rest of your day.
It sounds like someone deliberately tried to hurt you.
Sounds like attempted murder.
Can't imagine how terrified you must have been.
I found out who did this.
I love you, Derek.
For one night, let me remind you who you still are.
I fell in love with an inconvenient man.
Now you have to deal with the inconvenient consequences. You see how that works?
You couldn't possibly hurt me more than you already have.
Don't try me.
We've got a problem.
Protecting the family is our priority.
Agreed.
See you around the neighborhood.
Beyond the Gates, new daytime series premieres CBS Monday, February 20th.
Ooh, that sounds juicy. We'll be joined at the top of hour 3 by the veteran actor Clifton Davis on his new role as Senator Vernon Dupree on the all-new, all-black CBS daytime drama Beyond the Gates. Look forward to that conversation with Clifton Davis at the top of hour 3. On the B side of hour 3. Hit me, Fred. Hit me, Fred. I love when James would yell out, hit me, Fred. It's a conversation with James Brown's band leader and trombonist, Fred Wesley, alongside his vocalist, James Brown's vocalist, Martha High, who are both playing a pair of shows this weekend with their bands. The New JBs is Fred's band, and the Funky Divas is Martha's band. We'll talk to both of them. These are James Brown alums, Fred Wesley and Martha High. Join us today on the backside of hour 3. In this first hour, though, let's talk politics with Matt Duss, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy. Matt, good to have you on. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well. Thank you very much.
It's good to have you on. Let me just start this hour with this. This story was sort of trending yesterday, and I think still trending today as well. So the Raging Cajun, James Carville, wrote a piece for the New York Times called The Best Thing Democrats Can Do in This Moment. If you haven't read the piece, I recommend it. Again, it's in the New York Times. It's called The Best Thing Democrats Can Do in This Moment. And in this article, James came out of left field and suggested that the best thing Democrats can do right now is play possum. Just lay down, roll over, and play possum. Exactly. That's James. This is James Carville, who got Bill Clinton elected. He's the one that came up with the line, "It's the economy, stupid." So he's otherwise been rather brilliant in his career. And so this advice in this column is throwing people off. The best thing we can do now is just don't do nothing. Just lay down, roll over, and play possum. He tried to explain himself yesterday on CNN. Here's a taste. Take a listen.
It would be a risky strategy if there wasn't such a thing as a calendar. So we know on March 14th they have to produce a budget. Then we know they have to have reconciliation. And most importantly, we know they're going to have to extend the debt limit. And they're having to do all this with a 2-person House majority. My point is just lay back, play possum, and when it's time, then go. And I think the House Democrats, I have to tell you, honestly, give them credit. I think they're playing this thing very smart. And one of the reasons I really wanted to write this piece is to ask Democratic voters, just give them a little space. Give them a little space. When it's time to come back and fight, breathe me. They're preparing for it. But for right now, just give them a little space and we'll be fine.
So play dead, play possum. That is the advice from one James Carville. Yeah, we're going to start there when we come forward with Matt Duss on Tavis Smiley.
Generous listening. Charitable listening. It's why everybody wants to talk to Tavis. The conversation continues when we come forward.
February is Black History Month, a time to honor the leaders and change makers who paved the way. At New Schools for New Orleans, we're celebrating the next generation of trailblazers, our students. Louisiana recently made historic gains on the nation's report card, climbing from the 49th to 32nd in just 5 years, our highest ranking ever. With progress in both ELA and math, we're proving what's possible. Tune in for Talk That on 12:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. as we uplift Black excellence, past, present, and future.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana communities through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, please visit us at www.jazzandheritage.org.
Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
Well, saints of God, this is Pastor David Impartan Sr. coming to you over the airways of WBOK, your favorite host of Change Your Water, Change Your Mind. I want to invite you to our show every Saturday from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock p.m. That's Change Your Water, Change Your Mind. I want you to invite your family and friends to a broadcast that's designed to change your life, the way you think, the way you act, and what you eat. We want you to tune in every Saturday at 1 o'clock, WBOK, 12:30 a.m. See you on Saturday.
Kids ask their parents a lot of questions.
Why can't people fly?
Gravity.
Is the moon really made of cheese?
Yep, cream cheese.
When can I move into a big kid's car seat?
For some questions, parents may not have the answer, but that's okay. They can't know everything, but knowing the right seat for their age and size will help protect them in a car crash. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Where do babies come from?
Good luck, Dad. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Freedom is an endless meeting. So let's get back to it with Tavis Smiley.
Tavis Smiley and Matt Duss, who I'm honored to have as our guest in this first hour. Matt, I played that clip a moment ago of James Carville on CNN yesterday explaining the piece that he wrote for the New York Times. Again, it's entitled "The Best Thing Democrats Can Do in This Moment." What do you make, sir, of that advice that we should just sort of play dead, play possum right now?
Well, I think there's some wisdom in what Mr. Carville had to say. In the words of Napoleon, never interrupt your opponent when he's making a mistake. I think Donald Trump is making some big mistakes right now. I think Republicans are making some big mistakes right now. And, that's going to become clearer to the American people as we go on. So I think Carville's right about that. However, as much as I do love, a Muhammad Ali reference, which is what he made toward the end of that op-ed where he referenced the rope-a-dope strategy, that strategy depends on your opponent getting tired. Mm-hmm. And I'm really afraid that Donald Trump is not going to get tired here. He has so many ideas. The people around him have so many ideas I think are going to be disastrous for the American people that I don't think it's going to be enough just to wait for Donald Trump to get tired. I really do think we need Democrats. And it's right. Democrats have a limited set of tools right now to push back on what Trump and the Republicans are doing. But this is a time where I do think more Democrats need to be making clear what he is actually doing. He is tearing the wiring out of American democracy. It's going to have huge consequences now and into the future. So, again, I do think, some of what Carville is saying makes sense, but I think Democrats should seize this moment to explain to the American people exactly what is happening and start to build, an alternative vision for how they're actually going to deliver for American working people in a way that Trump simply is not.
I'm not sure, Matt, that I disagree with you at all, that Democrats do, in fact, have a limited set of tools, to quote you, that they can use at the moment. But to your mind, what's in that toolbox?
I think public messaging right now, like making clear, like what does it mean for Donald Trump to dismantle U.S. aid? What does it mean, these so-called, cuts to the Pentagon? What is really happening? This we see in both foreign and domestic policy, an approach where Trump and the Republicans are essentially dismantling the state and divvying up the spoils for their very wealthy friends. And this is horrible for democracy. This is not going to, and importantly, it's not something that is going to help Donald Trump keep his promise to make life better for working people. So I really think what Democrats can do, if they have the courage, is to get out there and help, kind of connect the dots for the American people over these next few months.
Yep. You were a former policy advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. We'll talk about that a little bit more as I move through this hour here. But I raise that only because Bernie, of course, one of the best known, perhaps the best known progressive elected in this country. We've been talking about Democrats. What say you about what progressives do in this moment? And I want to talk about Bernie in a second here, because I like Bernie. I don't just like Bernie, I love Bernie. And yet I've been feeling some sort of way about Bernie of late. I'll tell you how I'm feeling honestly and earnestly, and get your take on it. Before I get to my take on Bernie and your take on Bernie in this critical American moment and the role that he can and will play, what's your sense of what progressives do in this moment, even beyond just Democrats?
Yeah, I think progressives have, important role to play. Obviously, we want the party to be as united as possible. There are different, schools of thought within the party. We have a large coalition. I think we need to address these differences constructively, trying to stay united as much as possible. But I do think the progressive wing of the party has a really strong theory of the case in terms of a populist economic program that really helps working people, that protects labor rights, that helps people rebuild their communities, that reinvest in manufacturing and jobs, coming out, of, almost 30 or more years of this kind of economic theory that said, well, if we cut taxes and we, give the wealthy more of their money back, then this is something that will, trickle down to working people. That theory has not worked. And I think the understanding that approach has not worked is something that undergirded the Biden administration's economic approach. But there is so much more work to be done in building out that economic vision that really delivers for the American people.
Speaking of the Biden administration, let me go now to my take on Bernie Sanders. Bernie, as the most high-profile progressive in Washington, jumped out fairly quickly. He didn't take time to really see who else is going to get in the race. He jumped fairly quickly to endorse Joe Biden, and did so rather aggressively in word and in deed. When Joe Biden stands down and passes the baton to Kamala Harris, he does the same thing. He doubles down, endorses Kamala Harris in word and deed, offers to surrogate for her across the country. The campaign didn't really use Bernie, as many suggested they might, but he offered to be used as a surrogate during that campaign. The minute Democrats lose to Donald Trump, he goes in on Democrats for why they lost and runs his agenda for what they should have said, what they should have done. He was pretty strong in his critique of Democrats when they lost to Donald Trump. Now he's back to being Bernie again with his progressive ideals in the era of Trump. I love Bernie Sanders. I'm just not sure where Bernie stands these days. What about you?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but from Bernie's perspective, he saw Joe Biden, even though there's big differences between him and Biden on a lot of issues. He had a good relationship with President Biden. President Biden picked up big parts of Bernie's economic agenda and moved them forward. And I think that's really important. There's a level of loyalty there, but more importantly, I think a pragmatic recognition that working closely with the Biden administration was the best way to advance some of the agenda that Bernie and progressives have been working on for a long time. And the same is true with Kamala Harris. As soon as she became the candidate, Bernie understands the value of staying unified, of doing the best thing we can. The Democratic Party is the best way to advance the progressive agenda. But as right after the Democrats lost, again, Bernie felt the need, and I tend to agree with this. Any party is going to look for excuses, for why we lost, and not take a hard look at some of what they missed. And so I do think it was important for Bernie to get in there, having been a really solid, supporter of the party in the election, to get out there and make this critique to say how essential it is for us to understand that we are losing working people. The Democratic Party needs to show that we can deliver for working people better than Republicans can.
So I don't ask you to speak for Bernie Sanders, but he's next on this program. I'll put these questions to Senator Sanders, trust and believe. And again, I think if he were here right now, he'd call me a friend, and certainly friendly. We've been good brothers for years, and so I'll ask these questions of Bernie Sanders when he comes on. But since you work with him for so long and one of his closest policy advisors, just trying to get your take on his thinking. I hear what you've just said, and we'll move beyond this in just a second, but I want to just probe this a little bit more. So Bernie's a progressive, no question about it. He runs, and he wants everybody to support him as a progressive thinker, a progressive ideologue. But then when he decides not to run, but there are other progressives in the race. There's Jill Stein. There's my friend and brother Cornel West. Cornel West broke his back for Bernie Sanders when Bernie ran. But Bernie doesn't endorse another progressive. If his platform is still as progressive as it always has been, what's your thinking about why he jumped so quickly to endorse Joe Biden, whose agenda was nowhere near as progressive as Cornel West or Jill Stein's? But again, I'm just telling you, he wants all the progressives to line up behind him, but that's not the choice or the decision that he made. And don't get me wrong, I understand that Bernie Sanders has agency. I'm just looking at the agenda that Bernie ran on those races. I'm looking at what Joe Biden's agenda was. And if you overlay Biden's agenda and Bernie's agenda, there's no doubt in my mind that Bernie's agenda is much more akin to what Cornel West was talking about when you mentioned working people, much more akin to what Jill Stein was talking about. So again, I'm not in Bernie's business. He has agency to choose to go the way he wants to go. But I think that decision threw a whole lot of progressives off, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's a fair question. And yeah, as you know, I was with Bernie for a lot of years. I have the privilege to know and work with Dr. West as well. So it's a fair question. I think Bernie, as much as he has the reputation for being this idealist, he is also a very pragmatic politician.
Right.
And his understanding was, his belief, and I tend to agree with this, that even though one can say that Dr. West had a more progressive overall position, that sticking with President Biden's, working within the Democratic Party structure rather than throwing his support to a third-party candidate was ultimately going to deliver the best results for Bernie's agenda and for the progressive agenda. Yeah. So I guess one can disagree with that strategic decision, but that is his thinking as best I can explain it.
Yeah, I think I only raise it, Matt, again, not to put up on Bernie Sanders. Again, I'll ask these questions when he comes back on. But I raise it because I've been noodling this, for months now, even before Election Day, but certainly post-Election Day. And then when Bernie went in so hard on the Democrats, I'm like, Bernie, come on, man. You had the opportunity to endorse a couple real progressives here, and you chose not to do that. And now you come at this, this harsh critique of the Democrats who you endorsed, Biden and Kamala. So again, I digress on that point. Here's what troubles me. I think everybody in this country sees now that there has to be a third way. Democrats are lost. We talked about Carville earlier, suggesting we play possum. Okay, I get it, James. That may or may not be the answer to the prayer, but that's Carville's advice. But Democrats are lost. L-O-S-T, all caps, 3 exclamations, underline it 12 times. Democrats are lost. Republicans clearly are taking this country in the wrong direction. And I think people are looking for another way. And what troubles me is that if progressives don't get the back of progressives, then what are we talking about? If progressives, when it's convenient for them, are going to go the other direction, then I don't know what that third way looks like. Again, I'll leave that alone for the time being. That's not your fight. That's a conversation, again, I'll have with Bernie Sanders. But it just troubles me that progressives don't always seem to get the backs of other progressives, and they make decisions in moments that are critical that may serve their best interest. But that's problematic for me. I'll leave that alone unless you want to add one final comment on it.
No, again, I think it's a fair question. It's a debate we've been having on the left for a long time. I mean, having done some work with third parties, back in my history, I get it. But I think, as I see it, and again, this is, I think, again, not speaking for Bernie, but I think this reflects his view as well.
Sure.
We have a party dominated by a system dominated by 2 parties. You can like that or not. I look at other countries, other developed democracies around the world where they have a multi-party system. They have a very different system of elections. I can see great value in that. But, we have the system we have right now. So I guess the question is, how do we best work within that system to advance progressive values? And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes we have to make some really tough decisions. But, I think that's the best way to explain it.
Yep. There's more ground I want to cover with you. I'm glad I've got you for the hour. Let me just, I'm looking at my clock, got about 2 minutes now. Let me just tease this or set this up, and then we'll let you unpack it with greater detail when we come forward here. But Donald Trump has just announced that President Zelensky of Ukraine will visit the White House on Friday to sign this U.S.-Ukraine critical minerals deal. We'll talk about the visit, what's to be expected, what you make of Trump going in on Zelensky, calling him a dictator, saying that Ukraine started the war, a bunch of nonsense coming out of Donald Trump's mouth with regard to this, even though we've been giving Ukraine billions of dollars. But despite all the drama and despite all the disrespect and the name calling of Zelensky by Donald Trump, apparently he's coming to the White House on Friday to sign this U.S.-Ukraine critical minerals deal. First of all, what is this deal? As I mentioned earlier, Matt worked for Bernie Sanders as the policy advisor. To be more exact, he was his foreign policy advisor. So now we're really in Matt's lane. So Matt, what's this in 90 seconds? What is this deal first, and then we'll talk about the visit on Friday and more.
Yeah, Ukraine has, lots of natural resources, including critical minerals that the United States wants. Donald Trump wants access to that. Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy, as it is pretty much to all of policy, involves what kind of deal that I make? How can I profit from this? He's someone who, if it's not clear yet, it should be clear now. He's someone who holds grudges. He holds a grudge against Zelensky for his effort to get with Zelensky to help him, to dirty up Joe Biden back, which led to Donald Trump's, I believe, his first impeachment. He's also someone who's shown a lot more affinity for Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. He has said that he wants to bring this war to an end, and he sees this deal as something he can extract, because he knows that Zelensky really doesn't have any other choice. And I think from Zelensky's point of view, he sees this as the least worst option. This is a way to get Donald Trump possibly personally, economically invested in Ukraine in a way that could serve to help Ukraine's independence and security.
Yep. When we come forward, I know exactly the first question I want to ask, and that is whether or not this is a bad deal. You think again of the billions of dollars that Joe Biden and his administration gave to Ukraine to fight this war. And the question is, what did we extract for that? What Donald Trump is saying is that if we're going to keep giving you billions of dollars, we're going to get something out of this. And so we want those minerals. So Zelensky, just that quickly, is coming to the White House on Friday to sign a deal to say, okay, I'll give you minerals. I understand that Donald Trump is a snake and you don't want to trust the snake. The question I want to ask is whether or not this is actually a bad idea, that Donald Trump is saying, I'm going to get something for the billions that we're giving you out of the U.S. Treasury, make that taxpayer money. We'll talk about that and a great deal more with Matt Duss when we come forward on Tavis Smiley.
Why does Tavis say when we come forward? Because he's not going back. And you don't have to go back either. Forward ever. Backward never. More of Tavis Smiley when we come forward.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the Justice Department to throw out DEI lawsuits against police and fire departments. The Biden administration filed these lawsuits accusing departments around the country of discrimination during the hiring process. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is black, is looking to find and highlight records of formerly enslaved New Yorkers in order to understand the city's history better. President Trump will reportedly make English the official language of the U.S. The U.S. has never had an official language in nearly its 250-year history. The Wall Street Journal reports the executive order will rescind former President Clinton's federal mandate that required agencies receiving federal funding to provide language assistance to non-English speakers. Hollywood's top movies will be honored at the Academy Awards this weekend. The 97th Academy Awards will air at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of the nation of lifesavers.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Listen, retirement is the long game. We can't play about our future or our finances. Let's put ourselves in the right position.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Cary Grant. Let's elevate every Tuesday through Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. as we discuss the community, the country, and the world, from politics to current events and sports. We look forward to your input and continuing the quality programming on your community station, WBOK. Join us every Tuesday through Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m. on Elevated Conversations, the Arnie and Cary Show.
Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Every Friday at noon on WBOK.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana companies through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about what the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation does, please visit www.jazzandheritage.org.
Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
New Schools for New Orleans would like to send a huge shout out to all of our teachers, chaperones, and students and our New Orleans Public Schools marching this Mardi Gras season. Remember, cheer on the kids, protect the line, be a good neighbor, have a parade buddy, and if you see something, say something.
Sometimes he fails at fitting in, but we're okay with that. You're inside the Tavis Smiley Show.
You are indeed with Matt Duss, who I'm pleased to have on this program, former foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders, now the executive vice president at the Center for International Policy. We were talking a moment ago about the hostility that Ukraine and its president, Mr. President Zelensky, are feeling, the heat they're feeling from Donald Trump. I said hostility. It's both hostility, heat, all that, and then some. So much so that President Zelensky has agreed to this mineral deal, coming to the White House on Friday to sign it, but he's been called a dictator by Donald Trump. He's been accused of starting this war, which we all know is not true. Before I get into the other question I posed a moment ago, Matt, what do you make of the way that Donald Trump just bullies people, and not just in this country, but this is a foreign leader. He bullies even heads of state. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is just consistent with how Donald Trump has done business for as long as we've known Donald Trump. He's someone who uses the media. He's someone who talks a big game, who uses bullying, who uses threats. And when you're doing that as a New York City real estate, mogul, has a little bit of a different flavor than when you're doing it as the leader of the most powerful country, the most powerful military in the world. And yet he takes the same approach in both of these cases.
Yeah. So the question I posed a moment ago was whether or not this deal makes any sense to you. I ask that in part because we, the people, have been giving billions of dollars in the Biden era, gave billions of dollars to Ukraine, and I don't know that while they have not been overrun by Russia, this little small country, let's give them credit, they've stood their ground. Russia has not overrun them. But at the end of the day, if this war comes to a close over a negotiation that includes Ukraine giving up significant amounts of land, then I don't know what we really did here. I mean, they may hold on to this. They may hold on to their sovereignty, but the question is, at what cost? Number one, we know the cost to us, billions of dollars. So what Trump is saying is, if we're going to keep giving y'all money, we're going to extract something from this. It's back to the art of the deal. That's what Donald Trump does, right? He's a deal maker, right? At least in his mind, he thinks he is. So my question is whether or not that's the worst thing. Why didn't Joe Biden say we'll give you billions, but we want some of those minerals? Here comes Trump. That's his deal, and Zelensky jumped all over it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. I mean, I think we can. First of all, I just want to acknowledge what you said. I mean, Ukrainians have performed, I think, more effectively and courageously than a lot of people initially wanted to give them credit for.
Oh, yeah.
And the question here is, yeah, that is what they are fighting for, and that's what the United States has been supporting, is the continuing existence of Ukraine as an independent and sovereign state. We need to understand that, Vladimir Putin's goal, which he has made clear multiple times, is to, if not control, then to simply, dominate Ukraine's government, to essentially have Ukraine be, a vassal state under the domination and control of Russia. This is part of his conception of reestablishing, a new kind of Russian imperium, a new era of Russia as a great power on the global stage. And that is not something I think a vast majority of Ukrainians want. I think for those of us who believe that, people should have the sovereign right to determine their own country's future, I think that's something that violates some pretty core values that we have. But your question is a fair one. What is the United States getting out of this? Is this deal a good one? You ask me, one option instead of extracting this wealth from Ukraine would be to look at some of the frozen assets that the United States and its allies have taken from Russia's government and Russian oligarchs. I mean, Russia, Putin is the one who started this war. He's the one who should be footing way, way more of the bill instead of Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm not naive in asking this question, Matt. But what do we make of the fact, to your brilliant point, that Trump is putting upon the little guy? He's punishing the little guy. I've heard nothing of his extracting anything from Russia. Again, no naivete here, but it's Donald Trump again bullying the little guy.
Yeah, no, and this is again pretty consistent with his conception of global politics, and again his conception of business, right? Is that, the big and the powerful get to do what they want, and the little guys just have to deal with it. You see this reflected in the way he immediately turned, negotiation over the Ukraine war as a negotiation between the United States and Russia, not between Ukraine and Russia. It is the future of Ukraine is a decision for, Russia and the United States to make together. You saw this reflected in a few weeks ago when he met in the White House with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where they're determining the future of Palestine, the future of Gaza, making decisions essentially to remove almost 2 million Palestinians from Gaza without the Palestinians really having any say in that whatsoever. Again, the consistent through line here is that the powerful make decisions that the weak simply have to accept.
Mm-hmm. Does Zelensky, Ukraine, have any choice? It seems to me that they don't, given that he's headed to the White House on Friday to sign this deal. When you're bullied by the U.S. of A. In a moment like this, does the poor guy have any choice?
His options are really, really few. So, I understand from his perspective, while this is a tough thing to swallow for him, he's someone who I think has shown repeatedly has the best interests of his country at heart. And this could possibly be the least bad of a whole set of bad options. If he says no, if the United States were to simply cut off military aid, while that would not immediately result in Russian forces overrunning the country, it would, I think, soon result in that. So, as I said earlier, I think he sees kind of giving Trump this win, kind of acquiescing to U.S. control of a portion of Ukraine's resources is a way to get Donald Trump personally invested in Ukraine's continuing existence as an independent state. Because let's understand, we talk about the United States getting access to these resources, but we should understand the companies that are actually going to be making bank on this project will almost certainly be companies connected to Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm. Let me follow you down this path. This is getting interesting to me. In what ways do you see American manufacturers, American defense contractors making money off this deal that Donald Trump is going to cut with Zelensky on Friday?
Well, right. You have, it's going to enable U.S. investment and U.S. profit from controlling a large portion of Ukraine's, mineral resources. And so you have companies that do the services, that do the work, that, act as intermediaries. So there's a whole, as we saw back, say, for example, in the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, they were expensive in terms of military equipment, in terms of human lives and casualties. But the number of private contractors who got engaged and made just, huge sums of money off of those wars simply by providing basic services, in the midst of those occupations I think is pretty enormous, and this is kind of what we're going to see here.
Yep. One final foreign policy question, and we'll advance to some other things I want to cover with Matt Duss while I have him. So this federal judge has ruled that Donald Trump does, in fact, need to unfreeze this foreign aid. We have seen, of course, this barrage of executive orders doing everything from A to Z. But last I read, and that was just yesterday, that he's been ordered by a judge to unfreeze this foreign aid. What do you make of that decision by the judge?
Well, I think it's a good decision. The U.S. Congress, approved, appropriated, and authorized this money on behalf of the American people. So I guess we'll see if Donald Trump simply ignores this judge, as has happened a few times in American history. Then we'll be even further into a real constitutional crisis. So I think the way that they respond, because they have, of course, their own competing legal theory of why they are within their rights and within their authorities to kind of withhold this money. So then you'll have an argument about that. But at the end of the day, Congress and the courts, if they're faced with a president who simply refuses to listen, it's unclear what they can then do.
Yeah, it's not just Donald Trump, as we all know. It's Elon Musk as well. And we will talk when we come forward with Matt Duss about how Elon Musk is boosting far-right politics across the globe. You're listening to Tavis Smiley.
Hope, agency, dignity. This is Tavis Smiley.
New Schools for New Orleans would like to send a huge shout out to all of our teachers, chaperones, and students and our New Orleans Public Schools marching this Mardi Gras season. Remember, cheer on the kids, protect the line, be a good neighbor, have a parade buddy, and if you see something, say something.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana communities through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, please visit us at www.jazzandheritage.org.
This is Andronika Morris, host of Put Housing First. Join us every Tuesday at 12 o'clock, where we will discuss how housing affects every aspect of our lives and what's necessary, what's needed to guarantee housing for all. Join us every Tuesday at 12 o'clock as we dig down deep onto the issues that affect all of us.
Hey, have you heard the news? First Pilgrims Baptist Church is now on WBOK 1230 a.m. Tune in every Sunday at 11:30 a.m. to hear Pastor Eugene Mitchell give you the inspiration you need for the week ahead. That's every Sunday morning, 11:30 a.m. only on WBOK 1230 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
And the top-rated African-American talk show host in the nation, according to Talkers Magazine. You're tapped in with Tavis Smiley right now.
Tavis Smiley and Matt Duss, as we continue talking politics in this first hour. It's not just Elon Musk. It's J.D. Vance as well. Let me take them one at a time. We've been talking about Donald Trump and the news today that Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is coming to Washington on Friday to sign this minerals deal. Discuss that and a few other things in case you've just tuned in. But at the time I have left with Matt, let me cover a bit more terrain here. Your thoughts about Elon Musk and the strange and bizarre ways, to my mind at least, that he is himself boosting far-right politics across the globe, Matt.
Yeah, this is, we've seen him, essentially endorsing the Alternative for Deutschland party, or the AfD, in Germany's recent elections. This is a far-right party with ties to neo-Nazi groups that has been slowly gaining strength and actually got the second most number of votes in Germany's election this past weekend. He's also, he's been attacking center-left parties in UK and France and elsewhere. He sees himself very much as a part of what is a global trend of right-wing kind of ethno-nationalist, anti-immigrant, the politics, obviously ironic given that he himself is an immigrant. But it's really important to understand, too, how this is consistent with what we saw from the first Trump administration, but what we see in our democracy across other developed democracies as very wealthy people, very wealthy interests kind of seize more and more political power. And I do think that is the important thing to understand here. They are using, real grievances. Yes, there are a lot of people in this country and other countries who are struggling economically. They are exploiting racial and ethnic hatred. They're exploiting hatred of immigrants, of LGBTQ people. But ultimately, their project involves seizing more and more political and economic power.
Yeah. You mentioned Germany. It is also the case that Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking of Germany, had some old school liberals in Germany crying last week. What was that about?
Yeah, he went to the Munich Security Conference, which is a big annual security conference there in Munich in Germany. It's seen as one of, Europe, the kind of Europe and U.S., the transatlantic, biggest, most important security conference where everyone gets together, and talks about shared security issues. But there's always been an assumption that there are a set of values that undergird this relationship. Some of that's real and some of it's just pretense. But I think he surprised people, yes, with the frankness with which he, I don't want to say he attacked the audience, but he really challenged, I think, some of the preconceptions of, the U.S. kind of Europe-led order. And I want to say, not all of that is completely wrong. I mean, I think there are elements of the U.S. and Europe-led order that do need to change, that need to be reformed. Some of it needs to be thrown out. But I also think, as I said earlier, what we are seeing now from the Trump administration, from Vance, and importantly from Elon Musk, is not just reform. It is that they are simply tearing the wiring out of a lot of these institutions and a lot of these and a lot of this basic, governance structure that's going to be very, very hard to rebuild or replace.
Yeah. Excuse me. When we come forward in our remaining moments with Matt Duss, you may have seen this news break yesterday. It broke after I got off the air, so I didn't get a chance to address it. But I do want to spend the last few minutes talking to Matt Duss about this, because this is just, every day I struggle to find new words. I have a decent command of the English language, and yet every day I find myself struggling to find new words to describe the behavior of one Donald Trump. So you saw this story yesterday about the Trump Gold Card. No, I don't mean Amex. I don't mean Visa. The Trump Gold Card, which offers rich foreigners a route to U.S. citizenship for $5 million. So now, apparently, wealthy foreigners will be willing, those who are willing to pay about $5 million, Russian oligarchs, the ones who Matt Duss mentioned earlier included, they'll soon be able to apply for a visa to live in the U.S., courtesy of what is being billed as a Trump Gold Card. So we are demonizing certain immigrants and offering others an opportunity to get here for $5 million per person. I digress, at least for the moment. We'll let Matt Duss respond to that nonsense when we come forward on Tavis Smiley.
What's your quarrel with the world? You're listening to Tavis Smiley.
NOLA Public Schools is excited for the rest of this 24-25 school year journey with our families, watching our students dive into learning, growth, and success. As the school year continues, our dedicated educators are focused on keeping every student engaged and motivated. Let's keep embracing new challenges, celebrating achievements, and supporting each other to make the rest of this year even more impactful. Stay connected with your school and NOLA PS through our social media channels for updates and resources. We're here to help our scholars attend today, achieve tomorrow.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana companies through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about what the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation does, please visit www.jazzandheritage.org.
Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
WBOK is pleased to announce the reboot of Crosstown Conversations with host Gene Nathan. A heightened focus on cultural entertainment events and the creators who present them. The new time is now Saturday at noon. Tune into the stories of our exploding creative scene with Gene Nathan on Crosstown Conversations.
New Schools for New Orleans would like to send a huge shout out to all of our teachers, chaperones, and students and our New Orleans Public Schools marching this Mardi Gras season. Remember, cheer on the kids, protect the line, be a good neighbor, have a parade buddy, and if you see something, say something.
Freedom is an endless meeting. So let's get back to it with Tavis Smiley.
Tavis Smiley and Matt Duss. I've got about 4 minutes left in this conversation, which I have enjoyed immensely. Thank you, Matt. It used to be, Matt, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. And now it's, if you got $5 million, you can get a Trump gold card. What are we doing here, Matt?
Right. I mean, it's not as if the very wealthy don't already enjoy enough privileges. We're going to help, give them the opportunity to jump the line. This really, again, it's consistent with this basic, ethos that, the rich are better than the rest. That, even as Trump has built his political career on attacking immigrants, he is now going to enable, immigrants to come, assuming that they're just going to be good for the country because they have lots of money. Let's remember, I think one of the most dangerous immigrants ever to come to this country is named Rupert Murdoch. He's also one of the richest. Another one of those is Elon Musk. These are two of the most dangerous immigrants ever to come to our country. But again, it's consistent. My question is, how is Trump himself going to personally profit off of every one of these cards? Because he's gonna. So I'm just curious. I'm going to be looking into that.
Yeah, there'll be some addendum, some fine print, Matt, that says you have to stay at a Trump hotel while you're here.
That's right. No, they're gonna pay Trump to put his picture on the card.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to license that with Trump organization.
Exactly. Something like that. I mean, I'm laughing because if you don't laugh, you'll cry sometimes. But this really is sad. Again, for centuries, immigrants have come through Ellis Island and they were met with those words: "Bring me your tired, your poor. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." And now for $5 million, you can buy your way into the United States, even as we start to deport those who are doing the work that the rest of us don't want to do. So it really is a tale of two stories, a tale of two cities, if I can use that phrase, for the way we're going about foreign policy these days. But I digress on that for now. I got 90 seconds left, Matt. I'll give it to you. And let me just close being a bit more philosophical. What does all this suggest to you? All we've talked about in this hour suggest to you about the direction that we are headed in, the path that this country is on?
It suggests, that the rich, the wealthy are seizing more and more power. They're seizing more political power, economic power, the ability to control the lives over the rest of us. And if we believe in our democracy, we got to first understand that is what's happening and work a lot harder to unite, because there's way more of us than there are of them. So let's understand the tools of democracy that we need to use and strengthen to take this back.
Longtime foreign policy advisor to Independent Senator Bernie Sanders. These days, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy. He is Matt Duss, and I'm delighted in having Matt Duss on this program for this first hour. Matt, thank you for your time and your insights. Deeply appreciated, sir.
Thank you, Tavis. It was great.
My great honor. More of Tavis. We come forward.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com.
campus of Xavier University.
Yeah.
WBOK 1230 AM.
Go.
An Equity Media Station.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Ukrainian President Zelensky has left the White House after he got into a shouting match in the Oval Office with President Trump. The president claims Zelensky disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. A planned press event between the two leaders was canceled. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers. A U.S. District Court judge ruled Thursday that the Office of Personnel Management must rescind a memo that resulted in the mass firing of probationary employees. Diversity in Hollywood is on the decline. That's according to the 2025 UCLA Hollywood Diversity Report released Thursday. Researchers analyzed the cast and crews of 104 of the top English language films in 2024. Usher Raymond, who was the black superstar entertainer from Georgia, has been tapped to deliver the keynote address at Emory University's upcoming commencement ceremony in Atlanta. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Though you may not drive a great big Cadillac, gangsta white walls, TV antennas in the back. You may not have a car at all, but remember, brothers and sisters, you can still stand tall. Just be thankful for what you got.
I'm Tavis Smiley. Glad to have you tuned in to us in this second hour of today's program. Two conversations in this hour. On the backside of this hour, Progressive Wisconsin Congressman Mark Pocan on U.S. defense spending. He's been a longtime advocate of drastically reducing U.S. defense spending, and so I'm anxious to get his take on these bittersweet cuts proposed by the Trump administration. I'll let him unpack that term, bittersweet, when he joins us on the B side of this hour. But we commence this hour, as promised, in conversation with retired General Dana Pittard, who is back to share his take on President Trump firing the African-American chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown, Jr. General Pittard, good to have you back. How are you today, sir?
Hello, Tavis. It's good to be with you.
It's good
today.
It's good to have you on. Thank you for your time. Let me just jump right in and make the most of the time that we have. Before I get to the firing of General C.Q. Brown Jr., just say a word to me about him, about the man.
Well, before I do that, if I could, I just wanted to pass on my condolences for the passing of your father, who was an awesome veteran, senior enlisted airman in the Air Force, and in Indiana, and that's where I am right now. I'm calling you from Indiana.
Wow.
Not far from where you grew up in Kokomo. So I just wanted to express my condolences.
First of all, let me say thank you. That means a great deal to me. I did not know you were calling from Indiana, but that means a great deal. I miss my father every day, and of course, I'm not the only person who's lost a parent. Thankfully, my mother's still living and listening in Indiana right now. But I deeply appreciate that. And my father served honorably in the Air Force for many, many years. Went right out of high school into the Air Force and served honorably. One of my other brothers, one of my siblings, went to the Air Force as well, following my father. But that means a great deal. I didn't see that coming. I had to catch my breath. But thank you for sharing that. I deeply appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely, Tavis. And speaking of the Air Force, C.Q. Brown, who I've known for years. In fact, we were both serving in the Middle East at the same time. I remember in Qatar, I like to swim before anybody is around. So at 5 a.m. in the pool, I was swimming, and then next lane was C.Q. Brown. The same thing. He is an awesome warrior and leader. He was chosen because of his merit to be Chief of Staff of the Air Force, the first African-American Chief of Staff in the Air Force's history. And then he was selected to be the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he was doing a great job. And for him to be let go, fired by Secretary Pete Hegseth and President Trump because of race is just wrong.
Yeah. Let me. I know some of this because I would talk to my father, of course, all the time and hear his own stories about being an African American in these armed forces, and I had any number of occasions to interview I miss him, my friend Colin Powell. He and I had any number of conversations, public and private, over the years. So I know something of this, but I think it's important just to pause for a second here in Black History Month to talk about what it means to navigate an armed forces where you make history becoming the first African-American Chief of Staff for the Air Force, and then you move on to become the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's what we call high cotton. Just say a word to me about the journey of what it takes for an African-American to rise to that level, that stature in the military.
Well, understanding there's obstacles all along the way. And if I could, I'd like to contrast that with I was just at a funeral last Friday, and it was for Major General Edward Greer. And that may not mean much to our viewers. They may not know. But he was over 100 years old. In fact, last year in El Paso, Texas, I went back for his 100th year birthday, and he gave a speech. God bless him. But he is the last of our Buffalo Soldier generals. He enlisted in the Army in 1943 in a segregated army, fought in World War II, later became an officer, fought in the Korean War, fought in Vietnam, and then in 1972 he was selected for Brigadier General. And prior to him, only 4 African Americans had been general officers in the U.S. Army. And on his list, there were 4 of them: him, General Julius Becton, General Arthur Gregg, who the post in Virginia now is named after. It's called Adams Gregg. And I contrast that in that how difficult it was for him, but it was still difficult for generals of today. Combating everything from racism, from slights, from not getting the same kind of performance reviews at times. And so C.Q. Brown had to navigate all of that, and still was at the top of his game and was considered the best in the Air Force.
We would talk more about General C.Q. Brown Jr., the now fired chair, African-American, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And you heard General Petard say a moment ago that race was all over this decision by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. We'll talk about that part as well. So this is Black History Month. We're in the waning days of it. And in this month, we typically talk about the contributions, the vast contributions, the exploits, the amazing and grand, again, contributions we've made to this country. And to see what Hegseth and Trump did to General C.Q. Brown Jr. In Black History Month, no less, is just another thing to make you mad about Trump 2.0. I digress for now. We'll continue our dialogue with General Pittard when we come forward on Tavis Smiley.
Interrogating and unpacking. That's what we do around here. You're listening to Tavis Smiley.
Well, it's that time. This Mardi Gras season, the only place to get your king cakes is Kaywood and Randazzo's Bakery. Choose from their several delicious filled cakes or go with their traditional cinnamon king cake. Whatever you choose, you'll love it. So come on down to Kaywood and Randazzo's Bakery, 120 Packingham Avenue in Chalmette. Order online at kaywoodandrandazzos.com or by phone at 504-277-0464.
Well, Saints of God, this is Pastor David Impartan Sr. coming to you over the airways of WBOK, your favorite host of Change Your Water, Change Your Mind. I want to invite you to our show every Saturday from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock p.m. That's Change Your Water, Change Your Mind. I want you to invite your family and friends to a broadcast that's designed to change your life, the way you think, the way you act, and what you eat. We want you to tune in every Saturday at 1 o'clock, WBOK, 12:30 a.m. See you on Saturday.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
February is Black History Month, a time to honor the leaders and change makers who paved the way. At New Schools for New Orleans, we're celebrating the next generation of trailblazers, our students. Louisiana recently made historic gains on the nation's report card, climbing from the 49th to 32nd in just 5 years, our highest ranking ever. With progress in both ELA and math, we're proving what's possible. Tune in for Talk That on 12:30 a.m. at 12:30 p.m. as we uplift Black excellence, past, present, and future.
Less monologue, more dialogue. Tavis Smiley continues right now.
My people. My people. The foundation of the United States rests on the sweat of my people. Every enemy of the USA has had to face my people on the front line.
People, my people are dying, and we see it all the time. Don't know where our future would be if he's not here. How do we stay strong? Can save us from us. Think about change. Show our people love. My people, hold your head up. Don't take it back. My people rise. My people rise. My people, we want you side by side. We're doing all right.
Every time I hear that track, which I love, by the way, from Angie Stone, now you hear the voice of James Ingram. I love that opening when you hear Ossie Davis, the late, great Ossie Davis, talk about the fact that black people have fought in every single war this country has ever waged. We're in Black History Month, and I want you to pause for a second to think about the fact that black folk were fighting in the Civil War while they were yet enslaved. Y'all missed that. We were yet enslaved, and we were fighting to defend this country and save it from becoming an all-out Confederacy. Fast forward to World War II, and those Tuskegee Airmen who came in and never lost a plane that they escorted. When World War II is over, African American soldiers have to ride on the train behind war criminals. They put Negroes all the way to the back of the train, riding out of Europe behind Nazi war criminals. You fast forward some years later and you get Colin Powell. And you fast forward some years later and you get General C.Q. Brown Jr., who becomes the first African-American Chief of Staff for the Air Force and then becomes the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And then Donald Trump shows up again, and Pete Hegseth shows up at the Defense Department. And over the issue of race, they push out General C.Q. Brown Jr. Not that you needed that, but I just wanted to frame this thing properly as we sit in Black History Month talking about why Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth so maltreated General C.Q. Brown Jr., pushing him out as chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I am delighted to be in conversation with retired General Dana Petard as we talk about this particular issue and what to make of it and what it means and what we do about it in the days, months, and years ahead. So I try to just give a brief history lesson, General Petard, nothing that you don't already know about how we have served in every war this country has ever waged, and it's a big deal. It's high cotton, as I said earlier, to become the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but to be dismissed so unceremoniously by a guy like Pete Hegseth, who ain't even qualified. This is me talking. I don't put words in your mouth. The irony of this and what's rubbed me raw about this is that Pete Hegseth ain't got no business being Secretary of the Defense Department. And for him to then force out this brother who earned the right to be the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, it sits in my craw. What say you?
Well, I fully concur with what you said, especially historically as far as African Americans in the defense of our nation. In fact, one thing I would add is from the first blood shed in the American Revolution is the Boston Massacre, and Crispus Attucks, who's African American, was killed.
That's right.
This attempt by President Trump and his minions to turn back the clock and make this Jim Crow 2.0 is just not going to work. They fired General C.Q. Brown, which is an absolute travesty. But instead of just getting mad, we need to act. And part of acting is voting. We must vote like we've never voted before in 2026, which is just next year.
Yeah.
We need to. We need to resist the racism, exclusion, and intolerance. That's RREI, resist racism, exclusion, and intolerance. The Secretary of Defense, was he qualified? Well, heck no. His only qualification was his loyalty to President Trump.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No question about that, and that's why I said it just unnerves me that one who was infinitely unqualified to do the job in the first place then has the power to push out this high-achieving African-American who is the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You said earlier that this decision involved race, no question about it. There have been all kinds of stories that we've read about the speech that General C.Q. Brown Jr. gave. He was asked by his sons after the murder of George Floyd what he was going to do about it, what he was going to say about it. And so he posted a statement about that. And it was has been seen by many, many people. This statement that he posted, again, years ago after the murder of George Floyd. It is, we are told, in part, I think there's another piece to this, which we'll get to in just a second, but we are told in part it was that tape, that speech that he gave, very brief, 3, 4, 5 minutes, as I recall, but it was that statement that he made that Hegseth and Trump did not like. And that was all that they needed, we are told, to decide that he needed to go. But when you said that this was not just, had race written all over it, what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is, well, first of all, the tape, and I remember seeing it back in was it 2020?
2020, yeah.
When he did that, I applauded what he had to say. It wasn't something that was bad at all. He was being just very honest at himself as an African American in uniform in defense of his country. It's just very clear. I mean, of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the two that were removed so far have been C.Q. Brown, who's African American, and Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the CNO of the Navy, first female CNO of the Navy, was removed. It's this assault against any kind of diversity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they weren't given their jobs because they were diverse. They were a part of a pool of people who were more than qualified, and they were the best qualified. Period. So it is an insult to even say that they're DEI hires. But there's no question in my mind that General Brown, they would have found an excuse, not just that tape. They would have found a reason to get rid of him because of his race.
Yep. What's your sense, since you went there, let me follow you. We see the impact that it's having across the country, these attacks that is on DEI. Donald Trump and the entire Trump 2.0, to quote you, has been going in on anything remotely related or attached to notions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've not had the opportunity to ask anybody how this attack on DE&I will impact the military, will impact the armed forces. Because clearly when they want to push you out, they just label you a DE&I hire. You got the job because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it doesn't take much for them to use that. That's the trope that they're using to push anybody out who's black. That is the trope. What's your sense of the way this assault and attack on DE&I will impact the military, impact armed forces?
Well, it's already impacted the military in some ways. I mean, it's stopped all equal opportunity officers. I mean, so if you have a complaint about equal opportunity, who do you go to? Equal opportunity officers and NCOs stopped any celebrations of any, ethnic celebrations like Black History Month, and throughout the military. But I still see that as still temporary, because I agree with what Mahatma Gandhi said as far as tyrants. Tyrants won't last. Yeah. They never do. They may seem invincible, but they will fail. Always. Always. So Trump this too shall pass. And this will be rectified at some point by a future administration. However, what we cannot take is the fact that corporations have gone along with this. Mm-hmm. Others have gone along with this. I mean, my alma mater, West Point, was exuberant, seemingly, in ending the Contemporary Affairs Seminar, which is almost like a black student union that's been in existence since 1972, for over 50 years. We cannot forget that. We cannot forget that there is a Walmart or a Target or a McDonald's out there that does not has taken away their diversity and inclusion opportunities. We should not send our money, our goods, or resources to any of those kind of companies that do that.
Yeah. Living with a father all of my life who had served in the armed forces, as I mentioned earlier, and again, I thank General Petard for his kind condolences. I know the difference. I'm just laughing. I know the difference between what you can say when you're in the armed forces and what you can't say. And it's just interesting and fascinating and beautiful, frankly, to hear General Petard now have the freedom that he's retired to express himself as he chooses. It's a beautiful thing. I want to, in the time I have left, get in one or two other quick questions here. This one comes from one of our listeners. Tavis, does General Petard think that President Trump had reason to be wary of General Brown's willingness to follow all of his orders, something he faced often in his first term? Might that have been a factor in his firing, that General Brown wasn't going to bend the knee?
Well, we all take an oath when we're in the military, and the oath is to the Constitution. It is not to, you know, a leader, a dictator, or, you know, wannabe dictator. So apparently that threatens President Trump. There's a reason why all the senior JAG officers of each of the services was removed. It's this idea that whatever he says is law, when in fact, if it is unconstitutional, the military is duty-bound not to follow it. But if he gives a legal order, you follow it, of course, and most orders are legal. But that's an issue, that you only want people around you, and it's dangerous for our republic. I mean, you only want people around you who will just follow your orders regardless of the Constitution.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Let me flip the script entirely. We've been talking about in this conversation the ways in which Donald Trump pushed out General C.Q. Brown Jr. as chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The flip side of that may be that he did him a favor, in the sense that if Donald Trump is all about amassing power, and we discussed that on this program, I think, yesterday, all the moves he's making at the Defense Department, at the FBI, all these various agencies, is clear, as you've laid out quite nicely, General Petard. He's putting his people, his loyalists in all of these positions so that he has the power to do what he wants to do. That is the quintessential definition of tyrant, the word you used earlier. He's amassing all of this power. So if you imagine somewhere down the road that he's going to give some insane order that General C.Q. Brown Jr. might have had to follow, because that is the oath that he takes, he has to listen to the commander-in-chief, it might not be the worst thing, even though it wasn't done in the best way.
I mean, if he gives a legal order, you follow the legal order. But if it's unconstitutional, then General Brown wouldn't have been able to follow it.
Got it.
He'd been duty bound. That's how he looked at it.
Yeah, no, I get it. Let me close in the minute I have left by just asking you this exit question. We survived Trump 1.0, and I recall, of course, being on this program then and asking whether or not the damage he had done to the United States internationally, worldwide, globally, was irreparable. Joe Biden comes into office and gives us, returns us to some semblance of respect on the world stage. With 45 seconds to go, how concerned should we be about Trump 2.0 once again, putting us at odds with the world?
Much more organized. It will do some damage to the world. Our democracy will end up being fine. And what he is doing with executive orders really is not strength, it's weakness. If he were strong, he'd be able to get Congress and the courts behind him, but he doesn't. So this will be temporary. These executive orders and all that is temporary and can be reversed. He is showing more weakness than he is strength.
Retired General Daniel Petard, I always am grateful to you coming on this program. As I sort of joked earlier, I know that when you're in the military, people have to stay on message, but it is refreshing to talk to a general who can just speak truth to power, and for that matter, to the powerless. Thank you for your insights. We'll do it again, sir. All the best to you.
Thank you, Tavis.
More of Tavis Smiley when we come forward.
For all the freedom-loving folk, this is Tavis Smiley.
I feel like
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 things you should know with BIN News. Democratic Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, who is black, is reintroducing legislation to ban hair discrimination on federal level. Booker is pushing for the act called the Crown Act. It would ban discrimination based on hairstyles commonly associated with race. Black civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the family of a Florida man killed in a police chase. Crump appeared with the family of Gerald Neal, who is black. Neal was killed 2 weeks ago in Orlando, and he was hit by cars driven by police detective Christopher Moulton and another man. A new report shows inflation cooled last month, but found consumers cut spending at the largest rate in almost 4 years. The planets are set to align tonight in a rare celestial event. Mercury will join Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Venus, and Saturn in the western sky. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
Hi, I'm Smokey Robinson, and I support higher education for all Americans. UNCF, the United Negro College Fund, has helped light the way for more than 500,000 students to graduate from college and become leaders of our nation. Since its start, UNCF has more than doubled the number of minorities attending college. UNCF supports 37 historically black colleges and universities and awards over 7,000 scholarships. That's more than $83 million to deserving students each year. Visit uncf.org today to support HBCUs, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Hi, I'm Smokey Robinson. As we celebrate Black History Month this year, I'm excited to salute my longtime friends at UNCF, our nation's largest and most effective minority education organization. This month, we honor UNCF and our educators in historically black colleges and universities for their scholarship excellence and high achievement. Today, UNCF and our nation's HBCUs need your support now more than ever. Visit uncf.org today to support HBCUs, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe. 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This is Andronica Morris, host of Put Housing First. Join us every Tuesday at 12 o'clock, where we will discuss how housing affects every aspect of our lives and what's necessary, what's needed to guarantee housing for all. Join us every Tuesday at 12 o'clock as we dig down deep onto the issues that affect all of us.
All families are different, and some have parents or children with little to no eyesight. But this doesn't stop them from sharing the work, play, love, and laughter of family life. Eyesight doesn't define a parent, a child, or a family. What counts is being together. Want to learn more? Visit us on the web at blind.org. The National Federation of the Blind. Live the life you want.
Hey, have you heard the news? First Pilgrims Baptist Church is now on WBOK 1230 a.m. Tune in every Sunday at 11:30 a.m. to hear Pastor Eugene Mitchell give you the inspiration you need for the week ahead. That's every Sunday morning at 11:30 a.m. only on WBOK 1230 a.m.
Oh, yeah. More honesty than you can handle. More empowerment than you can imagine. You're tuned in to Tavis Smiley.
We are now faced with the fact, my friends, that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. The tide in the affairs of men does not remain at flood, it ebbs. We may cry out desperately for time to pause in her passage, but time is adamant to every plea and rushes on over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations, written the pathetic words too late. That is an invisible book of life that faithfully records our vigilance or our neglect. Omar Khayyam's right to moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. We still have a choice today: nonviolent coexistence, a violent co-annihilation.
That's Martin Luther King Jr., as you well know, in his classic Beyond Vietnam speech, given April 4, 1967 at the Riverside Church on the west side of Manhattan, the Upper West Side. April 4, 67, they murdered Martin. 1 year to the day later, April 4, 1968, that speech put a target on his back when he said to America, "You, America, are the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today." In that speech, he connected what he called the triple threat: racism, poverty, and militarism. In that speech, as you just heard, he said there comes a time when it is too late. But he goes on to say, but we still have a choice. We still have a choice. I share that, one, because we're in Black History Month, and you can't do much better than celebrating Dr. King and his courage and conviction and commitment and character in Black History Month. But I'm delighted to welcome into this conversation now Progressive Wisconsin Congressman Mark Pocan, who's been a longtime advocate of reducing U.S. defense spending, to get his take on these bittersweet proposed cuts by the Trump administration. Let me just start by saying, first of all, welcome, Congressman. Good to have you on the program. How are you today, sir?
I am doing so well. Thanks for having me on your program today.
It's an honor to have you. When you hear those words of Dr. King, again, that triple threat: racism, poverty, militarism, saying to America, "You're the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today," saying that there comes a time when it is too late, nonviolent, it's either nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. King says we still have a choice. How do you square what King was saying then with where we are now when it comes to military spending?
Well, unfortunately, I think we're at a point now where spending for the Pentagon is equated to a jobs program. Too many members of Congress have a footprint in their district. I think every single one of us probably do, where there are Pentagon dollars being spent, and people look at it as, well, it's jobs, not whether or not it's the proper direction for the country, the best way for us to have a position in the world, or whether the spending is done appropriately. All seems to be secondary to the amount of jobs, and very different from obviously the meaning of those words. But it's unfortunately, I feel, where we're at currently with Congress and Pentagon spending.
Yep. Dr. King said more than once that budgets are moral documents. I love that. Budgets are moral documents. You can say what you say, but you are who you are. And we see who you are when we look at your budget. And that is true for the president. It's true for governors. It's true for mayors. It's true for anybody who has the responsibility of managing the public purse. That budgets are moral documents. And we see, when we look at your budget, what your priorities are. So if King is telling us that budgets are moral documents, what does this budget tell us about America when it comes to defense spending?
Yeah, and first of all, he is exactly on. I've spent my career either on appropriations in Congress or in the state legislature on our, Joint Committee on Finance that deals with it, because where we put tax dollars is where we're showing our values, and that's so important that we do it right. What the Republicans did last night, though, was completely wrong. In order to come up with $4.5 trillion to give tax cuts to Elon Musk and Donald Trump and people who can afford to be a member of Mar-a-Lago, they're going to steal it from the middle class and those aspiring to be in the middle class. So, they outlined cuts $880 billion for the Energy and Commerce Committee. Well, the biggest line they have is going to be Medicaid and Medicare, and the cuts are greater than everything else that's in the budget. So you have to cut programs like Medicaid or Medicare. They want to cut education $330 billion. That's 45% of the spending that would be in that area. They want to cut the Department of Agriculture $230 billion, and the biggest expense there is going to be the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is the number one program to keep kids out of poverty. So those are the places they're ripping the money off in order to give it to the wealthiest. And, this document shows a very, very sick approach to having the values of this country and certainly of Dr. King.
Yep. What does defense spending look like specifically?
They actually upped defense spending. So we're already approaching $1 trillion. That's trillion with a T, dollars a year. And they increased spending on that area. So, there are so many things that if you want to right size, they have failed 7 audits in a row. The Pentagon has failed 7 audits. We wouldn't allow any other department to do that. And they just keep doing it. And, we've invested, I think, $8 billion in an amphibious vehicle that only sinks. The most recent class, Ford class aircraft carrier, when the toilets get clogged, you have to flush $400,000 worth of acids down the toilet to unclog them, literally flushing money down the toilet. There are so many things like that. Look, we're not trying to say do anything to the troops. In fact, we've said we're not going to reduce any funding. We want to make sure the troops are well paid and they can support their families. But it's these defense contractors that make so much money that have overbilled the government, and we just kind of look the other way. So, if there's a real sincere effort to try to save tax dollars, the Pentagon certainly has to be high on that list rather than cutting food from kids and health care from seniors.
You hear Congressman Mark Pocan of Wisconsin, progressive congressman, lay out what Republicans did last night in these with the budget. You heard him lay out quite in detail what they cut so they could increase military spending. When we come forward, there are a number of things I want to ask Congressman Pocan. The first is, while I don't ask him to speak for the Republicans, what their justification is. What is the justification in this moment for increasing military spending yet again? What is the justification for that? And then I want to just, have a philosophical conversation with the Congressman about what it means that we continue to spend more on the military. Put another way, is it really necessary to keep spending more on the on defense budgets? And one could make the argument that so long as we keep spending this inordinate amount of money on the military, that we will continue to have a military-first approach to foreign policy. Those two things sort of go together. If you're going to keep raising the military budget, then it's not a quantum leap to understand why whenever there's some sort of skirmish, we always have a military first approach to foreign policy. Those two things are not disconnected in my mind. We'll see what the Congressman has to say about that when we come forward on Tavis Smiley.
From Leimert Park with love, this is Tavis Smiley.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
WBOK is pleased to announce the reboot of Crosstown Conversations with host Gene Nathan. A heightened focus on cultural entertainment events and the creators who present them. The new time is now Saturday at noon. Tune into the stories of our exploding creative scene with Gene Nathan on Crosstown Conversations.
Blind? Low vision? Eyesight changing? You are not alone. Connecting with blind and low vision people can provide support and expand your understanding of what is possible. We are making our own choices every day, but we are also stronger together. To learn more, visit us on the web at blind.org. The National Federation of the Blind. Live the life you want.
Helping to make you the most knowledgeable person in your circle of friends. This is Tavis Smiley.
Tavis Smiley and progressive Wisconsin Congressman Mark Pocan, who I'm honored to have on this program the day after Republicans did their dirty deed last night, proposing all kinds of spending cuts in programs that matter to everyday people in this country, the poor and working class, so that they could increase, yet again, military spending. You should know that the United States consistently spends more on its military than the next 9 highest spending countries combined. I'm going to say that one more again. The United States spends more on its military than the next 9 highest spending countries combined. how then did Republicans last night justify, Congressman, this increase yet again in military spending?
Yeah, that's a powerful fact you just said, right? About the level that we spend that could be going to housing or healthcare or other, veterans programs or things that help people across the country. I think the general argument they would say, in their words, would be, peace through strength. But at the same time, they're cutting everything that the USAID does, aid to other countries that helps put the United States in a good face across the planet. So, I would argue it's really strength through peace, right? If we can do things that are more diplomatic rather than just with pure force, we actually have longer term and better lasting relationships with other countries, which then, helps economically, and it helps in a lot of other ways as well. But simply just putting more money to defense contractors and deciding that somehow is going to raise the status of this country is a fool's notion at best.
To my mind, that raises two questions. Let me ask them one at a time. The first question, which I teased a moment ago, is the following: if we continue, again, to my mind, to increase military spending at the rate that we're increasing it, it's not that increasing spending is not disconnected, it seems to me, from us always having, the United States that is, a military first approach when it comes to foreign policy. What say you about that dialectic?
Well, exactly, and it's getting worse because they're taking away that less than 1% of discretionary spending that goes towards relationship building across the world, like we just saw with USAID. So, we're actually going not just putting more money into the Pentagon, but we're also taking less money for all those other efforts that are very important for establishing relationships. So it's a very wrong direction that we're going. And, with the consolidation of defense contractors, we often are now having at best bids from two or three folks, sometimes one. Well, you don't get a good bid at that point. So, we're enriching a lot of defense contractors, often who've broken the law and actually overbilled the United States government. I think almost every major contractor has. And yet we just keep rewarding them with additional contracts and somehow saying that that's improving our status in the world when, I think there's a strong argument that it doesn't.
Congressman Pocan and I agree that as long as we keep spending an inordinate or disproportionate amount of our tax dollars on our military, we will never divorce ourselves from having a military-first approach when it comes to foreign policy. The exit question that I want to pose when we come forward in our remaining moments with Congressman Pocan is whether or not the U.S. military is actually effective anyway when it comes to solving international issues. So we pour all this money into defense spending, but how successful, how effective can we really say we are in this new world order at actually solving international issues? We talked earlier in today's program about President Zelensky coming to Washington on Friday. How effective are we really? Let's close with that when we come forward on Tavis Smiley.
Helping to stretch your moral and political imagination. This is Tavis Smiley.
Connect with NOLA Public Schools. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X for the latest updates. Sign up for District Digest, our official newsletter where we share district achievements, celebrate student successes, and keep you informed about our vision of providing a high-quality education. And don't miss our school board meetings. Watch in person or live stream on YouTube. Stay informed. Stay engaged. Visit NOLAPublicSchools.com today. Again, that's NOLAPublicSchools.com.
This is Dr. Jaquil Ross, the host for Talk That, NOLA Education, brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans. On Talk That, we'll be focusing on the amazing work of educators and students happening inside and around public schools in New Orleans. Our school community is full of so much talent and promise, so let's talk about it. This month, we'll be joined by Program Director Tremaine Riley to learn about the TEP Center in the Lower Ninth Ward during our Black History Month Spotlight. Then we'll hear from Alice Hart Charter School marching band students and director alongside the Majorette team as they gear up for Mardi Gras 2025. Following that, you'll hear from Holly Reed, Alexis Kettle, and Raphael Simmons to share insight about the new and informative data dashboard for New Orleans Public Schools in partnership with New Schools for New Orleans. So tune in for Talk That, Knoll Education, every Monday at 12:30 p.m. on 12:30 a.m. To learn more about NSNO and our programs, visit newschoolsneworleans.org.
Made fresh daily in Leimert Park, Los Angeles, California. You're listening to Tavis Smiley.
I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society, when machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered.
More of MLK from that iconic Beyond Vietnam speech, April 4, 1967. I mentioned earlier the U.S. consistently spends more on its military than the next 9 highest spending countries combined. We've already addressed the question of whether or not that's really necessary. No. The question now, in 2 minutes to go in this conversation, Congressman Pocan, is whether or not the U.S. military is actually effective at solving international issues and crises.
Well, and I think, honestly, look at Afghanistan, and that probably gives you a good answer, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of things we've done that have not been as effective as we've laid out goals to do. And yet then I look at, the support that we've done with things like PEPFAR funding in Africa, helping for people with HIV and AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at other programs we've done and the value that really has been so important. I think it's a mix of things, and having a military that's strong is important, but having a military that's as bloated as ours is actually works counterproductive if we don't have those strong diplomatic efforts also happening.
Yep. If King was right then in 1967 when he called for a radical revolution of values, if he was on target then, how right is he today, Congressman Pocan?
Exactly, he's right. I mean, this is a tough time because everything is focused right now on a $4.5 trillion+ cut for the wealthiest in this country, for Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, and it's going to be at the expense of the average working person and the poorest in this country, and that's what we're fighting, and we have to fight hard because if this happens, this is a 10-year cut that could move forward, and we got to make sure that people aren't hurt by actions from their government. Right now, I think these actions are going to hurt a lot of people.
I quote Dr. King once again to close this conversation. Budgets are moral documents. Budgets are moral documents. When you look at what they proposed last night, you see what their priorities are. I thank now Progressive Wisconsin Congressman Mark Pocan for his years-long truth-telling and for coming on this program today. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tavis. Appreciate it so much.
Good to have you on this program. More of Tavis Smiley when we come forward.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com.
Give me a hoe if you got your funky bus fare. There's a double Dutch bus coming down the street, moving dirty fast, so kinda shuffle your feet. Get on the bus, pay your fare, then tell the driver that you're going to a double Dutch affair. Well, I'll be darned. Here it comes. The double Dutch bus is on the street. You better get off the curb. Move your bus fare, transpass. That's the way my money lasts. Ain't got no car to get around. When I go to work, I gotta go downtown. Now I miss my train. That's a darn shame. When I'm running late, no sleeps to blame. If you got a wife, you know I'm right. You got a special man, well, I can understand. Barbara, Bill Zary, Bill Zaddy, Bill Zam, Till Zombie, Bill Zarens, Bill Zombie, that's my man. Come on, get on my double Dutch bus. The double Dutch bus. Let me hear you say do that. Let me hear you say do that again. Let me hear you say do. Let me hear you say do.
From the campus of Xavier University.
Look.
WBOK 1230 AM.
Go.
An Equity Media Station.
I'm Tyreek Wynn with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. President Trump says Ukrainian President Zelensky is welcome back to the White House when he's ready for peace. Following a tense meeting at the White House today, Trump posted that President Zelensky is not ready for peace with Russia if America is involved. Lawmakers are reacting to today's tense meeting. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham said Trump showed that he's not a man to be trifled with. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly criticized Trump for the shouting match. He said just because you act this way doesn't mean you're tough. Wall Street is closing sharply higher despite a brief sell-off during Friday's session. Stocks traded in the red after President Trump's Oval Office clash with Ukrainian President Zelensky. However, they rose sharply in the final hour. Hollywood's top movies will be honored at the Academy Awards this weekend. The program airs 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm Tyreek Wynn on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
Hello, I'm Bernice A. King. The United Negro College Fund was founded 80 years ago. They hoped that they would change this nation for the better, and they have. As a proud alum of the HBCU Spelman College, I'm an advocate for HBCUs. I support the work that UNCF does for students of color, scholarships, and internships for 50,000 deserving students each year. Visit uncf.org today, and remember, a mind is a terrible thing to waste.
What's up? This is October London. UNCF is celebrating its 80th anniversary in 2024 with the theme Honoring the Legacy, Transforming Our Future. I support higher education, and UNCF makes it possible for those that need assistance to have financial support. Please donate today and support UNCF at uncf.org/donate. Congratulations, UNCF, on 80 years of changing lives, opening doors, and working to make dreams come true for African American students and students of color.
Good morning, Mrs. Dupree.
Have you spoken to Danny?
Danny was blindsided by Bill and Haley's affair.
Well, so much for stop by for a cup of coffee.
It warms my heart to see this beautiful family. I am so proud of every one of you.
Does my legacy ever feel like a burden?
It's a lot to live up to.
Now you need to remember who you are. A Dupree woman. Find your inner strength.
Once we launch my purse line, we'll be on our way to giving the Kardashians a run for their money. I'm gonna shake things up.
A cycle of anger isn't healthy.
I'll be healthy again as soon as I make a couple of cheaters pay for blowing up my life.
There were a number of times when you or a member of your family needed a favor. This is a situation where you owe me one. Have a nice rest of your day.
It sounds like someone deliberately tried to hurt you.
Sounds like attempted murder.
I can't imagine how terrified you must have been.
I found out who did this.
I love you, Derek.
For one night, let me remind you of who you still are.
I fell in love with an inconvenient man.
Now you have to deal with the inconvenient consequences. You see how that works?
You couldn't possibly hurt me more than you already have.
Don't try me.
We've got a problem.
Protecting the family is our priority.
Agreed.
See you around the neighborhood.
It's the new CBS daytime drama, Beyond the Gay Time. Pleased to welcome into this conversation the veteran actor Clifton Davis. Clifton Davis, my man, how are you, sir?
I'm terrific, Travis. How are you, my brother?
Man, if I complained, I'd be an ingrate. I am doing well, and I'm delighted to be in conversation with you. You may have heard me say a moment ago, I read somewhere that you were thinking about laying your burdens down.
I really was.
Is that true?
I had kind of retired from Broadway. I just did not want to work 6 days a week, 8 shows a week anymore. It's a little tough as I'm getting older, but I didn't lay my cards down, or my burden down, if you will, for television. I love television. I just finished doing Clipped with Lawrence Fishburne, and I love working on television, and I was relaxing into a kind of retirement when I got this avail call from CBS. And when I looked it over, I said, yes, indeed, I'd like to do this. So to round out my resume, I hadn't done a daytime drama, and this will just fill it in just perfectly. And it's been an amazing adventure.
Yep. Tell me more about how you're already on that path. I want to just push you down a little further, down the path that is. Tell me more about how you situate this role in your amazing body of work.
Well, thank you for saying that. I do situate it as a completion of a circle. Early in my career, I did a couple of days on a soap opera that didn't last. It was called A World Apart, and I played a character on there who was tutoring a young white girl. Anyway, I was only on it for a couple of episodes, and then the show got canceled, And I hadn't done it in all these years. So I've done all this primetime television. I've appeared in, more than 62 different roles around the industry. And then this came up at this moment in my career, sort of completing the arc. And I was honored when I was asked to perform.
We will talk more about Beyond the Gates, the new predominantly black CBS daytime drama. When we come forward, we'll get Clifton Davis to tell us more about his character, Senator Vernon Dupree. I'm just celebrating all things Clifton Davis in this half hour. Glad to have him right now on Tavis Smiley.
From California to the Carolinas,
everybody's listening to Tavis. More when we come forward.
February is Black History Month, a time to honor the leaders and change makers who paved the way. At New Schools for New Orleans, we're celebrating the next generation of trailblazers, our students. Louisiana recently made historic gains on the nation's report card, climbing from the 49th to 32nd in just 5 years, our highest ranking ever. With progress in both ELA and math, we're proving what's possible. Tune in for Talk That on 12:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. as we uplift Black excellence, past, present, and future.
WBOK is pleased to announce the reboot of Crosstown Conversations with host Gene Nathan. A heightened focus on cultural entertainment events and the creators who present them. The new time is now Saturday at noon. Tune into the stories of our exploding creative scene with Gene Nathan on Crosstown Conversations.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
My son Ricky took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was gonna have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Let's get back to more of this rich dialogue with Tavis Smiley.
Never can say goodbye. No, 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 I never can say goodbye. Even though the pain and heartache seem to follow me wherever I go. Though I try and try to hide my feelings, they always seem to show. Then you try to say you're leaving me, and I always have to say no. Tell me why, is it so that I
can never have Clifton Davis on any of my programs. Speaking of never say goodbye, I can never have him on without playing some of his music. He has such a smooth style that I always want to weave some of that in as best I can. I call him the Right Reverend Dr. Soul Singer, Clifton Davis. You know him as veteran actor Clifton Davis. He's now one of the stars of the new black CBS daytime drama called Beyond the Gates. He plays Senator Vernon Dupree. Clifton, tell me first of all about the series, then tell me more about your character.
Okay, our series is based on, it's about an affluent family known as the Duprees. I am the patriarch. The matriarch is my incredible co-star, Tamara Tooney. And I have other co-stars in Daphne Duplay, who plays my daughter, Dr. Nicole Richardson. And then Carla Mosley, who plays my daughter, Danny Hamilton. So It is a wonderful family that loves one another and will do anything for one another, and we protect that family. We're an affluent family living in the leafy suburbs of Maryland, behind or beyond, if you will, the gates of Fairmont Crest, a country club that was founded by and built primarily by my character's father, who was an architect. In other words, we have generational money. And then my wife had become an EGOT. She had Grammys and Oscars and Emmys and Golden Globes and of course made some wealth that way. But she came from the projects. I came from a different background. And we met, according to the story of our show, at a march in Washington back in the 70s. And we fell in love madly right away. She was singing with a singing group, and I was working for civil rights. I turned that into a career in politics and achieved the United States Senate seat. And having retired after a couple of terms, we're enjoying that retirement and trying to just live life like it's golden, like the royalty we are. But we do a lot to help the community. We have a foundation. We provide food for the poor. We provide scholarships and money for young people to go to college. We're an active, participating, wealthy family. But there's all kinds of scandals going on right around the corner.
I was waiting for that part. It started out nicely, but there's got to be some tension. There's got to be some scandal. If it's going to be
good Lord!
I know. I can only imagine. If it's going to be a daytime drama, there's some scandal there. Let me slow down for a second and ask you again. You've played so many characters on the big screen, the small screen, on the stage. Again, you've curated quite a lovely career here. What does it mean in this particular American moment? And take it anywhere you want to take it. I'm not trying to press you or push you in a particular direction, Clifton. But what does it mean in this particular American moment for there to